Oh. All right, great. Okay.
Member mic check one. Yes, thank you. Member mic check one. Member mic check one. Stenographer. Witness mic check one.
What green pass? No, those are only for committee. And police, yeah. You don't need it. Well, I'm sure you'll find one on eBay later today. You're gonna put it into a shadow box and hang it next to your bed. I know what you're doing. Oh, now you tell me. Now they tell me they want me to fire. Less than 10 minutes before it starts. And the thing is that our desk is so reluctant to help with this that they say, get all set up, get prepared to do it, but just in the field.
Oh, they don't want to catch him on the other end and deal with him?
No, they don't want to. They have to,
Why?
but they don't want to.
It's not that much work, though. I mean,
We are stretching thin.
fair enough.
They don't have enough people on the desk.
Fair enough.
That's what they say.
But I mean,
I say priorities. They say
but if the caption's already loaded, right?
interesting.
be working for the Times. Must be working for the Times.
Judiciary Committee will come to order, a quorum being present. Having agreed yesterday to the amendment in the nature of a substitute on articles of impeachment against President Donald J. Trump, the pending business is reporting the resolution favorably to the House. Reporting quorum being present, the question is now on the motion to report the resolution H-Res 755 is amended favorably to the House. Pursuant to Clause 5 of House Rule 16, because the resolution contains two distinct propositions, we will divide the question between the two articles. The question now is on Article 1 of the resolution, impeaching President Donald J. Trump for abusing his powers. The clerk will call the roll.
Those in favor say
Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren?
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson-Lee?
aye.
Ms. Jackson-Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch?
Aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Bass?
Aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Richmond?
Yes.
Mr. Richmond votes yes. Mr. Jeffries?
Aye.
Mr. Jeffries votes aye. Mr. Cicilline?
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell?
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal?
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Demings?
Aye.
Ms. Demings votes aye. Mr. Correa?
Yes.
Mr. Correa votes yes. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath?
Aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean?
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. McCarcel-Powell?
Aye.
Ms. McCarcel-Powell votes aye. Ms. Escobar?
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Collins?
No.
Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner?
No.
Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Shabbat?
No.
Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomert?
My vote is no.
Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Buck?
No.
Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Radcliffe? Mr. Radcliffe votes no. Ms. Roby?
No.
Ms. Roby votes no. Mr. Gates?
No.
Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs?
No.
Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Ms. Lesko?
No.
Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler?
No.
Mr. Reschenthaler votes no. Mr. Klein?
No.
Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Armstrong?
No.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Stubbe?
No.
Mr. Stubbe votes no.
Has every member voted who wishes to vote?
Mr.
Clerk-
Chairman, may I ask
Clerk
how
will-
I'm recorded?
How is
Mr.
the gentleman recorded?
Mr. Gomert, you are recorded as no.
Yeah, I want to make sure.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 23 ayes and 17 noes.
The article is agreed to. The question now is on Article 2 of the resolution, impeaching President Donald J. Trump for obstructing Congress. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren?
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson-Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson-Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch?
Aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Bass?
Aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Richmond?
Yes.
Mr. Richmond votes yes. Mr. Jeffries?
Aye.
Mr. Jeffries votes aye. Mr. Cicilline?
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell?
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal?
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Demings?
Aye.
Ms. Demings votes aye. Mr. Correa?
Yes.
Mr. Correa votes yes. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath?
Aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean?
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. McCarcel-Powell?
Aye.
Ms. McCarcel-Powell votes aye. Ms. Escobar?
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Collins?
No.
Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? No. Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Shabbat? No. Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomert?
No.
Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Jordan? No. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Radcliffe? No. Mr. Radcliffe votes no. Ms. Roby?
No.
Ms. Roby votes no. Mr. Gates?
No.
Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs?
No.
Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Ms. Lesko?
No.
Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler?
No.
Mr. Reschenthaler votes no. Mr. Klein?
No.
Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Armstrong?
No.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Stubbe?
No.
Mr. Stubbe votes no.
Is there every member of the committee who wishes to vote voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 23 ayes and 17 noes.
The article is agreed to. The resolution as amended is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. The resolution will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. Without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Without objection, the committee is adjourned.
Mr. Chairman,
For
pursuant
what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
to Clause 2L of Rule 11, I give notice of intent to file dissenting views.
Notice is heard. Without objection, the committee is adjourned.
That's it. That's what I got. Precisely. Precisely.
Sorry, you're good. No worries. You're good. You're good. You're good. Sensenbrenner leaving.
Loose from your duties.
Right as they adjourn, they both bail.
Everybody got dressed up, really no place to go. We voted on a provision, an allegation of abuse of power. There was an abuse of power at the Department of Justice. There was an abuse of power at the FBI. There was an abuse of power at the FISA court. There was abuse of power in our intel community. There was abuse of power. Even DOD was paying money to help set up the president. So there were all kinds of abuses of power perhaps none more so than in the House of Representatives by the majority. This is an outrage. It sets the bar for any president of any party for the future to go through 3 years of hell like this president has. It's really unfortunate. This is a sad day for the country. It's going nowhere in the Senate, but I really hope and pray the Senate will not just pick it up and dismiss it. America needs to hear from the witnesses, and we didn't get to hear from them here. This was a kangaroo court. Outrageous to put the country through this, and we get a report, and we don't even get to examine the maker of the report. So it's a very sad day. I'm just glad I had such an incredible team I got to be on. These are really quality folks. Debbie, you want to?
Yeah, thank you. Well, this is really a travesty for America, and it's really tearing America apart. I have never in my entire life seen such an unfair, rigged railroad job against the President of the United States. I have known that my fellow Democrats were going to go for impeachment since January of this year when they got power. And here we are today. They predetermined they were going to do it, and they did it, come hell or high water. They had no proof, no evidence, no crime, but they went ahead anyway, and they're tearing the country apart, and they should be ashamed.
The founding fathers, the founders of this country, warned against single-party impeachments, and they had a very specific reason for warning us against that. They said that it would be bitterly divisive, perhaps irreparably divisive for the country, and that's what's happened now. This is the first time in the history of this nation, in 243 years, that a president has been treated in this manner, when one party has followed and pursued a predetermined political outcome to get to that end. You have to remember that before the famous July 25th phone call between President Trump and President Zelensky that supposedly sparked all of this whole charade, 95 House Democrats had already voted to proceed with impeaching Donald Trump before any of these facts came forward. That's just not right. They determined this. They said it from the day he took his oath of office that they would remove him, and they pursued that end. So this is what we're left with. 14 hours yesterday and a few moments this morning, this anticlimactic end to this whole charade was fitting and appropriate. There wasn't much there. And that's what happened here. I think the American people are going to militate against this. I think the polling shows that they've been very frustrated. They see what's happened here. They see the lack of evidence. They see this paper-thin impeachment proceeding, what ultimately developed of it, that there's nothing behind it. I think we showed that very clearly. And I think there's going to be a huge political price paid by the Democrats at the polls next year. And what we're ultimately concerned about, beyond the price that's paid in this short-term period, is what this is going to do to our republic going forward. The founders were right. They have divided the country even further, and I think that it's going to be very difficult for us in this institution to put this genie back in the bottle, and that's ultimately what we're all so concerned about.
In the media, you should hold the Democrats to the standard that they set for themselves. Not the standard they set back in 1998 when Jerry Nadler said that impeachment would have to be supported by substantially a bipartisan group to be legitimate. Look at the standard they set for themselves just a few months ago. Democrats said that the evidence would have to be overwhelming, and yet in hearing after hearing, the evidence they presented was either hearsay, speculation and conjecture, or the result of a policy disagreement about how to treat the Ukraine. Democrats promised that after public hearings there would be some newfound animated public support for impeachment. The reality is they failed to meet their burden. And so now, with no bipartisanship, matter of fact, the only bipartisan vote will be a bipartisan vote against impeachment, with no direct evidence, with no enhanced public support for impeachment, Democrats will continue to visit the opportunity costs for this division on our country. As Republicans, we would like to work on infrastructure, on asylum reform, on policy changes that will actually impact the quality of life for our constituents. But for Democrats, impeachment is their drug, it is their obsession, it is their total focus, and it is deeply disappointing that they failed to meet the standard that they set for themselves. Questions?
Yeah, Congressman, do you guys worry about the precedent that this sets on obstruction of Congress? The fact that this administration did not comply, did not cooperate at any point with this investigation, which has not happened before.
No, the administration has cooperated with fair and reasonable oversight. But when Democrats made clear that this was not about oversight, it was about impeachment, it was about an illegitimate process, then I think that reasonably informed the administration's position on whether or not to validate this absurd process.
Wait a minute.
Both the Nixon and Clinton administrations cooperated or provided some information in their impeachment investigation.
Yes.
Have the charges changing constantly.
Let me address this as we did yesterday. You have to understand that the Trump administration has cooperated. Okay, just this year, they understand Congress's oversight and investigation responsibility, and they've acknowledged it. 25 members of the administration have testified before oversight. 20 have testified before the Judiciary Committee. When the impeachment proceeding began, over 100,000 pages were submitted by the White House to Congress pursuant to our request. And, of course, he immediately released the transcript, the famous transcript of the phone call. The president has not been obstructing this at all. What he's worried about is the process, is this unprecedented charade that's gone on. Adam Schiff controlling this in the basement, having secret hearings, cherry-picking witnesses, denying Republican questions, not allowing Republican witnesses to come forward. There's been no chance for the president's counsel to participate in the early stages of this. This whole thing was rigged. I'm an attorney. Many of us are. If we were advising our client, and our client in this case happened to be Donald Trump, we would tell him not to participate in that because it's an ambush. We got ambushed last night on the scheduling. At every stage of this, the Democrats have tried to railroad the president, and that's why he's had some concern. The fact that they brought an impeachment claim of obstruction is absurd. The Obama administration, the one just prior to this one, went to court. They didn't turn in pleadings and all the documents and witnesses that were requested in the Fast and Furious investigation. They went to the third branch of government. That's the way our system is set up. When there is a natural impasse that develops between the legislative and executive branches, we have the third branch of government, the judiciary. They could have easily gone a few blocks away to a federal court, gotten an order to compel the production of anything else they needed, but they didn't have time to do that. You know why? We all know why. Because they guaranteed to their radical left base that they would impeach Donald Trump by Christmas. That's why we're here. That's why we've done all this, and that's why they didn't go through the normal process, the custom and practice of every previous administration in the modern era.
I mean, at the end of the day, the Democrats control the House of Representatives. They can determine what the process is. You guys might not like it. There are politics in this. There were politics in 1999 with President Clinton. We hear what you're saying, but that said, don't they have the right to handle this in the fashion
they
that
don't
they
have the right to abuse the process, and this was a total abusive process. It was a witch hunt. That's why they could not settle on a charge until they had exhausted that there was no evidence of a crime. And let me just tell you, if the DOJ and the FBI went after you and your family and your business associates, harassed them, and you find out, as the president did early on, this was all a scam to bring him down, then you would be wise, and I bet most any attorney would say, don't you go and they're looking for anything. Don't help them crucify you. It would not be smart. The president did the right thing. The obstruction of justice was right here. Well, of course, also DOJ, FBI, but hopefully there'll be people pay for that.
McConnell says that he's not likely to bring forward witnesses in the Senate trial.
That'd be a big mistake.
You called for witnesses. How do you think that you're actually going to get your story out? This is not what McConnell says he wants.
The Senate promised that for months now they would have witnesses, and I really understand the desire. This was a ridiculous process, a report, no real witnesses here. So I understand their desire to just get it behind us, but the country needs to hear what a farce this was. They really need to bring in witnesses. They're the chance to clean this mess up, and I sure hope they will.
Congressman, this is a president who just yesterday called a teenager on the autism spectrum a person with an anger management problem. Does that make it harder to defend him this vigorously?
The president communicates in a unique way. He doesn't communicate the way I do and the way many of us would. But wait a minute, let me answer. 63 million Americans voted to make him the president of the United States. He has an unorthodox style, but what we're talking about in here is removing a president because the Democrats don't like that style. They don't like him. They don't like his Twitter account. They don't like many of his staff members. They don't like what he does in the office. But the way our system is designed, the way our Constitution is written, is the party in charge. Even if you have the majority in Congress, you don't get to remove a president because you don't like him. They did not produce a scintilla of evidence to support a charge of impeachment, and that is the question at the end of the day. That's why we're so frustrated. We may not have a trial in the Senate. The president may not get a chance to put on his witnesses and put on his defense, but we're going to do it to our constituents and the American people every opportunity we have. And I don't know. I think that's about it.
Why is it ever okay for an American president to ask a foreign power to investigate a political rival? Why do you think that's okay?
He didn't do that.
He did ask Zelensky.
He did not do that.
Yes. He asked President Zelensky to investigate Joe Biden and his son Hunter Biden. Why is it okay?
That was because I think logically, more likely than the Democrat story, is because he wanted to vet out the corruption. He had seen the video of Joe Biden bragging about how he was going to withhold $1 billion from Ukraine if they didn't fire the prosecutor, the same prosecutor that had been investigating Burisma, the corrupt company where his son was getting paid to be on the board. That's corruption. That had corruption, plain and simple, according to an Obama administration person on a similar case who said that is corruption, plain and simple. And I think it's the responsibility of the President of the United States, before he hands over taxpayer dollars to investigate corruption, and I believe part of that corruption was with the Bidens.
He never mentioned corruption at all on that phone
Do
call.
you want witnesses at the second trial to agree with that? I will. You want it? But they're not all, they may not all be in agreement.
I started slowing down because I couldn't keep track because they were yelling at me. Both of them.
Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs?
No.
Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Ms. Lesko?
No.
Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler?
No.
Mr. Reschenthaler votes no. Mr. Klein?
No.
Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Armstrong?
No.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Stubbe?
No.
Mr. Stubbe votes no.
Is there every member of the committee who wishes to vote voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 23 ayes and 17 noes.
The article is agreed to. The resolution as amended is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. The resolution will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. Without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Without objection, the committee is adjourned.
Mr. Chairman,
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
pursuant to Clause 2L of Rule 11, I give notice of intent to file dissenting views.
Notice is heard. Without objection, the committee is adjourned.
That's it. That's what I got. Precisely. Precisely.
Sorry, you're good. No worries. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Maybe when he's here. Yeah, if not, it's not. Yeah. There we go.
Okay. Today is a solemn and sad day. For the third time in a little over a century and a half, the House Judiciary Committee has voted articles of impeachment against the President for abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. The House will act expeditiously. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, are you disappointed there was no obstruction of justice? So why would you take questions, sir?
Jeff now.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, thank you.
We voted on a provision, an allegation of abuse of power. There was an abuse of power at the Department of Justice. There was an abuse of power at the FBI. There was an abuse of power at the FISA court. There was abuse of power in our intel community. There was abuse of power. Even DOD was paying money to help set up the president. So there were all kinds of abuses of power, perhaps none more so than in the House of Representatives by the majority. This is an outrage. It sets the bar for any president of any party for the future to go through 3 years of hell like this president has. It's really unfortunate. This is a sad day for the country. It's going nowhere in the Senate, but I really hope and pray the Senate will not just pick it up and dismiss it. America needs to hear from the witnesses, and we didn't get to hear from them here. This was a kangaroo court. Outrageous to put the country through this, and we get a report, and we don't even get to examine the maker of the report. So it's a very sad day. I'm just glad I had such an incredible team I got to be on. These are really quality folks. Debbie, you want to?
Yeah, thank you. Well, this is really a travesty for America, and it's really tearing America apart. I have never in my entire life seen such an unfair, rigged railroad job against the President of the United States. I have known that my fellow Democrats were going to go for impeachment since January of this year when they got power. And here we are today. They predetermined they were going to do it, and they did it, come hell or high water. They had no proof, no evidence, no crime, but they went ahead anyway, and they're tearing the country apart, and they should be ashamed.
The founding fathers, the founders of this country, warned against single-party impeachments, and they had a very specific reason for warning us against that. They said that it would be bitterly divisive, perhaps irreparably divisive for the country, and that's what's happened now. This is the first time in the history of this nation, in 243 years, that a president has been treated in this manner, when one party has followed and pursued a predetermined political outcome to get to that end. You have to remember that before the famous July 25th phone call between President Trump and President Zelensky that supposedly sparked all of this whole charade, 95 House Democrats had already voted to proceed with impeaching Donald Trump before any of these facts came forward. That's just not right. They determined this. They said it from the day he took his oath of office that they would remove him, and they pursued that end. So this is what we're left with. 14 hours yesterday and a few moments this morning, this anticlimactic end to this whole charade was fitting and appropriate. There wasn't much there. And that's what happened here. I think the American people are going to militate against this. I think the polling shows that they've been very frustrated. They see what's happened here. They see the lack of evidence. They see this paper-thin impeachment proceeding, what ultimately developed of it, that there's nothing behind it. I think we showed that very clearly. And I think there's going to be a huge political price paid by the Democrats at the polls next year. And what we're ultimately concerned about, beyond the price that's paid in this short-term period, is what this is going to do to our republic going forward. The founders were right. They have divided the country even further, and I think that it's going to be very difficult for us in this institution to put this genie back in the bottle, and that's ultimately what we're all so concerned about.
In the media, you should hold the Democrats to the standard that they set for themselves. Not the standard they set back in 1998 when Jerry Nadler said that impeachment would have to be supported by substantially a bipartisan group to be legitimate. Look at the standard they set for themselves just a few months ago. Democrats said that the evidence would have to be overwhelming, and yet in hearing after hearing, the evidence they presented was either hearsay, speculation and conjecture, or the result of a policy disagreement about how to treat the Ukraine. Democrats promised that after public hearings there would be some newfound animated public support for impeachment. The reality is they failed to meet their burden. And so now, with no bipartisanship, matter of fact, the only bipartisan vote will be a bipartisan vote against impeachment, with no direct evidence, with no enhanced public support for impeachment, Democrats will continue to visit the opportunity costs for this division on our country. As Republicans, we would like to work on infrastructure, on asylum reform, on policy changes that will actually impact the quality of life for our constituents. But for Democrats, impeachment is their drug, it is their obsession, it is their total focus, and it is deeply disappointing that they failed to meet the standard that they set for themselves. Questions?
Yeah, Congressman, do you guys worry about the precedent that this sets on obstruction of Congress? The fact that this administration did not comply, did not cooperate at any point with this investigation, which has not happened before.
No, the administration has cooperated with fair and reasonable oversight. But when Democrats made clear that this was not about oversight, it was about impeachment, it was about an illegitimate process, then I think that reasonably informed the administration's position on whether or not to validate this absurd process.
Wait a minute.
Both the Nixon and Clinton administrations cooperated or provided some information in their impeachment investigation.
Yes. The charges changing constantly.
Let me address this as we did yesterday. You have to understand that the Trump administration has cooperated. Okay, just this year, they understand Congress's oversight and investigation responsibility, and they've acknowledged it. 25 members of the administration have testified before oversight. 20 have testified before the Judiciary Committee. When the impeachment proceeding began, over 100,000 pages pages were submitted by the White House to Congress pursuant to our request. And, of course, he immediately released the transcript, the famous transcript of the phone call. The president has not been obstructing this at all. What he's worried about is the process, is this unprecedented charade that's gone on. Adam Schiff controlling this in the basement, having secret hearings, cherry-picking witnesses, denying Republican questions, not allowing Republican witnesses to come forward. There's been no chance for the President's counsel to participate in the early stages of this. This whole thing was rigged. I'm an attorney. Many of us are. If we were advising our client, and our client in this case happened to be Donald Trump, we would tell him not to participate in that because it's an ambush. We got ambushed last night on the scheduling. At every stage of this, the Democrats have tried to railroad the president, and that's why he's had some concern. The fact that they brought an impeachment claim of obstruction is absurd. The Obama administration, the one just prior to this one, went to court. They didn't turn in pleadings and all the documents and witnesses that were requested in the Fast and Furious investigation. They went to the third branch of government. That's the way our system is set up. When there is a natural impasse that develops between the legislative and executive branches, we have the third branch of government, the judiciary. They could have easily gone a few blocks away to a federal court, gotten an order to compel the production of anything else they needed, but they didn't have time to do that. You know why? We all know why. Because they guaranteed to their radical left base that they would impeach Donald Trump by Christmas. That's why we're here. That's why we've done all this, and that's why they didn't go through the normal process, the custom and practice of every previous administration in the modern era.
I mean, at the end of the day, the Democrats control the House of Representatives. They can determine what the process is. You guys might not like it. There are politics in this. There were politics in 1999 with President Clinton. We hear what you're saying, but that said, don't they have the right to handle this in the fashion
They
that
don't
they
have
see
the
fit?
right to abuse the process, and this was a total abusive process. It was a witch hunt. That's why they could not settle on a charge until they had exhausted that there was no evidence of a crime. And let me just tell you, if the DOJ and the FBI went after you and your family and your business associates, harassed them, and you find out, as the president did early on, this was all a scam to bring him down, then you would be wise, and I bet most any attorney would say, don't you go and they're looking for anything. Don't help them crucify you. It would not be smart. The president did the right thing. The obstruction of justice was right here. Well, of course, also DOJ, FBI, but hopefully there'll be people pay for that.
McConnell says that he's not likely to bring forward witnesses in the Senate trial.
That'd be a big mistake.
You have called for witnesses. How do you think that you're actually going to get your story out? This is not what McConnell
The
says
Senate
he
promised that for months now they would have witnesses, and I really understand the desire. This was a ridiculous process, a report, no real witnesses here. So I understand their desire to just get it behind us, but the country needs to hear what a farce this was. They really need to bring in witnesses. They're the chance to clean this mess up, and I sure hope they will.
Congressman, this is a president who just yesterday called a teenager on the autism spectrum a person with an anger management problem. Does that make it harder to defend him this vigorously?
The president communicates in a unique way. He doesn't communicate the way I do and the way many of us would. But wait a minute, let me answer. 63 million Americans voted to make him the president of the United States. He has an unorthodox style, but what we're talking about in here is removing a president because the Democrats don't like that style. They don't like him. They don't like his Twitter account. They don't like many of his staff members. They don't like what he does in the office, but the way our system is designed, the way our Constitution is written is the party in charge. Even if you have the majority in Congress, you don't get to remove a president because you don't like him. They did not produce a scintilla of evidence to support a charge of impeachment, and that is the question at the end of the day. That's why we're so frustrated. We may not have a trial in the Senate. The president may not get a chance to put on his witnesses and put on his defense, but we're going to do it to our constituents and the American people every opportunity we have, and I don't know. I think that's about it. You
Why
guys.
is it ever okay for an American president to ask a foreign power to investigate a political rival? Why do you think that's okay?
He didn't do that.
He did ask Zelensky.
He did not do that. Yes.
He asked President Zelensky to investigate Joe Biden and his son Hunter Biden. Why is it okay?
That was because I think logically, more likely than the Democrat story, is because he wanted to vet out the corruption. He had seen the video of Joe Biden bragging about how he was going to withhold $1 billion from Ukraine if they didn't fire the prosecutor, the same prosecutor that had been investigating Burisma, the corrupt company where his son was getting paid to be on the board. That's corruption. That had corruption, plain and simple, according to an Obama administration person on a similar case who said that is corruption, plain and simple. And I think it's the responsibility of the President of the United States, before he hands over taxpayer dollars, to investigate corruption, and I believe part of that corruption was with the Bidens.
He never mentioned corruption at all in that phone
Do
call.
you want witnesses at the second trial? Do you agree?
Blocks are exposing millions of Americans to pollutants, and the people who are most at risk actually are low-income Americans in both urban and rural areas because we have put our power plants, unfortunately, in areas where they live. I'll also bring the full resources of federal agencies to bear in setting aggressive health and safety standards. Back when I was mayor, seems like a long time ago, but it wasn't that long ago, I did get a chance to see up close and personal the effects that pollution had on kids and families. And the worst air pollution in New York City and in cities across the country was in Black and Latino neighborhoods. And those kids in those neighborhoods were much more likely to develop asthma than other children. It's one thing, there's no question about what happened. You'll see who goes to the hospital with an asthma attack. And so we really know where the problem is, and we know what's causing it. We're just not doing anything about it, and shame on us. Everybody in this country should have good health regardless of what their zip code is. And when I don't want to pick on a former mayor of New York City, but John Lindsay, who was mayor back when I first got to New York in the late 60s, John Lindsay said, and everybody loved the statement, I wouldn't breathe any air I couldn't see. Now that's a cute thing, but it doesn't keep your health good, and it's unfortunately just too cute by half, we would say. Across America, there are communities, both urban and rural, that have suffered for generations from the toxic air and poisonous water and fossil fuel economy produced for so long while Washington looked the other way. And as president, I promised I would put all of the hardest hit communities at the top of our priority list, including those that have provided us with coal for generations. The coal miners are ones that suffer more than anybody else. Their health is not great, so when we say we're going to move them to areas where there are jobs, a lot of them can't do that. And we've got to understand, and our foundations tried to work to help train Americans for new jobs across the country. Unfortunately, one of the things that the Trump first budget did is it cut back training for a lot of these, retraining for a lot of these programs. We have to do something, and today communities face the challenge of diversifying their economies and making the transition to a 21st century low-carbon economy. It isn't easy, far from it, but in the weeks ahead I'll be speaking with mayors and local leaders in these regions, learning from their experiences, asking for their ideas, adding the experiences that we had in New York City and retraining people that came to the country and didn't have great command of the English language, didn't have the skills that our economy needs, and so we know how to do it. It's much more difficult in some areas of the country than in others, so we've got to pull together and figure out ways to do it. It is outrageous that the coal companies aren't helping. They just use that bankruptcy out that I talked about. But if we hold everybody accountable, including us, we can make some progress. The issues I've outlined today are only the beginning of our climate change agenda, which will also be part of our overall agenda on jobs and other health issues. I will be rolling that out over the next few weeks, and more than plans, what I'm going to try to show that I can do it, is offer the leadership to get everybody to pull together and to really make progress rather than just complain. And that's what leadership is all about. In New York, not me, but the team that I put together had a record for 12 years of building coalitions and turning plans into reality. That team has never been afraid of the toughest battles against President Trump now and the biggest special interests, whether it is coal industry, gun lobby, or big tobacco. In all of those cases, during our administration in the city and then after we left City Hall, we've taken on all these issues, and so far we've won. We do know how to fight Donald Trump. We beat him a number of times. We took on Donald Trump after he said he'd pull us out of the Climate Paris Agreement. And we formed a group joint with Jerry Brown, governor of California, who I was with in San Francisco a couple days ago, to announce that we've made something called America's Pledge, saying we are going to step in and replace the federal government, believe it or not. And we've actually done that. And I was in Madrid 3 days ago to give our report to the United Nations, which is what the Paris Agreement required us to do, to show that we really are making progress. And there's companies and state governments and city governments and nonprofits, all of whom gotten together and really made a big difference. So we have a lot of more work to do. I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and get working. I know you are too, and I think we should find a ways to defeat Donald Trump, who tries to keep dragging us backwards. This is not a game. This is not something we should be playing politics with. This is people's lives. So with that, be happy to take some questions. And there's a guy with his hand up in the air already. He was ready. Are you a member of the press, sir?
Yes, sir. Adam, thanks. Adam from E&E News. What would you do about fracking as president? I know you've spoken against fracking bans in the past, but does this gas pledge change that?
I think it's fair to say fracking is the only ways we're going to get gas and oil out of the ground, and coal even. So it's here. The real issue is having regulations where they don't have leaks. And read the article today in the Times about the leaks. It's unbelievable what's escaping into the air. Methane that really is very bad for the economy. So we've got to focus on, I think, not fighting fracking, because it's probably a lost cause, but making sure the fracking is done with guidelines so that they don't leak. And then we'll have to figure out a ways to transition away from gas, because we want to go, that's the difference between beyond coal and beyond carbon. We're getting away from coal. We've got to get away from natural gas as well and go to all renewables. But in the meantime, what you can do today is stop the leaks. And I think that's got to be the focus. Yes, sir.
News of day question. What do you make of the election in UK, the Boris Johnson election, and what message does it send to the progressives here in the country, seeing that he had such a decisive win over the progressives there in the UK?
You know, maybe this is the canary in the coal mine. The public clearly wanted a change in the UK. The change was much more rapid and greater magnitude than anyone had predicted. And I think it's sort of a catastrophic warning to the Democratic Party that you're just going to have somebody that can beat Donald Trump, and that is not going to be easy. Americans want change, but I think they don't want revolutionary change. They want evolutionary change. They want change that includes everyone. They want change that they can understand, and that's exactly the kind of campaign that I would run. Yes, in the back, young lady. That's okay.
The Green New Deal is another climate change plan supported by some of your Democratic opponents, and the cost of that is estimated to be anywhere between $53 and $93 trillion. How does the cost of your plan compare to that, and what do you expect the cost to be?
Well, number one, I don't know how you could possibly estimate a cost of something that is going to stretch out to 2050. No economist or mathematician is good enough to do those calculations and any specificity. I think it's great that they're thinking about new things, big things, but what we need is a lot of things right now that you can implement, and they tend to be not all that expensive. If you take a look, we've already closed 299 out of 530 coal-fired power plants in America. I think the number is about 70 coal-fired power plants in Europe out of 320, and we just started working there. And my foundation basically funded it all, so it wasn't that much money. It was focusing and explaining to the operators who are producing coal and polluting our environment that you can't do this anymore. We're not going to take it. And then people with green shirts standing outside and saying, stop this. And the public calling their elected officials and say, we want some support. So I don't think it's big money that you need for the short and intermediate term. Long term, you can certainly come up with scenarios where you'd spend a lot of money, and as an aspirational thing, I think they are great. But the details of how you would do it and what it would really cost is something that I'll leave to others, because by that time, I'll be long gone, and almost everybody in this room will be. 2050, which is some of the guidelines that they've set, is way down the road. Yes, Miss, you had a...
Go back to news of day a little bit. Do you have any reaction to the House Judiciary passing articles of impeachment? And second, is there any part of you that sort of relishes that you'll have the campaign trail a little more to yourself once the impeachment inquiry goes to the Senate?
I don't know that I'm going to have anything to myself.
Well, slightly
you know, I know something about running for office in New York City. This is the first time I've run for office nationwide. And it's exciting, and every day is new, and every day my staff teaches me something that I thought I knew but wasn't smart enough to know. I think that beating Donald Trump is going to be more difficult after the UK election. That, to me, is pretty clear. I think it requires us to have more concrete plans than we would have otherwise come up with. We could all just say, oh, I'll beat him. But you've got to take a look and see, experience whether or not people have been able to, in their previous life, take on those kinds of battles. And I would love the opportunity to take on Donald Trump, but I think that's a bit premature at this point. There hasn't been one vote taken in the Democratic primary, when they're taken, I would like to try to convince the public that the ideas that I have and the experience that I've had in actually doing things is something that is relevant if you scale it up from 8.4 million people and 300,000 employees to 330 million people and 4 million employees. But the world is, experience matters. And the president's job is not a training job. It's a place where you've got to step in and right away put together the teams that you need to run the country. And I think that's one of the things that you really got to think about. Donald Trump does not understand there's no I in the word team. And we've got to put together teams to attack every one of our problems. And they better be ready to go day one, because our problems are getting worse. We are walking away from our allies. We're no longer, they cannot depend on us. The American public is suffering, and getting to turn things around gets more difficult every day. We'll take one or two more questions. Way in the back there, sorry, and then I'll go here left. Yeah, we got.
You used to like natural gas because it was shutting down coal plants, but now you want to end all fossil fuels. What changed?
We started out working on coal. Number one, we started, natural gas wasn't as prevalent, and the leaks weren't as bad as they are today. We made progress there, and we have a roadmap to complete that process by 2030. And I think we'll actually be able to do it given our past performance. So it's time we have the capacity, the bandwidth, to take on the next big problem, which is natural gas. Those are not the only two problems, not the only two polluters in the whole world, but those are the two big ones. And what's happened that helps is that the technology of renewables and the economics of renewables keeps getting better. So you can go to the operator of a coal-fired power plant and say, don't use coal, don't use natural gas. Renewables today will save you money, and tomorrow they're going to save you even more. And so it's in your interest. You can protect your stockholders, you can protect your employees, and you can protect your customers by making that transition. And tomorrow, if you start, you're going to get there quicker than if you wait. I look in Long Island, there's a lot of farms out there, and the number of farmers who've decided to grow electricity rather than grow potatoes is really quite amazing, because there's a market for it. And so now the marketplace lets you go on to the next. I saw somebody, I think, yes, it was you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two quick ones for you.
Just identify who you're with.
Sure. Ed O'Keefe with CBS News. Thanks for doing this. We've noticed in some of these early polls that there seems to be still some skepticism or some disapproval of your decision to do this, and I'm just curious what you make of that. And I'm also curious, you're about 3 weeks into this. What have you learned over the course of this so far about running for president or about the country?
Well, I think what I've learned is that I did enjoy all three campaigns when I was running for mayor. There were a couple of days in each campaign I wasn't thrilled with, but generally I did enjoy it all. And I've enjoyed this, and only been 3 weeks, but I like doing things, and I like people. And I don't think anybody expected that when I started going into seeking elected office. Today, I never walk down the street without walking up to every cop and just sticking my hand out and saying, thanks for taking care of us. I never see a fire truck stopped at a red light where I don't walk up and put my hand up to, hi guys, how are you? And it is almost all guys in New York. I've tried to get more women in, but not all that successfully. And say thank you. Sanitation workers, all the city workers, teachers, the doorman in your building. I just like people. And the best time I've had so far today, it's fun to talk to you, but I spent half an hour back there talking to 25, 30 people who I'd never met before about their views and their aspirations and what they've been to their accomplishments. And I will say I enjoyed all of that. In terms of people's skepticism, it's easy to find faults and easy to find scenarios where things don't work. I never lived in that world. I just think tomorrow is going to be better than today, and we're going to be able to do more. And I'm just an optimist. And, we'll see what happens. If it turns out that I don't have the right message, it wasn't because of my team. It was me, and I've just got to keep working harder. And, tomorrow, hopefully, I'll be better at this than I was yesterday. And, there are people that have been out there for an awful long time running for office. I had decided that I wasn't going to run for office. I could still do a lot with my foundation and all of my personal time. And then I started taking a look at Donald Trump getting stronger, the stock market going up, unemployment going down, which will make it harder to replace him. And I looked at the candidates and I just thought, maybe I'm wrong, but they did not look to me like they would be successful in defeating Donald Trump. And while we have lots of problems, the number one problem is getting a different president. We need a different president, and we're not going in that direction. So then I said, okay, if I think that and I care about the future of this country for myself, my kids, my grandkids, and whatever, shame on me if I wasn't willing to do something. And so I said, I'm going to do it. My staff had a heart attack. And the next day, my office was totally cleaned out, new desks in there. We'd hired a bunch of people who I'm still trying to learn their names, and we're doing it. Yes, miss. Last question.
Hi, thank you for doing this. I'm Alexi McCammond with Axios. Earlier, the Green New Deal was brought up. Is it your belief that the Democratic Party electorate, perhaps not on Twitter, is not necessarily clamoring for something like the Green New Deal? And the second question I have for you is, we talk a lot about electability and Democrats' priority in beating Donald Trump in your 3 weeks of campaigning, but also in the time that you spent watching the primary from the sidelines. How do you define what it would actually take to beat Donald Trump?
I think that you have to give people hope that you would do a job that is better than what they're getting done now. I'm not so sure you want to spend your time criticizing somebody else, although I've not been reticent to say what Donald Trump's done that I think is wrong. But you're not going to win a campaign by criticism. You're going to win a campaign by saying, here's what we can do together, here's how we can pay for it, here's how we can get everybody on board, here's how we can measure progress, here's plan B in case plan A doesn't work. All the things that you would do if you were trying to make a difference, whether it's in government or the private sector, and that I know how to pull a team together that has the experience of getting people to come on board and say, I'm in. I want to be part of it. And I think that that's what you've got to do. There are specific ideas you can come up with. We obviously have the problem of the environment and guns. Public education is an enormous problem in this country. We are falling behind the rest of the world. This is not good. There are a bunch of things that we have to address, but it all starts with leadership at the top. And we're not getting that leadership. So rather than, I've said it, okay, maybe a lot of people agree, I hope they agree with me, but the answer is, well, why are you going to be able to provide the leadership? And my answer is going to be, look, I did it for 12 years. And most of the team that did it for 12 years, and I got a lot of criticism at the beginning because I focused on the first 100 days of building a team. And they said, well, why are you working on building a team? They're all going to be gone in 2 years. That's the typical turnover in government. That team stayed together for 12 years. And in some senses, we put the band back together. And it's a bunch of people who would like to also make a big difference at a national level. And that's the team that's my evidence that we could do it. Not me, once again, but the team. Thank you all for having me. All the best.
Welcome everyone here to News Now Live. Look at the White House. Any moment right now, we are expecting President Trump to be making some remarks, and boy, they will be the remarks. A lot to talk to about today, including this big one where the House Democrats, they signed off on the 2 articles of impeachment in the House Judiciary Committee, now sending those 2 articles to the House floor sometime next week. Welcome everyone here to News Now, Ron.
You just wonder, Mike, if a lot of people had to change their travel plans.
Yes.
They really don't like working on Friday.
No, they don't.
Friday's supposed to be the fly home day.
It was.
Right?
It was.
And you know, it's interesting because you've got on the East Coast where you got so much population, you know, maybe only takes you, you know, a quick train ride or a quick flight to get home, and an hour later you're there. But for folks in this half of the country, it's some work every weekend. Nevertheless, they couldn't get it done, not quite sure, but they did finally get it moved forward this morning.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, so it was a marathon session yesterday and last night, 14 hours. They're going back and forth on these 2 resolutions. And Ron, why do they just say at the end, okay, we're gonna table it right now and go for tomorrow? And when they did the vote this morning, it was right off the bat, boom, boom, boom.
Right. I wasn't sure. It almost, I mean, I would love to hear the backstory. It almost felt like Gerald Nadler was just fed up with the whole thing. That he thought it was just, you know, kind of getting to the point now where, fine, if that's the way it's going to go, we'll just wrap it. We'll call it a wrap. And, I mean, everybody sort of expected, okay, let's get to the actual vote. But they did. But then when the vote was cast this morning, straight down party lines, 23 yes, 17 no, not in the least a surprise.
Yeah, and I think this is what it gets a lot of people just upset about the whole process, either way you look at it, where you knew going into these hearings that would be the vote count.
Right.
You knew it.
Yep.
And then they do this whole, just this entertainment circus, really, I felt like.
Yeah.
For 14 hours yesterday and then more on the day before. And it just felt like you guys had the vote. Just do it.
You know what's interesting is when you have everybody, it feels like, who wants to get their 5 moments, 5 minutes of. Andy Warhol, by the way, was way off. Because he said everybody gets their 15 minutes of fame.
Yes.
All these people were thinking, I got to get my 5 minutes on the microphone. Yeah. And so, you know, but here's the interesting thing. I don't know that there were more than 1 or 2 or 3 people total that really cut through the clutter in terms of both Republicans and Democrats, grand total. You know, that in taking that time, where you would even have people talking about them.
Right. Yeah. And now let's think about it as we see the majority leader there for the Senate, Mitch McConnell.
Right.
Now let's look forward to January when this will happen with this Senate trial, Ron.
Yeah.
And now it just seems more and more that you're hearing about these situations where they might not have any witnesses.
Well, it's a big debate. My understanding is there's a huge debate going on behind the closed doors on which direction will you go. Everybody already knows the outcome of that one.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, Mitch McConnell in this interview said the case is so weak, there's just no way he's going to be, even if the case was strong, I'm not sure there would be any way that they could get that many Republicans as split as Washington is anymore to vote along with the Democrats. So, I mean, we all know the outcome. The question, therefore, is, do you kind of move it along over the course of about a week or so? I think a lot of people were... So far, the polls haven't shown that there was this sudden surge. Even after all of the hearings that the Democrats had in the House, there was no sudden surge to try to get the president out of office. If anything, the polls may have swung a point or 2 in his direction. You know, so I guess the thinking is that you get it over there. Everybody already knows what the outcome is. Let's handle it in short order ourselves in a week or 2. And be done with it and then move on. But there are going to be some people, Mike, who want to see somebody like Joe Biden, somebody like Hunter Biden, and you know the next person on the list,
the whistleblower,
Whistleblower 1. Mm-hmm. I don't know if there's a big clamor for whistleblower 2, but possibly.
At this point, we'll take whistleblower 2 even. If we can't get one, we'll take 2.
Sure. It's like the old Dr. Seuss book, Thing 1 and Thing 2. I mean, if only Thing 2 showed up, you'd still be okay. Anyway, if I was a betting man, which occasionally I am,
right,
I would say that the odds are they're going to kind of blow through it all.
They just want to do it super fast.
Yeah, I don't think they want to do it super fast, but I really think they don't want to muddy the waters because you never know how it would go.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
As the old saying goes, you begin with the ending in mind, and they will start this thing with the ending in mind.
Yeah.
And so and Mitch McConnell, I think, is a pretty cautious guy. Why would he, even though it has the potential to satisfy a lot of people who are the president's supporters, to get Joe Biden in there and have him get under oath, there could be something that happens that would be unexpected that could, change the narrative. And he's a pretty close to the vest guy. So I'm not saying pro or con on that. I'm just saying I think the smart money is on. Not fast, Mike. I don't think they want to, because they were so critical of the Democrats for moving it along so fast.
Yeah.
So it could go for a while, but will they have the blockbuster? Was that what you were going to say? The blockbuster?
The moment? Well,
yeah.
I was thinking more
witnesses.
You're right. If they want to drag it on, that's really going to hurt those senators who are trying to be president of the United States. You got your Elizabeth Warren, you got your Klobuchar.
Yeah. What's happened to Elizabeth Warren?
Yeah,
I've seen a couple of polls. There's a couple of fascinating polls. One out of California, one out of Iowa. They both have Joe Biden in the lead, but Bernie Sanders, it's a virtual tie now between Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders. It feels as though a little bit of Elizabeth Warren's support, in some of these polls she's now dropped to number 4, where she was number 1 a month ago or so. And some of her support has dropped. It's helped Bernie, and it, a lot of that support has gone to him. So wouldn't that be fascinating if both a smaller state like Iowa and a big state like California were neck and neck between those two? That's the way it's shaping up right now.
Yeah, that's the way it's shaping up, and that should be a showdown all in itself. Now, Ron, we're just getting the 2-minute warning from Fox, so at any moment now, we will be getting some tape playback of President Trump inside the Oval Office. This is just how we like it, right? As it just comes from the tape, they rewind it, and then they play it out.
Short of actually being live.
Yeah, that's true.
But, some things just are not in the cards. Apparently also like lives inside the Supreme Court. Wouldn't you love to see that? Wouldn't that be so fascinating?
I don't think it'll ever happen though, right? Isn't that a shame?
Yeah. Versus on the other hand, I don't know if you watched any of the election coverage coming out of the UK last night, but it was really interesting to watch that.
Yeah, definitely to see that. So we'll see if that, the conservative movement happened there. Will it happen again in 2020?
Yeah. Well, Piers Morgan, remember him? I mean, he's thought of as more of just an entertainer over here, but over there he does a morning show, and he's a big political commentator, and he's out with a piece that's getting all kinds of talk this morning, that it is a warning for people on the left in the U.S. To, basically kind of look at what the message was from voters there and see if you can pick up a few lessons for it in the 2020 campaign here.
Yeah, that should be something to see too. And we'll see just how, in just moments here, how President Trump wants to frame what just happened with the House Democrats putting it out of committee. I mean, we knew this was going to happen, but let's see how they start framing it, where you might want to set it up if you are the president or the White House to say, look, there's no case. There is no case. They have no case when it goes to the Senate. I wonder if they want to go that route.
Mike, that is one other thing, which is you got to get a sense around the country that a lot of people are kind of like blah about it, you know? I don't, it's not like you see people coming up, they got to talk to you about it kind of a thing.
Yeah, because this, unlike 1998 and 99 with Bill Clinton, this doesn't have the sexiness to it. This is just a phone call. Right?
That's a good point, Mike.
Think about it. Everybody back with Bill Clinton, it was all about the.
That's right.
All the alleged acts.
Yeah, all he did was lie about sex, kind
Yeah.
of a thing, and that was what we kept hearing over and over.
All right,
There we go.
There we go. President Trump live at the Oval Office. Tape playback.
Well, I was actually, believe it or not, finishing up the final. I was doing the final touches on the China deal. And that's going to be one of the great deals ever, and it's going to ultimately lead to the opening of China, which is something that is incredible, because that's a whole big untapped market of 1.5 billion people. And so I was actually doing the finals, but I got to see enough of it, and certainly I spoke to my people. It's a witch hunt, it's a sham, it's a hoax. Nothing was done wrong. Zero was done wrong. I think it's a horrible thing to be using the tool of impeachment, which is supposed to be used in an emergency, and it would seem many, many, many years apart, to be using this for a perfect phone call where the president of that country said there was no pressure whatsoever, didn't even know what we were talking about. It was perfect. The relationship is perfect. I've done much more for them than Obama did for them. It's a scam. It's something that shouldn't be allowed, and it's a very bad thing for our country. And you're trivializing impeachment. And I tell you what, someday there'll be a Democrat president and there'll be a Republican House, and I suspect they're going to remember it, because when you use impeachment for absolutely nothing other than to try and get political gain. Now, with that being said, my poll numbers, as you know, have gone through the roof. Fundraising for the Republican Party has gone through the roof. We're setting records. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, because the people are disgusted. The people are absolutely disgusted. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. And I watched yesterday, I got to see quite a bit of it yesterday, and I watched these Democrats on the committee make fools out of themselves, absolute fools out of themselves. And I also saw them quoting all the time incorrectly. They kept saying me. It wasn't about me, it was about us. The word was us. So they kept saying me. It said us. Can you do us a favor? Our country, comma, our country. Then it talked about seeing the Attorney General of the United States. For these people to say me, they would say me. You said, do me a favor. No, it didn't say that. It said, do us a favor, our country. Talking about the past election, talking about corruption. The other thing nobody remembers and nobody likes to talk about, and I talk about it all the time, is why isn't Germany, why isn't France, why aren't other European countries paying? Because we're paying the suckers. You know, for years we've been the suckers, but we're not the suckers anymore. Big difference. But why isn't Germany paying big money? They're the ones, I mean, they have a much bigger benefit than we do, because Ukraine is really a stoppage between Russia and parts of Europe, the major part of Europe. Why aren't European countries paying? Why isn't France paying a lot of money? Why is it always the United States? We're 7,000 miles away. Why is it always the suckers that pay? So we've changed that, but nobody brings that up. I think that the whole impeachment thing, hoax, I guess you could call it, because it is a hoax, and Nancy Pelosi knows it. By the way, they duped her yesterday. She was on an interview, and she said, we've been working on this for 2.5 years. So she was working on it, in other words, 2 years before we ever spoke to Ukraine. She said, we've been working on impeachment for 2.5 years. And the reporter was shocked when they got this answer, because it showed she's a liar. So it's a very sad thing for our country, but it seems to be very good for me politically. And again, those people, because I watch some of the dishonest fake media, they're saying, well, the polls have remained the same. No, the polls have not remained the same. I think you understand that, John. The polls have gone through the roof for Trump, because people, especially with independent voters, and especially in swing states, I could show you numbers that nobody has ever seen numbers like this before. So the impeachment is a hoax. It's a sham. It started a long time ago, probably before I came down the escalator with the future First Lady. It started a long time ago. And when you look at the IG report, And you look at these horrible FBI people talking about we got to get them out, insurance policies. You know, the insurance policy is just in case she loses, meaning Crooked Hillary, who's crooked as a $3 bill. Just in case Crooked Hillary loses, we've got an insurance policy. Well, we've been going through the insurance policy now for 3 years, and it's a disgrace. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Say it.
How much China will be buying? Will they hit 50?
I think they'll hit $50 billion in agriculture. No, much more than 50 because it's also manufacturing and other. But I think in agriculture they will hit $50 billion.
Next year or when?
Pretty soon. They've already stepped it up. My deal with them was 2 months ago. We had it in pretty good form. I said, do me a favor, start buying agriculture. And they started. If you look, I mean, they're already buying. Even before the deal is signed, they're buying.
Vice President.
Well, we're with the people of Venezuela 100%. It's so important to us, and we're going to be discussing Venezuela today. It'll be a big subject.
Mr. President, do you prefer a short process in the Senate or a more extended process?
Well, I've heard Lindsey Graham, who's terrific, and I heard his statement, and I like that. And I'll do whatever I want. Look, we did nothing wrong. So I'll do long or short. I've heard Mitch, I've heard Lindsey. I think they are very much on agreement on some concept. I'll do whatever they want to do. It doesn't matter. I wouldn't mind a long process because I'd like to see the whistleblower, who's a fraud. The whistleblower wrote a false report. And I really blew it up when I released the transcript of the call. And then Schiff gets up, and I blew him up too, because he went up in front of Congress and he made a statement about what I said that was totally false. And then a long time after he made it, when he got caught, he said, that was parody. No, Schiff is a crooked, he's a corrupt politician and a disgrace. And because of the fact he's in Congress, he's got immunity, so you can't do anything. But he went up there, you know that, he made a totally false statement. The whistleblower wrote a totally false statement. So it's a fraud. Then I say, where is the informer, the one that informed the whistleblower? You had an informer. He disappeared. You know why he disappeared? Because I released the transcript. Had I not released that transcript, we would have had an informer. We would have had another whistleblower. By the way, where's the second whistleblower? Remember that? We have a second whistleblower. We have breaking news. Look, not all of it, but much of the media is corrupt. These are bad people. They're sick people, and they're corrupt. And we're fighting the Democrats, and we're fighting a lot of the corrupt media. But I asked the corrupt media, where's the second whistleblower? Now, had I not had a transcript, I'm lucky we had this transcript, which, by the way, has now been verified by the lieutenant colonel, okay? He's another beauty. So where is all of the stuff that was going to happen? Once I released it, and I released it quickly. But once I released it, all of a sudden, the second whistleblower disappeared. The first whistleblower, who was all set to testify, all of a sudden, he becomes this saint-like figure that they don't need him anymore. The one that everybody wanted to see, including Schiff, was the whistleblower. Once I released the text of what happened, the transcript, that was the end. Everybody disappeared. So now there's no informer. There's no second whistleblower. Everybody's gone. And by the way, a guy like Sondland, nobody ever says it. He said very strongly that I said, I want nothing and no quid pro quo. Nobody says that. That's what he said. He said it in Congress. Nobody ever says that. So look, we're dealing with a lot of corrupt people. There was nothing done wrong. To use the power of impeachment on this nonsense is an embarrassment to this country. The president just said it. It's an embarrassment to our country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Come on, Brad, we're leaving. Come on.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, guys.
Welcome back, everyone, here worldwide on News Now as you take a live look at New York City here, just right outside of Fox News World Headquarters. Thank you so much for joining us here today on News Now. Happy Friday to everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. So great to be here with you. Hope everyone has some great plans this weekend. It is going to be absolutely fantastic. Tomorrow, 71 degrees here in the valley. We'll definitely take it for our friends up north in Sedona. Hey, it's going to be about 60 degrees. That is definitely something to smile about on this Friday here. All right, let's now continue on here with the impeachment inquiry, where earlier today, House Democrats in a party line vote said, you know what, we are going to advance these two articles of impeachment to the full House floor sometime next week. And, well, this is House Republicans. They weren't too happy about it. Take a look.
There was an abuse of power at the FISA court. There was abuse of power in our intel community. There was abuse of power. Even DOD was paying money to help set up the president. So there were all kinds of abuses of power, perhaps none more so than in the House of Representatives by the majority. This is an outrage. It sets the bar for any president of any party for the future to go through 3 years of hell like this president has. It's really unfortunate. This is a sad day for the country. It's going nowhere in the Senate, but I really hope and pray the Senate will not just pick it up and dismiss it. America needs to hear from the witnesses, and we didn't get to hear from them here. This was a kangaroo court. Outrageous to put the country through this, and we get a report, and we don't even get to examine the maker of the report. So it's a very sad day. I'm just glad I had such an incredible team I got to be on. These are really quality folks. Debbie, you want to?
Yeah, thank you. Well, this is really a travesty for America, and it's really tearing America apart. I have never in my entire life seen such an unfair, rigged railroad job against the President of the United States. I have known that my fellow Democrats were going to go for impeachment since January of this year when they got power. And here we are today. They predetermined they were going to do it, and they did it, come hell or high water. They had no proof, no evidence, no crime, but they went ahead anyway, and they're tearing the country apart, and they should be ashamed.
The founding fathers, the founders of this country, warned against single-party impeachments, and they had a very specific reason for warning us against that. They said that it would be bitterly divisive, perhaps irreparably divisive for the country, and that's what's happened now. This is the first time in the history of this nation, in 243 years, that a president has been treated in this manner, when one party has followed and pursued a predetermined political outcome to get to that end. You have to remember that before the famous July 25th phone call between President Trump and President Zelensky that supposedly sparked all of this whole charade, 95 House Democrats had already voted to proceed with impeaching Donald Trump before any of these facts came forward. That's just not right. They determined this. They said it from the day he took his oath of office that they would remove him, and they pursued that end. So this is what we're left with. 14 hours yesterday and a few moments this morning, this anticlimactic end to this whole charade was fitting and appropriate. There wasn't much there. And that's what happened here. I think the American people are going to militate against this. I think the polling shows that they've been very frustrated. They see what's happened here. They see the lack of evidence. They see this paper-thin impeachment proceeding, what ultimately developed of it, that there's nothing behind it. I think we showed that very clearly. And I think there's going to be a huge political price paid by the Democrats at the polls next year. And what we're ultimately concerned about, beyond the price that's paid in this short-term period, is what this is going to do to our republic going forward. The founders were right. They have divided the country even further, and I think that it's going to be very difficult for us in this institution to put this genie back in the bottle, and that's ultimately what we're all so concerned about.
In the media, you should hold the Democrats to the standard that they set for themselves, not the standard they set back in 1998 when Jerry Nadler said that impeachment would have to be supported by substantially a bipartisan group to be legitimate. Look at the standard they set for themselves just a few months ago. Democrats said that the evidence would have to be overwhelming, and yet in hearing after hearing, the evidence they presented was either hearsay, speculation and conjecture, or the result of a policy disagreement about how to treat the Ukraine. Democrats promised that after public hearings, there would be some newfound animated public support for impeachment. The reality is they failed to meet their burden. And so now, with no bipartisanship, matter of fact, the only bipartisan vote will be a bipartisan vote against impeachment, with no direct evidence, with no enhanced public support for impeachment, Democrats will continue to visit the opportunity costs for this division on our country. As Republicans, we would like to work on infrastructure, on asylum reform, on policy changes that will actually impact the quality of life for our constituents. But for Democrats, impeachment is their drug, it is their obsession, it is their total focus, and it is deeply disappointing that they failed to meet the standard that they set for themselves. Questions?
Yeah, Congressman, do you guys worry about the precedent that this sets on obstruction of Congress, the fact that this administration did not comply, did not cooperate at any point with this investigation, which has not happened before?
No, the administration has cooperated with fair and reasonable oversight. But when Democrats made clear that this was not about oversight, it was about impeachment, it was about an illegitimate process, then I think that reasonably informed the administration's position on whether or not to validate this absurd process.
Wait a minute.
Both the Nixon and Clinton administrations cooperated or provided some information in their impeachment investigation.
Yes.
The charges changing constantly.
Let me address this as we did yesterday. You have to understand that the Trump administration has cooperated. Okay, just this year, they understand Congress's oversight and investigation responsibility, and they've acknowledged it. 25 members of the administration have testified before oversight. 20 have testified before the Judiciary Committee. When the impeachment proceeding began, over 100,000 pages were submitted by the White House to Congress pursuant to our request. And, of course, he immediately released the transcript, the famous transcript of the phone call. The president has not been obstructing this at all. What he's worried about is the process, is this unprecedented charade that's gone on. Adam Schiff controlling this in a basement, having secret hearings, cherry-picking witnesses, denying Republican questions, not allowing Republican witnesses to come forward. There's been no chance for the president's counsel to participate in the early stages of this. This whole thing was rigged. I'm an attorney. Many of us are. If we were advising our client, and our client in this case happened to be Donald Trump, we would tell him not to participate in that because it's an ambush. We got ambushed last night on the scheduling. At every stage of this, the Democrats have tried to railroad the president, and that's why he's had some concern. The fact that they brought an impeachment claim of obstruction is absurd. The Obama administration, the one just prior to this one, went to court. They didn't turn in pleadings and all the documents and witnesses that were requested in the Fast and Furious investigation. They went to the third branch of government. That's the way our system is set up. When there is a natural impasse that develops between the legislative and executive branches, we have the third branch of government, the judiciary. They could have easily gone a few blocks away to a federal court, gotten an order to compel the production of anything else they needed, but they didn't have time to do that. You know why? We all know why. Because they guaranteed to their radical left base that they would impeach Donald Trump by Christmas. That's why we're here. That's why we've done all this, and that's why they didn't go through the normal process, the custom and practice of every previous administration in the modern era.
I mean, at the end of the day, the Democrats control the House of Representatives. They can determine what the process is. You guys might not like it. There are politics in this. There were politics in 1999 with President Clinton. We hear what you're saying, but that said, don't they have the right to handle this in the fashion
They
that
don't
they see
have the
fit?
right to abuse the process, and this was a total abusive process. It was a witch hunt. That's why they could not settle on a charge until they had exhausted that there was no evidence of a crime. And let me just tell you, if the DOJ and the FBI went after you and your family and your business associates, harassed them, and you find out, as the president did early on, this was all a scam to bring him down, then you would be wise, and I bet most any attorney would say, don't you go and they're looking for anything. Don't help them crucify you. It would not be smart. The president did the right thing. The obstruction of justice was right here. Well, of course, also DOJ, FBI, but hopefully there'll be people pay for that.
McConnell says that he's not likely to bring forward witnesses in the Senate trial.
That'd be a big mistake.
You have called for witnesses. How do you think that you're actually going to get your story out? This is not what McConnell
The
says
Senate
he
promised that for months now they would have witnesses, and I really understand the desire. This was a ridiculous process, a report, no real witnesses here. So I understand their desire to just get it behind us, but the country needs to hear what a farce this was. They really need to bring in witnesses. They're the chance to clean this mess up, and I sure hope they will.
Congressman, this is a president who just yesterday called a teenager on the autism spectrum a person with an anger management problem. Does that make it harder to defend him this vigorously?
The president communicates in a unique way. He doesn't communicate the way I do and the way many of us would. But wait a minute, let me answer. 63 million Americans voted to make him the president of the United States. He has an unorthodox style, but what we're talking about in here is removing a president because the Democrats don't like that style. They don't like him. They don't like his Twitter account. They don't like many of his staff members. They don't like what he does in the office. But the way our system is designed, the way our Constitution is written, is the party in charge. Even if you have the majority in Congress, you don't get to remove a president because you don't like him. They did not produce a scintilla of evidence to support a charge of impeachment, and that is the question at the end of the day. That's why we're so frustrated. We may not have a trial in the Senate. The president may not get a chance to put on his witnesses and put on his defense, but we're going to do it to our constituents and the American people every opportunity we have. And I don't know. I think that's about it.
Why is it ever okay for an American president to ask a foreign power to investigate a political rival? Why do you think that's okay?
He didn't do that.
He did ask Zelensky.
He did not do that.
Yes. He asked President Zelensky to investigate Joe Biden and his son Hunter Biden. Why is it okay?
That was because I think logically, more likely than the Democrat story, is because he wanted to vet out the corruption. He had seen the video of Joe Biden bragging about how he was going to withhold $1 billion from Ukraine if they didn't fire the prosecutor, the same prosecutor that had been investigating Burisma, the corrupt company where his son was getting paid to be on the board. That's corruption. That had corruption, plain and simple, according to an Obama administration person on a similar case who said that is corruption, plain and simple. And I think it's the responsibility of the President of the United States, before he hands over taxpayer dollars to investigate corruption, and I believe part of that corruption was with the Bidens.
He never mentioned corruption at all in that phone call.
Do you want witnesses at the second trial? Do you agree with that? I would. You want witnesses?
Welcome back, everyone, here to News Now Live. Look at how your weekend is shaping up, and yeah, we'll definitely take that. 69 degrees here for today, 71 for tomorrow with sunny skies, 65 for Sunday. You can see how the early next week is shaping up there as well in the low 60s, but you got to take a 71 in mid-December wherever and whenever you can, because that is great. I know the Midwest right now is getting a lot of wind chills there. 20 degrees for a high. Yeah, you definitely want to live right here, right now. We are in the Valley of the Sun for a reason. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Welcome back to News Now. Continuing to bring you these top stories and headlines from across the country. Well, we're going to go out to Florida right now, where detectives just did this news conference, and it was a big one, talking about Operation Santa's Naughty List. This is where they busted 100 people in a sexual predator sting. Take a look at this one. Yeah, you definitely want to live right here, right now. We are in the Valley of the Sun for a reason. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Welcome back to News Now. Continuing to bring you these top stories and headlines. All right, folks, I was just getting a little playback there myself there for a second, so hold on one second, everybody, while I finagle this here. Yep, that's what it was. Hold on one second, little audio there. All right, we got it for you.
And you'll hear from Krista in just a few minutes, but I can tell you unequivocally that they make this operation complete, because from the moment we take these folks into custody, our potential victims of human trafficking are immediately offered services to protect them and to help them break this horrible chain that they're involved in. Also, the Children Advocacy Center worked with us, and Celia Freedom worked with us, as well as Heartland for Children. But the primary purpose of this operation, as the past operations, are to identify and rescue the victims of human trafficking. In addition to that, the other co-primary purpose is to find deviants that want to prey on our children, that want to attack our children, that stalk our children online. And when you look at the 7 that are listed in the center there, the child sexual predators, understand that 5 of them traveled, 2 of them only used the computer. We'll tell you a little bit more about them in just a second, but 5 of those folks came to an undercover home thinking they were going to engage a child in sex. I can tell you our detectives saved lives because it wasn't a real child. It was a detective pretending to be a very young child. But they thought they were showing up to sexually batter, to rape a child. This operation was short in duration. It started on December the 3rd and wrapped up on December the 8th. Our detectives cast a wide net out upon the ocean, and what we brought in was child predators, deviants, victims of human trafficking, and Johns. Now I want to talk about the Johns for just a second, and then you're going to see some snapshots. If these guys didn't do what they did, these ladies here fortunately would be out of business. But this group to the left enable, create the environment that our victims of human trafficking work in. Are they all cognizant that these young ladies are victims? No, most of them are in total denial. But the reality is it's them, their conduct, their funds that feed the entire process, and we're going to talk about them. 124 arrests in just that short period of time of less than a week. 53 of them were prostitutes or victims of human trafficking. 46 were Johns. 17 were transporting or deriving proceeds. They will be further investigated for the possibility that they were the human trafficker of these ladies. We talked about the 7 predators, and there was one other that got scooped up in the process. I said before, and I underscore once again, and you'll hear Krista say this, we did something different here that many agencies across this state and nation don't do. We embed the counselors with us, and they work long hours so that we can immediately offer services. And here's what we found. We found 2 young ladies that showed up that never ever had a criminal arrest. And they still didn't go to the county jail because they immediately agreed to accept services and were placed in those services, and Krista will tell you more. 5 others, we have a real strong possibility that they are currently victims of human trafficking. So when you figure that we identified 7 in this one operation, that's more than we were able to focus on in any other single operation. And we've grayed out their face here. What's interesting to understand, that I in my heart believe that every one of these prostitutes at some point in time in their life were a victim of human trafficking, if in fact they're not currently a victim of human trafficking. The laws of the state of Florida are beautiful. If they accept services, they go through the process, we wipe out all reports, all photographs, all data that indicates that they were ever taken into custody, so that they can continue to live as victims, which they really are, with services and not as suspects of violating the law. So I always have the naysayers, I call them the haters, or the uninformed, that tell us things like, oh, it's just a business relationship between 2 consenting adults. No, it's not. The John may be consenting. These ladies are or have been victims, but it's not a low-level nonviolent event. For example, in this operation, we filed 78 new felony charges, and we filed 148 misdemeanor charges. But if you listen to the loud few people who don't know what they're talking about, you would think these were all angels that just got caught up in something that didn't mean to happen. But listen to this. This group of people here had 443 previous felony charges, 571 previous misdemeanor charges, and of those charges, 51 were violent felonies or violent crimes. So at the end of the day, if you think we just happened to drive by a monastery and pick up a bunch of innocent folks, you're wrong. That's not what happened here. 30, count them, 30 of these folks were married. That's right. Do you reckon, and that's Polk County vernacular, do you think, if you're not from Polk County, that maybe their wife's the victim? That they are going to go home exposed to hepatitis, HIV, and infect their wives? 65% of the Johns were married. Wives, are you paying attention? Watch out, because I can tell you that they may say, oh, it's the first time, honey, I didn't mean it, I'll love you in the morning, it was a slip. You might want to go to the doctor and get tested, because it's probably not the first time they've done things they shouldn't. 18 of them are on government assistance, and that always fires me up. I don't mind paying my taxes. I certainly think government assistance is not just mandatory, but is an absolute certain requirement of a society to take care of the very young, the very old, the physically and mentally challenged, those who just can't function. But if you're well enough to go out and do this, you ought to be well enough to go out and work and not take government assistance. 2 of these victims or suspects brought their very young children to the operation. Did you hear me? They brought their babies with them. A 3-year-old and I think a 5-year-old on one occasion. They brought their little children while they turned tricks. They brought narcotics. They brought a firearm. One of the ladies who showed up had a baby 10 days ago. 10 days ago, and she was already back at work. One was pregnant. So I'm going to go through some flashcards as you're used to, and I'm going to start with folks who are the worst of the worst of the worst, and that's these deviant child sexual predators. This guy didn't travel, but he communicated over the internet to what he thought was a 13-year-old female, and he was preparing to travel. He's retired. His name's William Stimmerman. He said he was fixed, so don't worry, you can't get pregnant. He was married. That's right, the guy's married. He told this little 13-year-old, and he thought he was conversing with the 13-year-old, wear something sexy and easy to get out of. Did you hear me? That's the communication he was having with the child. You think there's a problem here? We do. Of course, then there's always Matthew Minardi. He's a waiter. He lives in Palm Harbor. 13-year-old female is who he was communicating with, he thought. He sent nude photographs of himself. And he said that I was just stupid when our colleagues from Pinellas County went to arrest him, and he confessed. He also used a computer. He wanted to set up an environment where he and another adult could come have sex with a child. That's what he fantasized about online. Everyone else I'm going to talk about traveled. They showed up. That's right. They showed up at the undercover house, knocked on the front door, thinking they were about to engage a child in sex. How about Benjamin Castaneda? He's from Orlando. He works as a waiter at Simpson's Restaurant at Universal Studios. He's got a bachelor's degree in journalism. He sent nude photos of himself. I guess when he's sitting down in lockup, since he's got a bachelor's degree in journalism, he can, like, prepare his own press release so that he can share with everyone that a journalism degree will help you write better after you're arrested if you want to tell your story about why you travel to have sex with a 13-year-old child. And then there's Demetrius Gonzalez. He's from Davenport. He's a dental assistant. He thought he was going to meet up with and have sex with a 14-year-old boy. He brought, and I'll clean this up so we can use it on television, equipment with him to use on the boy. He said he likes to think of it as a pool. You see, he normally stays down in the adult end of the pool, but occasionally he goes to the kiddie end of the pool. Did you hear me? So he likes to go to the kiddie end of the pool. Now that's not all. This guy's got a real screw loose someplace. He said in the past he was a counselor for a camp called Integrity in Burlingame, New York. Demetrius Gonzalez. That's just who you want around your children at a child's camp. Then there's Pierre Alvarez. He's from Davenport. He's unemployed. He lives with his parents. He rode his bike to the undercover location to have sex with what he thought was a 13-year-old girl. He sent photographs online of himself nude. He talked ugly things about sex. And he is now locked up in the county jail. Anthony Gavin, you know, we had a culture change for Anthony. He had a news flash. He's a server at a restaurant. He traveled to meet a 14-year-old boy. He's married. I know his wife's proud. But he said, quote, "I don't want to be labeled a pedophile." Well, if you don't want to be labeled a pedophile, why are you showing up to have sex with a 14-year-old boy? Scary, scary thing. And of course, then there's Joshua Bryant. Joshua Bryant's from Brandon, Florida. He works at a convenience store. He came to meet a 14-year-old boy. He lives with his grandmother. He said he's attracted to 13 and 14-year-old boys, and here's his fantasy. He wants to keep them at his house. He wants them to stay in his room. He said, "I'll hide you." He said, "You know, when your family reports you missing tomorrow, I'll have you hidden in my room." That gives me pause. He didn't go so far as to say he would shackle him or imprison him, but he made it abundantly clear that he would hide this 13, 14-year-old little boy from his parents when they reported him as missing. He is dangerous, folks. This is his fantasy. This is what he was sharing. This is what he thought he was communicating to this 14-year-old boy. He was preparing this child to be hidden away in his home. It's only a small step from a fantasy to reality. That's our child predators. Now I'm going to introduce you to just a snapshot of what I think are interesting Johns that showed up. And how could you have an undercover operation without a pastor? There you go. Robert Johns. He's a pastor at New Horizons Church in Haines City. He lives in Mulberry. He also works at a local insurance company, and he solicited sex. He confessed to us. He stated, well, it just came over my cell phone all by itself. Well, that's interesting. We all have cell phones. Do y'all just like get ladies or prostitutes, you know, that search you up? Well, not only is he a pastor, not only did he solicit sex, but I think he kind of BS'd us a little bit too. Fibbed to us. Thou shalt not lie or something. But he did. I don't know what you say about that other than Jesus ain't going to be happy. Rodney Davis, 56, from Winter Garden. He's a Disney security guard. He's married, been married 27 years. We charged him with soliciting. He brought him a Viagra pill. But he didn't have a prescription for it, so that's another criminal charge. Have Viagra will travel? Okay, here's what you're not going to believe. Maybe you're not going to believe any of it. It's hard to believe any of this. I mean, people who live in what I call the normal world, this guy walked up to the front door of this home in a neighborhood on a cool evening, buck naked. Now, if you don't know the difference in naked and buck naked means you're not even wearing your socks. He didn't have a stitch of clothes on, but he was carrying a shirt, I guess in case of an emergency. He walked into the House. He was proud of himself. That's up for debate. But the detectives promptly took him into custody and gave him some breeches to put on. Then there's 44-year-old Tommy Gainey. Tommy Gainey is a professional golfer. In fact, he's got his PGA card. He's from Hartsville, South Carolina. He's married. He told us that he was here for a charity golf event, and it was to be like the next morning tee-off. He didn't make it. He was a scratch. Now, we Googled around to see if he was telling us the truth, and if you Google or search out and just type in 2 gloves, it comes up with his name. So he's been on the tour for quite a while. There's so many things I could say about that with 2 gloves, but I won't. Because my director of communications said it'll go downhill fast if you do. We charged him with soliciting. He missed his tea time the next morning.
Welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. It is Friday, and here is a live look at the White House here on this Friday, the 13th. Welcome to News Now. We got one more hour for you right here on Fox 10 Extra. Thank you so much for joining us here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. Well, it was shaping up for this impeachment inquiry. We heard about it for weeks and weeks now. They did their hearings, both on the judicial side as well as the other side when it comes to the intelligence side of the House committee. And it went along party lines to vote them out of those. And now, come next week, there will be a vote on the House floor with all of the House of Representatives for impeachment of President Donald J. Trump. That is expected sometime next week. We don't know when that exact floor date is going to happen. But today's big news was, well, it really wasn't that big of news. We knew it was going to go just down the party lines of 23 to 17 out of the Judiciary Committee. And they had 14 hours of really nonstop marathon style a hearing yesterday of a debate on these 2 articles of impeachment. And then they say, wait a minute, we are not going to have the final vote right now. They decide to table it. Democrats and Republicans come back this morning, and then 10 minutes later after they gavel in, they gavel out after going down party line voting and now setting up to be an impeachment of President Donald J. Trump. So what will happen next? Well, it'll go to the Senate then come January, a Senate trial. Will there be witnesses? We don't know if they'll go down that route, but Republicans will be really in charge of wrangling it and trying to get a deal with the Democrats on how they just want to go and proceed. But President Donald Trump had his own thoughts on what he's calling the biggest, quote, hoax of the year and maybe of the century, he said. Let's show you his remarks at the White House just a little bit ago.
A harbinger of what's to come in our country. It was last time. I'm sure people will be thrilled to hear that, but a lot of people will be, actually. A very big percentage of people, because this was a tremendous victory last night. And it's very interesting. The final votes are being tallied right now, but the numbers are tremendous. So I want to congratulate. He's a friend of mine. It's going to be a great thing for the United States also, because it means a lot of trade, tremendous amount of trade. They want to do business with us so badly. Under the European Union, it was very, very hard for them to do business with us. We just made our big deal, as you know, with Mexico, Canada. We have a tremendous trade deal that's going through the House now. It's going to be obviously approved, and it's tremendous for our country. It's really tremendous for the region, but it's fantastic for the U.S. We have the China deal, as you know, was just approved a little while ago. And it's, to me, not complicated, but that's what I do. It's a phenomenal deal. The tariffs will largely remain, 25% on $250 billion, and we'll use them for future negotiations on the Phase 2 deal, because China would like to see the tariffs off, and we're okay with that, but they'll be used as a negotiating table for the Phase 2 deal, which they would like to start immediately, and that's okay with me. We were going to wait till after the election, but they'd like to start them sooner than that, and that's okay. So we'll start that negotiation soon. This is a very large deal, the China deal. It covers tremendous manufacturing, farming, a lot of rules, regulations, a lot of things are covered. It's a Phase 1 deal, but a lot of big things are covered. And I say affectionately, the farmers are going to have to go out and buy much larger tractors, because it means a lot of business, a tremendous amount of business. And we've had a very big week. A lot of things have done. Space Force, as you know, was approved. That's another branch of the military. I mean, very few people have that in their legacy. And we have that, just like the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, the Coast Guard. We have another branch of the military, to think of what that means. But very vital. It's going to be, with time, it's going to be certainly one of the most important branches. We'll have our own representative. It will have its own representative on the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It's a big deal, something that a lot of people thought couldn't be done, but the Space Force will be a very important component of our defense and, frankly, our offense, and it'll be very important for our country. So we're very honored by that. And we had many other things that we've done this week. This has been a wild week. And if you have any questions, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, your reaction to the vote in the House Judiciary this morning?
Well, I was actually, believe it or not, finishing up I was doing the final touches on the China deal. And that's going to be one of the great deals ever, and it's going to ultimately lead to the opening of China, which is something that is incredible, because that's a whole big untapped market of 1.5 billion people. And so I was actually doing the finals, but I got to see enough of it, and certainly I spoke to my people. It's a witch hunt, it's a sham, it's a hoax. Nothing was done wrong. Zero was done wrong. I think it's a horrible thing to be using the tool of impeachment, which is supposed to be used in an emergency, and it would seem many, many, many years apart, to be using this for a perfect phone call where the president of that country said there was no pressure whatsoever, didn't even know what we were talking about. It was perfect. The relationship is perfect. I've done much more for them than Obama did for them. It's a scam. It's something that shouldn't be allowed, and it's a very bad thing for our country. And you're trivializing impeachment. And I tell you what, someday there'll be a Democrat president and there'll be a Republican House, and I suspect they're going to remember it. Because when you use impeachment for absolutely Nothing, other than to try and get political gain. Now, with that being said, my poll numbers, as you know, have gone through the roof. Fundraising for the Republican Party has gone through the roof. We're setting records. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, because the people are disgusted. The people are absolutely disgusted. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. And I watched yesterday, I got to see quite a bit of it yesterday, and I watched these Democrats on the committee make fools out of themselves, absolute fools out of themselves. And I also saw them quoting all the time incorrectly. They kept saying me. It wasn't about me, it was about us. The word was us. So they kept saying me. It said us. Can you do us a favor? Our country, comma, our country. Then it talked about seeing the Attorney General of the United States. For these people to say me, they would say me. You said, do me a favor. No, it didn't say that. It said, do us a favor, our country. Talking about the past election, talking about corruption. The other thing nobody remembers and nobody likes to talk about, and I talk about it all the time, is why isn't Germany, why isn't France, why aren't other European countries paying? Because we're paying the suckers. You know, for years we've been the suckers, but we're not the suckers anymore. Big difference. But why isn't Germany paying big money? They're the ones, I mean, they have a much bigger benefit than we do, because Ukraine is really a stoppage between Russia and parts of Europe, the major part of Europe. Why aren't European countries paying? Why isn't France paying a lot of money? Why is it always the United States? We're 7,000 miles away. Why is it always the suckers that pay? So we've changed that, but nobody brings that up. I think that the whole impeachment thing, hoax, I guess you could call it, because it is a hoax, and Nancy Pelosi knows it. By the way, they duped her yesterday. She was on an interview, and she said, we've been working on this for 2.5 years. So she was working on it, in other words, 2 years before we ever spoke to Ukraine. She said, we've been working on impeachment for 2.5 years. And the reporter was shocked when they got this answer, because it showed she's a liar. So it's a very sad thing for our country, but it seems to be very good for me politically. And again, those people, because I watch some of the dishonest fake media, they're saying, well, the polls have remained the same. No, the polls have not remained the same. I think you understand that, John. The polls have gone through the roof for Trump, because people, especially with independent voters, and especially in swing states, I could show you numbers that nobody has ever seen numbers like this before. So the impeachment is a hoax. It's a sham. It started a long time ago, probably before I came down the escalator with the future First Lady. It started a long time ago. And when you look at the IG report and you look at these horrible FBI people talking about we got to get them out, insurance policies, you know, the insurance policy is just in case she loses, meaning Crooked Hillary, who's crooked as a $3 bill. Just in case Crooked Hillary loses, we've got an insurance policy. Well, we've been going through the insurance policy now for 3 years, and it's a disgrace. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Say it.
Say how much China will be buying? Will they hit 50?
I think they'll hit $50 billion in agriculture. No, much more than 50, because it's also manufacturing and other. But I think in agriculture they will hit $50 billion.
Next
yes.
year, or when? What's the
Pretty soon.
timeline for that?
They've already stepped it up. My deal with them was 2 months ago. We had it in pretty good form. I said, do me a favor, start buying agriculture. And they started. If you look, I mean, they're already buying. Even before the deal is signed, they're buying.
Do you prefer a short?
Venezuela, Vice President.
Well, we're with the people of Venezuela 100%. It's so important to us, and we're going to be discussing Venezuela today. It'll be a big subject.
Mr. President, do you prefer a short process in the Senate or a more extended process?
Well, I've heard Lindsey Graham, who's terrific, and I heard his statement, and I like that. And I could also, I'll do whatever I want. Look, we did nothing wrong. So I'll do long or short. I've heard Mitch, I've heard Lindsey. I think they are very much on agreement on some concept. I'll do whatever they want to do. It doesn't matter. I wouldn't mind a long process, because I'd like to see the whistleblower, who's a fraud. The whistleblower wrote a false report. And I really blew it up when I released the transcript of the call. And then Schiff gets up, and I blew him up too, because he went up in front of Congress, and he made a statement about what I said that was totally false. And then a long time after he made it, when he got caught, he said, oh, that was parody. No, Schiff is a crooked, he's a corrupt politician, and a disgrace. And because of the fact he's in Congress, he's got immunity, so you can't do anything. But he went up there, you know that, he made a totally false statement. The whistleblower wrote a totally false statement. So it's a fraud. Then I say, where is the informer, the one that informed the whistleblower? You had an informer. He disappeared. You know why he disappeared? Because I released the transcript. Had I not released that transcript, we would have had an informer. We would have had another whistleblower. By the way, where's the second whistleblower? Remember that? We have a second whistleblower. We have breaking news. Look, not all of it, but much of the media is corrupt. These are bad people, they're sick people, and they're corrupt. And we're fighting the Democrats, and we're fighting a lot of the corrupt media. But I asked the corrupt media, where's the second whistleblower? Now, had I not had a transcript, I'm lucky we had this transcript, which, by the way, has now been verified by the lieutenant colonel, okay? He's another beauty. So where is all of the stuff that was going to happen? Once I released it, and I released it quickly, but once I released it, all of a sudden, the second whistleblower disappeared. The first whistleblower, who was all set to testify, all of a sudden, he becomes this saint-like figure that they don't need him anymore. The one that everybody wanted to see, including Schiff, was the whistleblower. Once I released the text of what happened, the transcript, that was the end. Everybody disappeared. So now there's no informer, there's no second whistleblower, everybody's gone. And by the way, a guy like Sundlin, nobody ever says it. He said very strongly that I said, I want nothing and no quid pro quo. Nobody says that. That's what he said. He said it in Congress. Nobody ever says that. So look, we're dealing with a lot of corrupt people. There was nothing done wrong. To use the power of impeachment on this nonsense is an embarrassment to this country. The president just said it. It's an embarrassment to our country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. We are waiting right here at Bernie Sanders' event as the road to 2020 does continue. We'll keep an eye on this shot. If we do see Bernie, we'll bring it to you here on News Now. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here on News Now today on this Friday the 13th. Hope everyone is having a great day so far. Okay, coming up next right here, we're going to keep on the road to 2020 summit here, take you out to Virginia, where Mike Bloomberg, who has just really been putting out ad after ad campaign in some states. He's the $100 million guy that they're calling him right now because that's how much he has dumped into his campaign, and all those TV ads. He is speaking in Virginia. Let's take a listen.
And when I don't want to pick on a former mayor of New York City, but John Lindsay, who was mayor back when I first got to New York in the late 60s, John Lindsay said, and everybody loved the statement, I wouldn't breathe any air I couldn't see. Now, that's a cute thing, but it doesn't keep your health good, and it's unfortunately just too cute by half, we would say. Across America, there are communities, both urban and rural, that have suffered for generations from the toxic air and poisonous water and fossil fuel economy produced for so long while Washington looked the other way. And as president, I promised I would put all of the hardest hit communities at the top of our priority list, including those that have provided us with coal for generations. The coal miners are ones that suffer more than anybody else. Their health is not great, so when we say we're going to move them to areas where there are jobs, a lot of them can't do that. And we've got to understand, and our foundations tried to work to help train Americans for new jobs across the country. Unfortunately, one of the things that the Trump first budget did is it cut back training for a lot of these, retraining for a lot of these programs. We have to do something, and today communities face the challenge of diversifying their economies and making the transition to a 21st century low-carbon economy. It isn't easy, far from it, but in the weeks ahead I'll be speaking with mayors and local leaders in these regions, learning from their experiences, asking for their ideas, adding the experiences that we had in New York City and retraining people. People that came to the country and didn't have great command of the English language, didn't have the skills that our economy needs, and so we know how to do it. It's much more difficult in some areas of the country than in others, so we've got to pull together and figure out ways to do it. It is outrageous that the coal companies aren't helping. They just use that bankruptcy out that I talked about. But if we hold everybody accountable, including us, we can make some progress. The issues I've outlined today are only the beginning of our climate change agenda, which will also be part of our overall agenda on jobs and other health issues. I will be rolling that out over the next few weeks, and more than plans, what I'm going to try to show that I can do it, is offer the leadership to get everybody to pull together and to really make progress rather than just complain. And that's what leadership is all about. In New York, not me, but the team that I put together had a record for 12 years of building coalitions and turning plans into reality. That team has never been afraid of the toughest battles against President Trump now and the biggest special interests, whether it is coal industry, gun lobby, or big tobacco. In all of those cases, during our administration in the city and then after we left City Hall, we've taken on all these issues, and so far we've won. We do know how to fight Donald Trump. We beat him a number of times. We took on Donald Trump after he said he'd pull us out of the Climate Paris Agreement. And we formed a group joint with Jerry Brown, governor of California, who I was with in San Francisco a couple days ago, to announce that we've made something called America's Pledge, saying we are going to step in and replace the federal government, believe it or not. And we've actually done that, and I was in Madrid 3 days ago to give our report to the United Nations, which is what the Paris Agreement required us to do, to show that we really are making progress. And there's companies and state governments and city governments and nonprofits, all of whom gotten together and really made a big difference. So we have a lot of more work to do. I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and get working. I know you are too. And I think we should find a ways to defeat Donald Trump, who tries to keep dragging us backwards. This is not a game. This is not something we should be playing politics with. This is people's lives. So with that, be happy to take some questions. And there's a guy with his hand up in the air already. He was ready. Are you a member of the press, sir?
Yes, sir. Adam, thanks. Adam from E&E News. What would you do about fracking as president? I know you've spoken against fracking bans in the past, but does this gas pledge change that?
I think it's fair to say fracking is the only ways we're going to get gas and oil out of the ground, and coal even. So it's here. The real issue is having regulations where they don't have leaks. And read the article today in the Times about the leaks. It's unbelievable what's escaping into the air. Methane that really is very bad for the economy. So we've got to focus on, I think, not fighting fracking, because it's probably a lost cause, but making sure the fracking is done with guidelines so that they don't leak. And then we'll have to figure out ways to transition away from gas, because we want to go, that's the difference between beyond coal and beyond carbon. We're getting away from coal. We've got to get away from natural gas as well and go to all renewables. But in the meantime, what you can do today is stop the leaks. And I think that's got to be the focus. Yes, sir.
News of day question. What do you make of the election in UK, the Boris Johnson election, and what message does it send to the progressives here in the country, seeing that he had such a decisive win over the progressives there in the UK?
You know, maybe this is the canary in the coal mine. The public clearly wanted a change in the UK. The change was much more rapid and greater magnitude than anyone had predicted. And I think it's sort of a catastrophic warning to the Democratic Party that you're just going to have somebody that can beat Donald Trump, and that is not going to be easy. Americans want change, but I think they don't want revolutionary change. They want evolutionary change. They want change that includes everyone. They want change that they can understand, and that's exactly the kind of campaign that I would run. Yes, in the back, young lady. That's okay.
The Green New Deal is another climate change plan supported by some of your Democratic opponents, and the cost of that is estimated to be anywhere between $53 and $93 trillion. How does the cost of your plan compare to that, and what do you expect the cost to be?
Well, number one, I don't know how you could possibly estimate a cost of something that is going to stretch out to 2050. No economist or mathematician is good enough to do those calculations with any specificity. I think it's great that they're thinking about new things, big things, but what we need is a lot of things right now that you can implement, and they tend to be not all that expensive. If you take a look, we've already closed 299 out of 530 coal-fired power plants in America. I think the number is about 70 coal-fired power plants in Europe out of 320, and we just started working there. And my foundation basically funded it all, so it wasn't that much money. It was focusing and explaining to the operators who are producing coal and polluting our environment that you can't do this anymore. We're not going to take it. And then people with green shirts standing outside and saying, stop this. And the public calling their elected officials and say, we want some support. So I don't think it's big money that you need for the short and intermediate term. Long term, you can certainly come up with scenarios where you'd spend a lot of money, and as an aspirational thing, I think they are great. But the details of how you would do it and what it would really cost is something that I'll leave to others, because by that time I'll be long gone, and almost everybody in this room will be. 2050, which is some of the guidelines that they've set, is way down the road. Yes, Miss, you had a...
Go back to news of day a little bit. Do you have any reaction to the House Judiciary passing articles of impeachment? And second, is there any part of you that sort of relishes that you'll have the campaign trail a little more to yourself once the impeachment inquiry goes to the Senate?
I don't know that I'm going to have anything to myself. You know, I know something about running for office in New York City. This is the first time I've run for office nationwide, And it's exciting, and every day is new, and every day my staff teaches me something that I thought I knew but wasn't smart enough to know. I think that beating Donald Trump is going to be more difficult after the UK election. That, to me, is pretty clear. I think it requires us to have more concrete plans than we would have otherwise come up with. We could all just say, oh, I'll beat him. But you've got to take a look and see, experience whether or not people have been able to, in their previous life, take on those kinds of battles. And I would love the opportunity to take on Donald Trump, but I think that's a bit premature at this point. There hasn't been one vote taken in the Democratic primary, and when they're taken, I would like to try to convince the public that the ideas that I have and the experience that I've had in actually doing things is something that is relevant if you scale it up from 8.4 million people and 300,000 employees to 330 million people and 4 million employees. But the world is, experience matters. And the president's job is not a training job. It's a place where you've got to step in and right away put together the teams that you need to run the country. And I think that's one of the things that you really got to think about. Donald Trump does not understand there's no I in the word team. And we've got to put together teams to attack every one of our problems, and they better be ready to go day one, because our problems are getting worse. We are walking away from our allies. We're no longer, they cannot depend on us. The American public is suffering, and getting to turn things around gets more difficult every day. We'll take one or two more questions. Way in the back there, sorry, and then I'll go here left. Yeah, we're good.
You used to like natural gas because it was shutting down coal plants, but now you want to end all fossil fuels. What changed?
We started out working on coal. Number one, we started, natural gas wasn't as prevalent, and the leaks weren't as bad as they are today. We made progress there, and we have a roadmap to complete that process by 2030. And I think we'll actually be able to do it given our past performance. So it's time we have the capacity, the bandwidth, to take on the next big problem, which is natural gas. Those are not the only two problems, not the only two polluters in the whole world, but those are the two big ones. And what's happened that helps is that the technology of renewables and the economics of renewables keeps getting better. So you can go to the operator of a coal-fired power plant and say, don't use coal, don't use natural gas. Renewables today will save you money, and tomorrow they're going to save you even more. And so it's in your interest. You can protect your stockholders, you can protect your employees, and you can protect your customers by making that transition. And tomorrow, if you start, you're going to get there quicker than if you wait. I look in Long Island, there's a lot of farms out there, and the number of farmers who've decided to grow electricity rather than grow potatoes is really quite amazing, because there's a market for it. And so now the marketplace lets you go on to the next. I saw somebody, I think, yes, it was you. I saw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two quick ones for you.
Just identify who you're with.
Sure. Ed O'Keefe with CBS News. Thanks for doing this. We've noticed in some of these early polls that there seems to be still some skepticism or some disapproval of your decision to do this, and I'm just curious what you make of that. And I'm also curious, you're about 3 weeks into this. What have you learned over the course of this so far about running for president or about the country?
Well, I think what I've learned is that I did enjoy all three campaigns when I was running for mayor. There were a couple of days in each campaign I wasn't thrilled with, but generally I did enjoy it all. And I've enjoyed this, and only been 3 weeks, but I like doing things, and I like people. And I don't think anybody expected that when I started going into seeking elected office. Today, I never walk down the street without walking up to every cop and just sticking my hand out and saying, thanks for taking care of us. I never see a fire truck stopped at a red light where I don't walk up and put my hand up to, hi guys, how are you? And it is almost all guys in New York. I've tried to get more women in, but not all that successfully. And say thank you. Sanitation workers, all the city workers, teachers, the doorman in your building. I just like people. And the best time I've had so far today, it's fun to talk to you, but I spent half an hour back there talking to 25, 30 people who I'd never met before about their views and their aspirations and what they've been, their accomplishments. And I will say I enjoyed all of that. In terms of people's skepticism, it's easy to find faults and easy to find scenarios where things don't work. I never lived in that world. I just think tomorrow is going to be better than today, and we're going to be able to do more. And I'm just an optimist. And, we'll see what happens. If it turns out that I don't have the right message, it wasn't because of my team. It was me, and I've just got to keep working harder. And, tomorrow, hopefully, I'll be better at this than I was yesterday. And, there are people that have been out there for an awful long time running for office. I had decided that I wasn't going to run for office. I could still do a lot with my foundation and all of my personal time. And then I started taking a look at Donald Trump getting stronger, the stock market going up, unemployment going down, which will make it harder to replace him. And I looked at the candidates and I just thought, maybe I'm wrong, but they did not look to me like they would be successful in defeating Donald Trump. And while we have lots of problems, the number one problem is getting a different president. We need a different president, and we're not going in that direction. So then I said, okay, if I think that and I care about the future of this country for myself, my kids, my grandkids, and whatever, shame on me if I wasn't willing to do something. And so I said, I'm going to do it. My staff had a heart attack. And the next day, my office was...
It gives me no joy to say this. I have conservative friends who I disagree with politically, intellectually, but you have a president who is a racist, who is a sexist, who is a homophobe and a xenophobe and a religious bigot. And that is not somebody who should remain in the Oval Office of this country. And together, we are going to end that. I know that in New Hampshire and in Vermont and all over this country, President Trump has his supporters. I get that. But I would hope that people understand that this election is more than just the important issues facing our country. I'm going to talk about them in a moment. It has something to do with character. It has something to do with temperament. It has something to do without making major policies through a tweet in the middle of the night. It has something to do with a president who, in an unprecedented way, is trying to divide our people up based on the color of our skin, where we were born, our sexual orientation, our religion, trying to divide people up. What America is about and is supposed to be about, and what every president, conservative, moderate, progressive, must understand, the function of the President of the United States is to bring people together as Americans, not divide us up. Our campaign asks a lot of the people of this country. We ask people to think outside of the box, to go beyond what members of Congress talk about, what the media talks about, and ask the fundamental questions about what is going on in our country and how can we bring about the changes that we need. And I learned a long time ago that it is far more important to ask the right questions than to give the right answers. Anybody can give you an answer, but it is much harder to ask the right questions. So here are just a few of those questions.
Welcome back, everyone. Here to News Now, out live right now in New Hampshire, where Senator Bernie Sanders is campaigning right now.
Hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to buy elections. Now, I come from Vermont. Many of you are from New Hampshire. We have town meetings, not different than this, where people come together and they argue about the school budget or the road budget or the municipal budget in general. And then at the end of the meeting, they raise their hands, yes or no, and majority rules. Billionaires do not control what happens. It's one person, one vote. And what this campaign is about is to make certain that once again in America, we will return to a democracy of one person, one vote, not billionaires buying elections. The other issue that we have got to throw on the table, and we've got to talk about, which you don't hear much discussion in the media or in Congress about, is economic justice. Economic justice. Elon was talking about Dr. King and justice, and I believe that. Right now, what you have in America is more income and wealth inequality than at any time since the 1920s. In the richest country in the history of the world, which is what we are now, you got three people who now own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. You got that? Now, we don't talk about it enough. You don't see it on the television. But that is not what a democracy is supposed to be about, and that is not what a vibrant economy is about. So today we say very loudly and clearly to the billionaire class whose wealth has increased enormously in the last 20 or 30 years, we say to them that we're going to create an economy that works for all of us, not just the 1%. Love you too. Now, at a time when half of the people in our country, in a so-called good economy, half of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. You all know what that means, paycheck to paycheck? It means that a senior citizen here in New Hampshire is trying to get by on $14,000, $15,000 a year, and I don't know how she or he can do that. It means there are workers trying to get by on $9, $10, $11 an hour and provide for their kids, and I don't know how you can do that. It means there are millions of people in this country who, when they get sick, cannot afford to go to the doctor. That's living paycheck to paycheck. So what our campaign is about, and what our administration will be about, is standing up for the working class of this country. And what that means, not complicated. It means that if you work 40 hours a week in New Hampshire or Vermont or any place else, you're not going to be living in poverty, because we're going to raise the federal minimum wage to at least $15 an hour. It means equal pay for equal work. It means that we're going to make it easier for workers to join unions. It means that we are going to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure. That is our roads, our bridges, our water systems, our wastewater plants, the affordable housing that we need all over this country. And when we rebuild our crumbling infrastructure with good-paying jobs, we can create up to 20 million good jobs. That's what we can do. Nelson Mandela made a profound statement. This is what he said. He said, "It always seems impossible until it is done." Do you all know what that means? It always seems impossible until it is done. What does that mean? Help me out here. All right, what else does it mean? What? That's right. All right, it means all of these things. Here's what it means. It means that right now, and historically, the establishment, the media always say, oh, you can't accomplish it. You're thinking too big. 100 years ago, they told women, you want to vote? You want to go to college? You want to be a doctor? What, are you crazy? That is not what women are supposed to do. 150 years ago, they told workers, you want to engage in collective bargaining and form a union? Who do you think you are? I'm the boss, you're the worker, you listen to me. You have no rights on the job. Over history, they told the African American population in our country that you will continue to be second-class citizens. You will not have the right to vote because of the color of your skin. You can't drink in that water fountain. Your kid can't go to that school because you're black. They told the gay community, you really think you have a right to marry somebody despite their gender? You're crazy. That's not what it's done. People stood up and they fought back and they said, you, the establishment, will not define who I am. We will define who we are ourselves. And then, apropos of what Mandela said, after it is done, it is no big deal. People now laugh when we say 100 years ago women didn't have the right to vote. How crazy is that? It wasn't crazy 100 years ago, but women had to struggle for that. The gay marriage exists in every state in the country today. Young people don't even know. What's the big deal? Your younger generation doesn't even understand the struggle that went on forever for gay rights and gay marriage. Because it's there. What's the problem? Of course people have a right to marry whoever they want. And where we are right now, in this moment in history, is for us to think big, to accomplish our agenda so that 50 years from now, people will look back when you talk to your grandchildren and say, you know, Grandma, I don't really believe that you're telling me that in America 500,000 people slept out on the streets when a handful of billionaires controlled the economy. I don't believe you. You're telling me that there were people in America who could not go to the doctor when they were sick. That's crazy, Grandma. You're getting old. It can't be. That was not what happened in America. That's the point. The point is that the ideas that today are not discussed on the television, are not discussed in the Congress, those are the ideas that we have got to bring forth and fight for so that our kids and grandchildren will nod their heads and say, of course, that's what should have happened. Four years ago, when I campaigned in New Hampshire, I made the point, seems to me an obvious point. People are, I think, understanding it better. I said 4 years ago, you know, we talk about public education in America, looking at somebody who went to public schools. And right now, free public education, K through 12, great. And that's been around for about 100 years. Well, the world has changed in 100 years. Technology has changed. The global economy has changed. And when we talk about public education right now, we have got to make certain that we're talking about making public colleges and universities tuition free. Radical idea? I don't think so. What you're seeing is cities and states all over the country moving in exactly that direction. Here's another. You ready for another radical idea? 11 years ago, against my vote, Congress bailed out the crooks on Wall Street who nearly destroyed our economy. 2 years ago, Trump and his friends gave $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1% and large profitable corporations. My view is that if Congress could do that for the rich and the powerful, we can and must cancel all student debt in America. And as Alon mentioned a moment ago, we're going to do that through a modest tax on Wall Street speculation. I have believed for my entire adult life that health care is a human right and not a privilege. Does not seem to me to be a radical idea for us to be living in a country where when you are sick, you go to the doctor regardless of the income of your family. Not a radical idea. Doesn't seem to me to be a radical idea that if you end up in a hospital with a serious procedure, that you could leave that hospital and not be one of the 500,000 Americans who go bankrupt because of medically related bills. And it seems to me a little bit crazy that we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people, despite the fact that we are spending twice as much per capita on health care as do the people of any other nation. Seems to me a little bit crazy. So maybe, just maybe, we should create a health care system which is designed to provide quality care to all of our people, and not a system designed to make the insurance companies and the drug companies filthy rich. In terms of Medicare for all, which is what we are fighting for, we are taking on, obviously, the insurance companies and the drug companies who made $100 billion in profits last year, while 1 out of 5 Americans cannot afford the medicine they need because we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. So let me be very clear and say to the pharmaceutical industry, we are going to take on the greed, the corruption, and the price fixing. which is charging us here in America by far the highest prices in the world for drugs. We're going to take that on. We are going to lower prescription drug costs in America, and under Medicare for all, nobody in this country will have to pay more than $200 a year for the prescription drugs they need. Now, there are a lot of issues that are out there, all of which are important. But there is one issue which is so important, not only to our country, but to the entire world, and that is, as Ilhan mentioned, the existential crisis of climate change. It will come as no secret to anybody in this room that I disagree with Trump on virtually everything. But on this issue, what he is doing by claiming that climate change is a hoax, by actually attacking Greta Thunberg, what he is doing is not only endangering our country, but the entire world. So let me tell you, not something that I came up with. I failed physics when I was in college, so I can't tell you I'm a great science student. But I do listen to the scientists. And what the scientists are telling us with regard to climate change is that what they had previously believed to be the case turned out to be inaccurate. They underestimated the degree and severity at which climate change is ravaging our country and the entire world. The polar ice caps are melting much faster than they had anticipated. The ocean is warming, and that means that in the United States and all over the world, coastal cities and communities will be increasingly underwater. And I'm talking about Miami and Charleston, South Carolina, New York City by the end of the century. We're talking about Bangladesh, Vietnam, low-level countries all over the world. What we are talking about is an increase in drought. Right now, as we speak, parts of Australia are on fire. Unprecedented levels of wildfires in Australia, and God, everybody here knows what has been happening in California. What we will see if the droughts continue and we don't get a handle on climate change is the growing season
Welcome back, everyone. Here to News Now. Just a little time left with you here on Fox 10 Extra. You're taking a live look at Fox Square right there in New York City. They're with their beautiful tree that they put up for the Christmas and holiday season right by Fox World headquarters there on Avenue of the Americas right there. Well, let's show you one more time because we got to show it to you. Our great 10-day Foxcast. This is how it is shaping up for the weekend. And yeah, we will definitely take 71 degrees in mid-December for your Saturday, 65 degrees on Sunday. And you can see the rest of the week there as well. Look at the Monday low, though. 39 degrees it's going to get down to. Monday, 63 for a high. Then we'll just stay right about there for the rest of the week as we get closer to Christmas. But don't stop anywhere, folks. Continue to join us. News Now, the experience continues all the way until 8 o'clock tonight on our YouTube channel or on fox10phoenix.com. That's where you can find us. We will have more from Bernie Sanders as well as Andrew Yang is doing an event there in Iowa right now. So you got some contenders there going for the Democratic nomination. And if there is any other news that breaks, we'll have it for you right here on News Now. Live look at the Capitol here. It was a busy, busy week there. Now it seems like everything is calming down there in our nation's capital. We'll be with you. It's going to be a busy week next week on Fox 10 Extra. Start the coverage at 10 a.m. on Monday. Love to have you there. Thanks so much and have a great weekend, everyone.
How good tasting those cigarettes, how healthy they were for you. We had members of the tobacco industry lining up before Congress, standing up and swearing to tell the truth and telling members of Congress that tobacco was not unhealthy for people. And the result of that is that millions of people died, including my father, who smoked 2 packs of cigarettes a day. In fact, during World War II, we gave out cigarettes to the soldiers, getting them addicted to tobacco. All right? And now you have a situation where you have the fossil fuel industry, who has some very smart scientists, who have known for decades what carbon emission means in terms of global warming. They have known it. And then instead of facing the reality and moving to sustainable energy, they lied. And they put many millions of dollars into obfuscation campaigns, saying, well, we're not sure, we have to study it, different opinions. They knew the truth. Those people who knew the truth and lied about what carbon emissions are doing to this planet have got to be held accountable. And when you talk about corporate greed and corporate corruption, that issue of the fossil fuel industry lying to the American people is not radically different than what the manufacturers of opioids did as well. And I know what impact the opioid epidemic has had on this state, to Vermont as well, but here more. You had people in the pharmaceutical industry, people who manufacture the opioids, know. It's not like they didn't know. We can forgive people for producing a product, and that happens. You produce a product, you don't know fully what the impact is. These guys learned about the fact that many, many, many thousands of people were becoming addicted to these opioids, and you know what they did? They hired more salespeople to go out and sell them even more aggressively, because money was more important than the lives of tens of thousands of people in this country. And that is a kind of corporate, not only greed, but corporate ugliness and corporate corruption that we have got to take on in this campaign and as an administration. In America today, when we talk about a progressive agenda, one of the things that must be part of any progressive agenda is dealing with our broken and racist criminal justice system. So what our administration will be about is investing in young people, in jobs and education, not more jails and incarceration. We will be about ending cash bail so that 400,000 people do not stay behind bars today because they're too poor to get bail. We are about ending private prisons and detention centers. And we are about ending the incredibly destructive war on drugs. And that means that we will legalize marijuana in every state in this country. It means that we will expunge the records of those arrested for possession of marijuana. And when we talk about a progressive agenda, we will end the war against women in this country. I get a little bit tired of hearing my conservative colleagues in the Senate talk about how they believe in small government and getting government off the backs of the American people. If you believe in getting government off the backs of the American people, then understand that it is a woman, not the government, who has the right to control her own life. And here is my promise to you, is that I will never nominate someone for the U.S. Supreme Court who is not 100% pro Roe v. Wade. And when we talk about justice in America, we have got to end the demonization of the undocumented immigrants in this country. And that means moving aggressively, and I think we can pass it. I think there is bipartisan support. I think the American people want us to go forward for comprehensive immigration reform and a path towards citizenship. We will end the current border policy because under my administration, no federal agent will ever snatch a baby away from the arms of her mother. And on day one, we will pass executive orders ending all of Trump's racist executive orders on immigration. And on day one, we will reestablish legal status for the 1.8 million young people eligible for the DACA program. I know that you share with me the horror that we experience when we turn on the TV or we read the papers and find out there's been another mass shooting someplace in America. And it appears that it just never ends. One terrible, terrible shooting after another. We lose about 40,000 people a year to gun violence, but the problem goes even deeper than that. I have talked to parents, and in fact, I am the grandfather of kids who are in schools in New Hampshire right now where they undergo drills in order to figure out how they can best deal with some horrible situation. Can you imagine that? That our kids or our grandchildren right now are thinking about how they can escape some horrible, horrible situation. A woman in Iowa mentioned to me that, what am I supposed to say to my daughter when she asked me to get her a bulletproof backpack, which I guess they sell? So a guy who was 6'2", guy looks like a football player to me, saying, you know what, I got to tell you, Senator, that in my school, kids are afraid to go to school. Our job as an administration will be to make it very clear that the gun policies we develop will not be dictated by the NRA. They will be dictated by the American people. And the good news there is that what we have seen, because of all of these horrible situations, because of the young people in this country standing up and fighting for sensible gun policy, what we have seen is a significant coming together of rural states like Vermont and New Hampshire with urban communities, Los Angeles, Detroit. We have seen gun owners and non-gun owners come together and understand that we need universal and expanded background checks. That we need to end the so-called gun show loophole. That we need to end the straw man provision which allows people to legally buy guns and then sell them to criminal elements. And you know what? As people observe these terrible events, a significant majority of the American people now believe, as I have for 30 years, that we must ban the sale and distribution of assault weapons in this country. Let me just say what you already know, that New Hampshire plays a very outsized role in the political process in this country. You are the first primary state, you're the second state to vote behind Iowa. And I know that the people of New Hampshire take that responsibility very seriously. I know that you go out, today you're here to hear me, and tomorrow you go out to hear another candidate, and you want to assess what the candidates are saying, what you agree with and what you don't agree with. And that is exactly what should be happening in a democracy. But I guess what I want to say to you today is that our campaign is a little bit different than other campaigns. Obviously, I want your support to help us win here in New Hampshire, and I think we can do that. I want your support to help me become the Democratic nominee and to defeat the most dangerous president in the modern history of this country. But those goals are not unique to my campaign. Every one of the other 15 candidates that come here is going to tell you exactly the same thing. But I'll tell you what is unique to our campaign. What is unique is I am running for president not just to defeat Trump, as important as that is. I'm running for president to work with you and millions of Americans to transform this country and create a government and economy that works for all, not just the 1%. The message of our campaign is us, not me. And the reason for that is twofold. Number one, it suggests the view that we are all in this together, that our view of life is radically different than Trump's and some of his billionaire friends who think that lying, cheating, and stealing, so long as you can make more and more money, is what human life is about. Our view is different. We believe that we are in this together, that my family has got to help your family has got to help my family, and that we have to create a nation and government based on justice for all. And the second part of that message, us, not me, is something you will not see on television. Not, as we say in Vermont, till the cows come home. And that is an understanding of power structure in America. You all know what I mean by that? Okay, who has the power in America? So I can run, hey, vote for me, and I'm going to do A, B, and C. I'm a great guy. But you have to ask yourselves, how does it happen after all of the speeches and presidents and great campaigns, the average American worker today is not making a nickel more in real inflation accounted for dollars than he or she did 45 years ago? How does it happen that 500,000 people are sleeping out on the streets tonight? How does it happen that 87 million people are uninsured or underinsured after all the great speeches and all the ideas, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that? And the answer is that we have a corporate power structure in this country that has incredible wealth and incredible power. I am talking about Wall Street, where you got 6 banks that have assets equivalent to 50% of the GDP of the United States of America, over $10 trillion in assets controlled by 6 banks. I'm talking about the insurance companies who fight ferociously to prevent us from doing whatever every other major country on earth has done, guarantee health care to all people. I'm talking about the drug companies who made $67 billion in profits last year, while they charge us, in some cases, 10 times more for the same exact drugs as they do Canadians or people in Europe. I'm talking about the military-industrial complex, who now have pushed for a military budget that is more than the 10 next nations behind us combined, which is why, by the way, we are going to end endless wars. So what this campaign is about is telling some hard truths to the American people, truths that you're not going to see on the TV or in virtually any other campaign. And that is that the only way we bring about real change in America is when tens of millions of people stand up and fight and demand that change. I'm a United States Senator, and I deal with the power of corporate America every day. Dealt with these guys for years. And I would be lying to you if I did not say that the 1% not only has unlimited amounts of money, but incredible economic power, political power, and they own the media. That's power. But at the end of the day, last I heard, that 99% is a hell of a lot more people than 1%. So if we stand together, if we don't allow Trump and his friends to divide us up, based on the color of our skin or where we were born or our religion or our sexual orientation. If we stand together around an agenda that works for all of us, brothers and sisters, there is nothing that we cannot accomplish, and that is what this campaign and our administration is about. Thank you all very much.
And thank you all for being here this afternoon, Friday edition of Fox News Now. Pilar Arias here with you, taking a live look at current traffic conditions here in the Valley of the Sun. The air quality today, not perfect out there, but nonetheless plenty of sunshine. Should be pretty nice temperatures, especially for mid-December. Hey, happy Friday again, everyone. It is Friday. I do have 2 animal-related stories for you. Both animals may not have fur on them, but they are still animal-related stories. And speaking of, I've got those top stories ready to go for you right here on Fox News Now. I'm going to make sure that my audio is A-OK. I've got the proper graphic up. There goes the graphic. By the way, I'm hearing we might be getting some new graphics soon here on the News Now set. That's pretty exciting. A new look, right? Okay, so for those of you who have been following the impeachment probe, here's a recap. For those of you who haven't, here's a recap. Again, hope you all are having a fabulous Friday afternoon so far.
The article is agreed to.
For just the 3rd time in history, the House Judiciary Committee has approved articles of impeachment.
The president has not been obstructing this at all. What he's worried about is the process, is this unprecedented charade that's gone on. This whole thing was rigged.
Today is a solemn and sad day. The House will act expeditiously. Thank you.
The 2 articles against President Trump are abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. They both passed on a 23-17 party line vote. The articles will now go to the House floor for a possible vote next week, where the president will likely be impeached. From there, attention shifts to the Senate for a trial. Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is projecting confidence in the outcome.
We all know how it's going to end. There's no chance the president's going to be removed from office.
President Trump chimed in, tweeting, "How do you get impeached when you have done nothing wrong?"
We expect the vote by the full House of Representatives next Wednesday or Thursday. In Washington, Ray Bogan, Fox News.
All right, Ray, thanks so much for that update there. Here is a live look, 6th Avenue in New York City, the Fox News headquarters. Such a gorgeous Christmas tree out there. Nutcracker as well. Absolutely stunning sight there. Might be chilly, but so many awesome sights and sounds to check out in the Big Apple this time of year. Being in New York City around the holidays, definitely on my bucket list for sure. Hey, as we come to a close here, the year 2019, remember, I'm the question lady. I like to get to know all you news nowers, not just here across the country, but worldwide. Currently 935 of you watching. Questions I have for you. Let's see. Where have you traveled to in 2019? If you're not done traveling, feel free to let me know about the destination that you were going before the year ends. And do you already have any vacation, any trips planned for 2020? Just last night, I did book a flight for my first trip in the new year. I am looking forward to going to a common meeting place and meeting some of my friends that live in Seattle, Washington. We're kind of meeting not necessarily in the middle, a little bit closer to me than it is to them, but regardless, that's my favorite things to do, because if you guys live far away from each other and you can't make it to one place or the other place, just be like, hey, let's just meet here at a common place, and it's a lot of fun. You know, everyone's kind of out of their element, everyone's in the vacation mood. It's not like one friend visiting another friend where, you know, one's got to be the host and one's got to enjoy themselves. Everybody gets to enjoy themselves. Anyway, I'm just mumbling on. Hey, I told you I had 2 Friday related stories for you. Speaking of, a lot of people mentioning how today is Friday the 13th. Yes, I recognize that too this morning, and I was like, kind of awkward that this isn't in like October. It's December, Friday the 13th. But anyway, I digress. So these 2 top stories I have for you that are animal related. This first one is about a hero rescuing a dog after a leash gets stuck in an elevator. Let's watch.
That dog kind of walked away as she was walking on.
And then the elevator door shuts, leaving the Pomeranian and his owner on either side and on different floors.
And as soon as I saw that, that the door shut, I just reacted.
Johnny Mathis was getting home late from work and began turning the corner to head to his apartment. But luckily, he says, the cute dog caught his eye long enough to see what was about to happen.
That door closed really quick, and I know that it wasn't going to just stop.
Johnny says the dog was starting to lift off the ground, so he pulled the leash down with all his might as he scrambled to undo the buckle collar or unclasp the leash.
The dog was so fluffy, I couldn't get to it easy. So you see me struggling, trying to undo it because of all the fur that was around its neck, you know. I mean, I just held on to the dog, and the whole time I could just hear the girl bawling her eyes out inside the elevator, freaking out.
Finally, the Pomeranian and his owner were reunited.
She gave me a hug, and she was just telling me thank you, and I mean, it was a freak thing that I think could happen to anyone.
He posted the video on Twitter to show his friends, but now it's gone viral, garnering lots of retweets and praise.
I'm just glad I was there, honestly. I did what, I mean, anyone else would do, and it was just instinct, you know.
Johnny hopes this video helps raise awareness about those long retractable leashes in elevators, and throughout the whole ordeal, Johnny says the dog was super calm. In the studio, Maria Salazar, Fox 26 News.
Talk about right place at the right time. Thank you so much to that man there for saving that Pomeranian. Could have been absolutely disastrous there. All right, taking a live look at Capitol Hill in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Looks like kind of a gloomy day weather-wise. Looks a little bit more winter than fall-like to me, but I haven't been out to D.C. in more than 20 years, so I'm not too familiar with the weather pattern out there anymore. All right, so I told you I had 2 animal-related stories for you, and I said not all of the animals had fur, right? So this next top story is about how there's low salmon numbers in a river in Washington.
You know, we're really in crisis mode down here on the Nisqually.
On the Nisqually River in December, it's what you don't see that spells trouble.
We got all the wildlife down here except the salmon. Eagles, seals, sea lions, birds, but no fish. You know, they're looking for the salmon too.
Nisqually Tribal Council member Willie Frank III says winter chum runs used to be plentiful, where a day of fishing could yield 100 fish per boat.
The numbers we got back Sunday, we caught 39 fish total between almost 40 fishermen. You know, that's unheard of here on the Nisqually. We've never had that happen before.
And with that, fishermen abandoned their nets on the banks.
Unless a miracle happens, we're probably done for the season.
It's the second time in 5 years they've closed this early, a season meant to stretch well into January.
You know, and it's hard to tell your fishermen that you can't fish.
But Frank says there's no other choice.
People, I don't want to be that generation that catches the last salmon.
Frank's father, environmental and civil rights champion Billy Frank Jr., fought for these fishing rights. Now his son fights to hang on to what's left.
Being on this river for me is like going to church. Being able to set that net and exercise our treaty right is something that I want to be able to do for the rest of my life.
And as he looks to future generations, tough calls like shutting down fishing can help for a little, but it'll take big changes to save a river for a lifetime. On the Nisqually River, Simone Del Rosario, Q13 News.
The road to 2020. Plenty of Democrats doing some campaigning today. Man, I almost just mixed the words Democrats and campaigning. This is Senator Amy Klobuchar. She is holding a labor leaders roundtable in Miami, Florida, and we're going to listen in live on Fox News Now.
And of course, making sure that we are leaving no one behind in this changing economy by how we invest, how we handle discrimination laws, and the like. So I'm actually really excited about this plan because I think this is where Donald Trump has really lagged behind in terms of, in many ways he has, but despite his 100 tweets by 1 p.m. yesterday, just not keeping up with where our workers are and what their needs are. And so this is an exciting plan, and I want to hear from these great panelists who are dealing with this every single day to get their ideas, and then we'll do a few questions. So thanks for having me back. Thank you. You need the microphone.
We can, Carly, let's start. We can share.
Okay. All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carla Hernandez-Mats. I'm the president of United Teachers of Dade, and I want to say bienvenida a Miami. I represent 30,000 employees in Miami-Dade County Public Schools, largely female workforce, and I believe that a lot of the topics that you have addressed today are topics that are extremely important here in Miami-Dade County. So let me start off by saying thank you for acknowledging the importance of working families, of the House of Labor, and of how we all interconnect on so many levels with the things that we talk about on a daily basis. You mentioned climate change. We're here in Miami where, you know, the sea level rise and flooding is an extreme, something that's extreme for us here on the beach. Immigrants, you know, my family is also an immigrant family and a union family, and so we have to talk about what's happening, you know, with making sure that immigrants have rights and that we have something that's viable for them as they contribute to this community, to the economy, and of course to the American dream. But obviously my most important issue is education, because like you, I believe that education is the ultimate and only equalizer. It is the cornerstone of democracy. And one of the things that we've seen in this administration is that there is a Secretary of Education that has no background knowledge except how to privatize schools sitting in that powerful seat. You know, they're talking about taking away SNAP for families, which in turn here in Miami-Dade is going to be detrimental, as hundreds and thousands of students, of our children, are not going to have their free or reduced lunch. When we talk about how there's so much money going that's being wasted right now through funneling to charter schools and voucher programs, there was an article that came out on Forbes just 2 days ago that mentioned there's over $1 billion of federal tax dollars that have been wasted on unaccountable charter schools. We are worried because we want our children to be well educated. We want our children to have the possibility of achieving that great dream that your mom, your teacher taught you. You know, the great dream that my dad, who was a farm worker and then a carpenter, you know, in the Carpenters Union, told me I could achieve. And so, you know, we're really looking forward to all of, you know, your proposals, and of course, seeing what you will also repeal if you were to be you know, if you are the President of the United States of America. So thank you very much.
Well, and I just mentioned that I have this plan out there that is worth looking at. It's 137 things you can do in the first 100 days of my presidency without Congress. Okay? They are all legal, okay? Because a lot of them, as you say, are executive orders that were bad things that happened, including from Betsy DeVos. And a lot of them are actually affirmative action we can take immediately, like going back into the International Climate Change Agreement, the Clean Power Rules. I like your Greta shirt there, I was noticing. The gas mileage standards, closing the boyfriend loophole for guns you can actually do without Congress. Things with pharmaceutical prices. So I think that's very important what you just said, and because you want to build trust immediately with the American people and start a new way of dealing with the world and dealing with the people in our own country and changing the tone in our politics, which has got to change immediately. Imagine what it'll be like to have no mean tweets in the morning. The media isn't going to know what to do. What are they going to talk about at 7 in the morning? All right. Okay.
Thank you, Senator. I could not agree more. I'm Elizabeth Ramsey, and I'm representing the full-time professors at Miami-Dade College. And as you mentioned, it is one of the largest higher education public institutions in the country, serving over 150,000 students. And it's really hard to find a single person in Miami-Dade County who isn't in some way associated with MDC, either as a student or a family member, alumni. We also have thousands of students now who are participating in our dual enrollment programs through the high schools. And we're doing lots and lots of career and technical education, so filling those jobs that you were mentioning earlier. We're also offering all kinds of cultural programming through our New World School of the Arts and programs like the Miami Book Fair International and Miami International Film Festival. So we're not just a beacon of higher education, we're also an economic driver in the community and improving the quality of life for all Miami-Dade County residents. As professors, we've always been staunch advocates for better funding for public higher ed, but recently we've been facing more and more attacks from policy changes at the national level. And as Carla Matz mentioned, Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos has done a lot of things to roll back regulation of predatory for-profit higher education institutions, especially those that operate in the online sphere. And right here in South Florida, we experienced the shutdown of Dade Medical College and also Corinthian College, two institutions that lost their accreditation, closed down almost overnight, and left students with mountains of student debt and no useful credential. And when it comes to student debt, that's an issue that affects professors and students alike. And again, it's due to failure to properly regulate lenders. There has been a real abandonment of the responsibility to rein in some of the lending institutions, and that's creating a massive student debt bubble. And it's really disappointing that the public service loan forgiveness program has turned out to be a failure, largely because those lending institutions have been allowed to be bad actors in the lending sphere.
And the way they've implemented it.
Yes. So we're looking for leadership that is going to have the courage and the character to stand up to those incredibly wealthy lending institutions. And we're looking for someone who will be committed to making sure that students today have the opportunities to seek the credentials that will make them able to compete in a job market that's increasingly competitive. So we're so glad that you're here with us today.
Thank you. And this, the first and easy solution to some of this is firing Betsy DeVos. So that's all we're saying. Someone in charge of the Department of Education that's genuinely committed to, for both purposes, to our schools and knows what they're doing, and then reforming that program so that it makes it easier to use and actually phases in when you have the loan payback in a way instead of just waiting till the end. I just think there's all kinds of things that we can do, and then I would even extend it to more by using a change in the capital gains rate. I think I have $500 billion set aside for my education program, and that would be making it easier to pay back those loans for a whole bunch of people, as well as making it more affordable and doubling the Pell Grants, which I know would be helpful to Miami-Dade College. And we can actually do this. They've been set at 6,000 for years and years, and if you double them to 12, that makes a big difference, and you double the income level where you can receive them. Right now it's set at 50, so you go up to 100, and those are some of my ideas there. All right, thank you, Liz. Jeffrey, I'm going to do whatever you say.
Well, my name's Jeffrey Mitchell. I'm the president of the Transport Workers Union here, and we represent the Miami-Dade County Transit employees. And we know the frustrations we've had with transit. Good days are coming. We got an election. I also represent the many men and women that belong to unions under the AFL-CIO, and we're in the House of One that I owe so much to Martha because she's a true labor leader in this community, and I want y'all to know that. I'm also enjoyed that the senator came by today, because I watched her on the stage as she debated, and she does not hold back. I like that. You know, as a scrapper. So she kind of touched on a few things that that are near and dear to me. One is infrastructure and transportation. As you know. The Trump administration has been cutting back on transportation funding. I think he took $500 million out last year, and God knows what it's going to take out this year. And the formulas for getting grants to replace equipment have gone down. All right. Way back in the heyday, it used to be at 80%. Now it's down to 50%. And I don't know if you know, but those nice new shiny buses that we have are $562,000 a piece. needs, and we get federal money to purchase them. So you know that, as well as the new shiny Metro Rail cars, they're $3 million a merit repair. So it's not cheap, and we get help from the federal government to get that. And if that goes down, all this talk about expansion and stuff will never happen. Trust me. So infrastructure is what's needed in this not just this community, but throughout the country. We got bridges falling down and roads that need to be repaired, and all of that money comes through the Department of Transportation. And I know, I would like to ask you a question, but I already know the answer. I know you're gonna try to fight to rebuild this country through infrastructure, and that's a big deal. The next one is organizing and the right to organize. And popularity is at 68%. It's always been there.
68.
It's always been there. It's just the rules in which unions have to operate under in different states prohibit them from organizing. There's certain states in public employee you can't even organize. And it's just because they've passed laws to make it where you can. Not that people don't want it, they want it. They want to have a voice on the job. So there is a bill now with the PRO Act.
PRO Act,
and that's something that we would have never seen if we wouldn't have changed the electorate in D.C. in this past election. And so never, think that your vote don't count, because if you think that, then we'll end up, in a better place. And I'm serious. I'm kind of giddy up here because some of the.
Because we have a glass ceiling and you cracked it.
Yeah, well, that is. It's funny you say that, because I'm in transportation, and we're getting more and more young ladies into positions that's been traditionally men-dominated positions, and they're doing well. All we want is workers, with men, women, no matter what your persuasion is. If you want to come to work and work, there's work for you. And I appreciate that everyone in here come out to listen to the senator today and see what she has to say for us.
Oh, thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you. Two things. One is the PRO Act is really important legislation. We've had some horrendous situations across the country, where one in Pennsylvania where they were actually spying on workers who were trying to organize, that went up into a court case. And so what it does is it just simply makes it easier to organize, to reinstate workers, to, if they've been, if there is some kind of retaliation, to up the penalties. And then, of course, it's making sure we've got good people on the National Labor Relations Board that can enforce the rules, making it easier, because right now, because of a Supreme Court case, collectively bargaining for public workers, that's something that can be changed by law. And then also, as you referenced, with the right to work laws across the country, with some changes to the provisions in the Taft-Hartley law. So if we don't just win and eke by a victory at 4 in the morning for the president, which I fear wouldn't include Florida, if that's how it goes, but if we win big, right, and the voters really have their say here, and we get the turnout where we need to, we're going to be able to make these changes. And the second part of that is infrastructure. The president, on the night he won, because I bet a lot of people remember that night, I do, it was I remember that night. Actually, I was wearing this. That's how much I remember that night. And the president that night, he gave that speech, and he said, "Oh, I'm going to invest in infrastructure." He said that was one of his top 3 things. And I thought, all right. And he hasn't done anything. I mean, the leaders of the Congress went to meet with him, and he basically folded because he's put all of his money into his friends in Mar-a-Lago, that he has not been able to get that funding to invest in infrastructure. And when you think of what's going on, you bring up a bridge. I live only 8 blocks from where that big 35W bridge collapsed in the middle of a beautiful summer day. And it was literally, it's 8 blocks from my house, a bridge I drive over all the time with my family. And as I said that day, and by the way, it wasn't even look like a bridge, it's like an 8-lane highway. And you've had disasters, your share of disasters from hurricanes and everything else in Florida. Florida, and you know what happens when people run to the scene of that disaster. In our case, off-duty fireman woman tethering herself to the side of the river looking for bodies in 55 mangled cars and trucks. Or the tasty truck driver who could have rammed into the back of the school bus and saved his life. He makes a 1-second decision and veers off knowing he's going to die and burns to death in his cab. Or the school bus that goes down 30 feet and there's a school bus counselor at the back named Hernandez, young guy, camp counselor. He's got 1 second to decide what to do. It looks like it's going to go over, hanging on a guardrail. He doesn't run off the bus. He gets all 30 kids off the bus. That is safety of our American dream. That is us caring about each other and having each other's backs. So the first thing about that is that sense of community, but the second thing is an infrastructure that needs to be upgraded and needs to be improved. And as I said that day, a bridge just doesn't fall down in the middle of America. But that's what happened. So what we need to do is greatly increase our funding into infrastructure. I show how I'm going to pay for it with that Republican tax bill. $400 billion off the top right away from bringing the corporate tax rate. It used to be in the mid-30s. They put it down to 21%. Every point they went down was $100 billion. And that was a drastic change. If you even take $400 billion of that 4 points, that is $400 billion into infrastructure in 10 years. You can get $150 billion more from doing the international tax rates like they had during President Obama. You can do infrastructure financing authority and buy America bonds and other things. So I get us up over $1 trillion investment. And that's what Jeffrey's talking about transit and other things. We can't just mess around anymore. Our infrastructure needs to be as good as our country's economy, as good as our people. And to do that, you've got to make an investment, right? Okay.
Again, thank you all for being here, and thank you for coming back to 1991. We appreciate that, and it's you're an impressive candidate, and we're so glad to hear your policy, and it's very, 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 very important. We elect someone who's going to be really good for that position. That gets us out of this kind of embarrassing ditch we're in. But
that is like a Minnesota euphemism. Embarrassing ditch.
From the Midwest, Cleveland, close. But good place to be from, we say in Florida. The Midwest. But anyway, I'm so proud, as many of the stories have been told up here, about the work that working people do every day in this country for, middle-class salaries, and proud to do it. And it feels good. It feels good to be a nurse and a doctor, and caregivers love doing what they're doing. Jackson is one of the largest public hospitals in this country. Jackson Memorial across the street is actually the largest public. Wow. We have 4,000 nurses on campus here and about 12,000 total healthcare workers. And during the crisis of the real estate bubble bursting, we were at risk of elected officials deciding to close that place because it's funded by the property taxes in Florida. There's no state income tax here. And so when that real estate bubble burst, a lot of electeds weren't willing to say, let's keep it alive. And this union actually said, no, not under our watch. We're not going to do that. And we had a St. Jackson fight from like 10 to 14, and many of you in the community stood with us, and we appreciate that. But we had to really convince our electeds and put them on the airways and call them out, and it's hard. Not every healthcare is a hard business to run, I'm learning when I hang with these executives, but it can be done, and it can be done right. And what's so frustrating is to hear electeds say that it's not affordable. We can't afford to do that. What we can't afford to do is what we're doing right now, sick care, and we've got to focus on prevention and wellness, and that means access for all human beings to health care in this country. And, it's doable. It actually nursing would save, probably 80% of our dollars. If we could really focus on prevention and wellness, we would spend 80% less. Now, we're never going to get rid of all chronic diseases, but currently they suck up 80% of our healthcare dollars in this country. So, and by the way, who knows what quality outcomes we have in this country? Where Japan and Germany, or I've seen a few different countries quoted in there as number 1 and 2 in outcomes. The U.S. of A is 38. There you go. He knows it. 38. Yeah. Embarrassing. Another embarrassing ditch. We got to. We can do better than that. We spend more money than anyone else on earth. But the nurses and doctors and healthcare professionals at Jackson have been working in partnership out of necessity during the recession to make sure this hospital stayed alive. And then we put in $100 million a year out of our paychecks. We gave up 5%. There's a lot of us. 5% out of our paycheck and another 11% in benefits we turned back in during the recession. And we never got them back. We wanted this hospital to be alive and sustainable for the next 100 years or 500 years. And, a lot of the stories don't mention that, but and many of the caregivers left. Well, I'm going to give 5%? I'm going over there where I can get $5 more. So the ones who stayed really had the heart to stay and keep this mission of this public hospital alive. And today it's doing well, better than ever. We're growing. We got down to about 9,000 employees. Now we're up over 12,000. We're putting public hospitals in all corners of the community. Jackson West is probably our newest, which will be out west, obviously. But providing access, primary cares, making sure people have access to health is important to us. And so, stay is not about that, but I do think it's important for many of you who aren't familiar perhaps with Jackson and our mission. It's a microcosm of what this country could do. So, if there's any pilots that need to be done, we've probably done them. But, it's kind of baloney, and we need to hold people accountable that we elect to actually delivering health care. And I always laugh and say, can you imagine a CEO of the firehouse and being told, you don't have insurance, we won't come to your house? I mean, it should be right up there with, police, fire, and healthcare and education should not be something we, have to see an insurance card first. So, again, thank you for coming, and thank you most, and love to hear your responses on healthcare.
Well, I actually want to ask you a question, if I could, because we've had some debates, or that's another euphemism on the debate stage about healthcare. But I think what gets lost sometimes is the fact that right now, as we speak, Donald Trump's trying to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which, by the way, is 10 points more popular than the President of the United States right now. And that means repealing the provisions for protection so you don't get thrown off your insurance for pre-existing conditions, and that means like your kids can stay in your insurance till they're 26. And I'm just pointing to Liz because so many college kids use that provision. And there's just a lot of good things in there. But my view is we have to build on it. We don't want to trash it and throw it out. Ask the voters of Kentucky that. They in part voted because they didn't like their governor, and now Mitch McConnell has a Democratic governor, right? Because they didn't like how he was handling that. And so how do you build on it? And that's what I was going to maybe have you talk about a little, Martha. The first pharmaceutical prices, nothing much was done on that, and they're skyrocketing out of control, a huge issue in Florida. And I lead the bills to unleash the power of 43 million American seniors to get better prices under Medicare. Pharma got a provision put in that Medicare can't negotiate. It's literally in law. It's in a bill that got passed years and years ago. And meanwhile, Medicaid can negotiate, VA can negotiate, so that's part of it. The House has a bill to put a cap on prescription drug prices on certain ones tied to the international average. There's so many things we can do on the pharma prices, but so many of the people in the administration are just tied to pharma, and they have not gotten one thing done. So I think that's a big issue. Mental health care, addiction, no president's taken that on in a big way, honestly, and I will. It's personal for me. My dad struggled with alcoholism his whole life, and despite being successful in his career, had 3 DWIs by the time I got married, and that was when they said jail or treatment. And he chose treatment, and it changed his life. And I think everyone has the same right. In his words, he was pursued by grace. We're seeing incredible increase in the number of suicides in this country, as well as the opioid epidemic and other things. So that's part of building on it. Long-term care, the elephant in the room, making it easier for our seniors to stay in their homes and other things. And what bothers me about this relitigation of the Affordable Care Act is we're not talking about coverage for these challenges that we see right now in front of us. So I don't know if you want to comment on that.
Yeah, there's so many things to do to make healthcare more cost-effective and get better outcomes. Our union came up with an idea in our ED, because Jackson's ED is like a primary care center for those folks who don't have insurance. If you don't have insurance, you come there, and then you clog up our ED, and then it disappoints people that are there for serious reasons. It's time-wise to get in there. But we took the most 100 expensive residents of this county who came into our hospital and had no coverage whatsoever. And we looked at we hired like 4 population health case managers. They were like $20 an hour. They weren't high-end. And they took each of these patients who'd been there more than 4 times in 6 months was the criteria, and no reimbursement whatsoever. And they looked through each one of them, and we found 17 of the first 100 homes. We found, we assigned them to primary care clinics that weren't even associated with Jackson, where their primary care doc was. They couldn't afford the copay. We paid their copay, we bought their meds. That first year, they had been costing us $7 million a year, and that first year, we saved, the CFO at Jackson said, you saved us $6 million. That's the kind of money on prevention versus, and they were just clogging up. So, there are so many things. Transparency is unbelievable. We had a one of the mayors, I don't know, Jeffrey, maybe you guys remember, Liz, there was a healthcare task force in Dade County, and we found no transparency. You can't tell. Jackson employees were going to Baptist to get their CAT scanned, and that was costing $2,000, and Jackson charges $600. Yeah. And we said to the CFO at Jackson, do you make money on $600? Yeah, we make money on $600. They're raping us. That's just ridiculous. So there's no transparency. You can't even tell. When I go to Jackson and get a bill, I can't even tell what I really paid for. It just says patient care, or it's really, there's just so many. I think you could focus in close your eyes and pick a spot and go save millions of dollars. And most of those efficiencies, those 100 patients, they're getting better care by not waiting in an ER now. They're going to, I know one of them was Borinquen, which is just a federally qualified healthcare clinic right around the corner. It's not, Jackson's going to, so it's the right thing to do. It's better for the human being. It's more cost effective. And our finance guy that we hired says, Martha, don't chase the dollars. Chase the quality outcomes, and the dollars follow. In healthcare, it's one of the few industries that when you do something bigger and better, it costs less. So I think it's a unique opportunity for this country to do it right. And I don't really think there's, healthcare experts CEOs are getting tons of money like never before.
Right. Okay, well done. Jeffrey, when you talked about the transit issues here in Miami and everyone clapped, could you just explain those to me so I can bring that story back with me? What your biggest challenges are in the area? I see one of them because I was driving around, but go ahead.
Well, for one, there have been too many promises on expansion of transit opportunities here in the county, and we've stepped up as citizens and taxed ourselves to do that, and the local officials have squandered the money. And along the way, through this current administration, for about 4 or 5 years, they wasn't even putting in for federal grants to bring down any more money to expand fix what we have. And so that infrastructure for transit here has been crumbling. And you see it play out through our county commission and on the news almost weekly now. It's like a banana republic of transportation here. If you live out in West Kendall and you leave at the wrong time, you might as well turn around and go home, because you're not going to get here. You know what I mean? So I live down in South Dade and Palmetto Bay. There's a finite time that I have to be on the Palmetto Expressway coming north, or I might as well turn around and go home, or find a good place to eat breakfast. And a lot of it also has changed under our leadership in D.C. with the commitment to public transportation and transportation in general, funding of that. When you start taking big chunks of the funding and you shift it towards paying for tax cuts for people not in this room, you're going to be with an empty bag, and that's what's been happening here and across the country.
Okay, very good. All right, very good. I have a question of Liz and Carla, and I did want to address something going on right now as we look at unions, since we're on a union panel here, and that is that there's an issue now that's come up with the Democratic debate in Los Angeles, which seems far away from here, but there is actually a union issue that's going to be a picket line, and I don't believe we should cross that picket line, so I'm encouraging the DNC to try to work this out to find a new location, or they're going to have to figure out how they resolve this. So anyway, that's what's happening. There's negotiations going on. And then maybe my last question here is of Liz and Carla on education, since that's both of your areas, and what you think would be the best thing to help our kids and our students and even some of our workers that come back for new training to get affordable degrees, and the investment in K through 12 has got to be a piece of it, and the infrastructure, the school buildings, and these 1- and 2-year degrees, making those easier, but make sure that that doesn't hurt the funding, right, of our schools. And then on your end, just how we make sure that our students are able to get degrees that are going to work for them out there in the economy. So I guess we'll start with the kindergartners, K through 12.
Well, we'll start even earlier. We'll start with preschool, yeah. So I think that one of the biggest fails in our nation, and we have so much longitudinal studies that indicate this, the best way to really help develop a child is early childhood, when their brain is still developing. And, we know that there's a big achievement gap that exists out there, specifically in minority communities, Black and brown communities. And if we really want to achieve that or fix that as a nation, we need to close that gap by investing in early childhood education, which means having strong pre-K systems. Right now, it's voluntary here in Miami-Dade, and we know that there are some places in this country that do offer universal pre-K, but we believe that universal pre-K is something that should just be standard across the board in every city and every state in this country. That's going to help us to, decrease that achievement gap, which will help these, all communities to succeed. What we see also is that there is a national movement, Red for Ed. There are teachers that are striking. There are teachers that are protesting because for far too long, the career has been disrespected. Teachers are not coming into this profession anymore feeling like there's dignity in this workplace because this is what we're seeing in our community. Low wages. Here in Miami-Dade, we had to ask for a special referendum because our state politicians are not funding public schools as they should. And so we see, disparate treatment on, the wage gap. If this was a male-dominated profession, would we be treated this way? And so if you don't have educators that are passionate about what they're doing and feel that they are respected in what they're doing and have that dignity, then it's going to trickle down and it's going to impact those that we're impacting, which is our children. And we want to make sure that our children get the best education, quality education, and that we're top in the world in terms of how we're academically performing and achieving. And that also means that we have to go back to the trades and make sure that we have this vocational opportunity opportunities for children to learn, because not every child is going to go to a state college, to a university, but we have to have those trades in place and have those opportunities for those children to succeed as well. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to tell you about something that's happening very close to home and then kind of zoom way out and talk about a larger issue, if that's okay. Right now we're in the midst of a search for a new president at Miami-Dade College. And it has not been going well. We have a board of trustees that was very recently appointed by our new governor, Ron DeSantis. And they have been working consistently to kind of reduce the faculty participation in the decision-making process surrounding the selection of the new president. And I, like most Americans, I think, or many Americans, first heard of you when you were participating in the hearings of Brett Kavanaugh for the Supreme Court. And I never forgot what happened. And it was the talk of the campus at that time. And I think it was because many of us recognized the dynamics surrounding those conversations, the way that you were treated, and the way that you handled yourself in an incredibly challenging situation. Because too often right now, in spaces such as colleges and universities where we have a tradition of shared governance, the people who are meant to be participating in collaborative decision-making, those of us who are doing our duty when we provide a check and a balance to executive power, are met with insults and intimidation and attempts to silence us when we are simply doing our jobs. So I want to thank you for being a real shero to many of us. Gender was part of that issue, but in a much larger way, it's something that affects every working person who's trying to do their best to fulfill their responsibility as a member of an institution that serves the public. So I don't know if you want to respond to that.
No, it's fine. Yeah. I think that was just emblematic of what has happened so many times where people's voices, in this case, Dr. Blasey Ford's, have gotten squelched. And I'll just never forget that moment because everyone said, oh, she's so credible, my colleagues, my Republican colleagues. And then literally an hour later, they started. And yeah, that was a moment where he asked me if I had blacked out before. I was actually politely asking, trying to mesh what she said with what he said. Said maybe you don't remember it because you blacked out. That happens when people drink a lot. And then he goes after me, have you blacked out? And I said no, and I talked about how my dad struggled with alcoholism, like I told you that, and so I don't have a drinking problem. And so then they immediately took a break, which was no surprise, and then he actually came back and apologized. But that happened in that hearing, and I think a lot of people could relate to that. I think it was important. I remember thinking you only have a split second to decide what you're going to say, and I kind of thought of, you want to say, act, but I thought I am not going to act like you, because I didn't want to. I thought he was already dragging down the judiciary, not just the Supreme Court, and the Senate and our government by how he was behaving and how some of my colleagues were behaving. And so I kept those remarks to the next day when I made very clear what I thought of what had happened. But I thought it was really important to keep that dignity and that grace under pressure right now. When you have a president that goes after people and goes after immigrants and people of color and tries to divide people every day, I think it's even more important that leaders lead and that they rise to the occasion, because this is about an election. Our election work doesn't end on election day, though. It begins on inauguration day, and that's how we have to start governing. Otherwise, it's just going to be more and more of tearing people apart, and we're never going to be where we want to be as a country. And this is such an incredible country when you think of Carla's story and where she came from and how she ended up here on that stage, on this stage. That story is told over and over again in this country. And by respecting that story and lifting each other up, that's how we move forward as a nation. All right? Okay.
All right.
Oh, Edwin, you're like the voice of God back there. Edwin is, by the way, an incredible member of our staff. We're so proud of him. He actually told them your story to add to Carla's story. Edwin, tell them your story.
So I've been here with the senator from day one. My parents came from El Salvador. I'm a DACA recipient, and I serve as her director for Latino outreach. So if you have any
So when
questions,
he said that fact, that he's a dreamer.
I am a dreamer. So if you have any questions, please direct them to me. I want to connect with a lot of folks here, and I'm here working with the senator because she believes in dreamers and she believes a pathway to earned citizenship. So thank you so much for that, Senator. And I do want to just remind you the time if you want to do some closing statements, and then we'll.
I think we did them kind of.
Okay, perfect. Then we'll do a quick photo line as we go out. We do have a packed schedule.
Okay, very good. And Edwin, thank you. I actually first got to know Edwin more personally when we were here, and we met with the Venezuelan community, and that was an amazing moment because as the president has been talking up issues with Venezuela, they're still letting these people who are here to be fearful that they're going to be deported when they're here on temporary status. So we had really an amazing meeting with them. So thank you so much, Edwin. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Martha, and SCNU for hosting us. All these great people out there. We are psyched. Let's go. Thank you, Florida.
That is Senator Amy Klobuchar wrapping things up in Miami, Florida. Taking you back out now live to New York City from the Fox News headquarters there. It's the most wonderful time of the year, at least in my opinion, to visit New York City. Let me know what you think. Have you ever been there during the holidays? And what were your favorite things to check out? Pilar Arias here with you for about another 20 minutes or so until Mike Pace rejoins y'all here. I am going to show you some more top stories I have ready to go for you. I've got 5 more to go. This first one is about the early warning system for flu and virus outbreaks. Bailey Miller reports this could have a big impact on a lot of people's health.
Matthew Scotch, an associate professor at ASU, is studying these samples of water, but it isn't just normal drinking water, it's from wastewater plants.
What we're able to do now is analyze these wastewater samples to look for viruses that are in wastewater.
In June, Arizona State University's Biodesign Institute received $1.5 million from the National Library of Medicine to develop early warning systems for virus outbreaks.
This will be advantageous for us because not everyone goes to the doctor, right? You might be stubborn, I don't feel like going, or I'm not sick. A lot of times you have an infection, but you don't feel sick. But everyone uses the bathroom.
The samples are collected and stored right here at the Biodesigned unit. According to ASU, these freezers make up the largest repository of sewage in the nation. The project has only been going since June, but Scotch and his team are already seeing some patterns for this flu season.
What we found is consistent with what is being reported by Maricopa County, by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, is this large spike in influenza B viruses.
And that's the goal because they want to use this kind of information to characterize viruses they find, identify new viruses, and provide this information to the communities affected. And in turn, they hope this will provide crucial information to create better medicines to save lives.
It's creating a knowledge base, a database, or atlas, if you will, of new things that we find that we didn't know about even exist before.
Bringing you right back out here to Phoenix, Arizona, live from our South Mountain Tower Cam. This next top story I have for you also right here in Arizona. Matter of fact, it's about a teenager that was rescued after a car fell down a cliff.
The aftermath of a car flying 120 feet in the air before rolling 300 feet down a hill. Crews extracted a 16-year-old boy out of the wreck near Highway 89A and Dundee Lane. State Trooper paramedics Edgar Bissonette and Russ Dodge are responsible for getting the injured teen to Deer Valley Hospital.
The pilot and Edgar did a great job getting the aircraft directly over the top, so we didn't swing into anybody, we didn't go into terrain, and we didn't disrupt any of the ground rescuers as we're coming out.
This mission used a steep angle rope strategy, Dodge with the role of rescue specialist and Bissonette operating the hoist. These two have trained constantly to deal with rugged terrain.
When you do the actual live event versus the training, very minimal difference except location.
The new DPS Ranger helicopter took 30 minutes to fly from Phoenix to Jerome. On the ground, a multi-agency team effort between police and fire departments. Within an hour, the mission complete. Authorities say the teenager went 65 in a 20-mile-per-hour zone before going airborne. The influence of drugs is believed to be a factor. What troopers call an efficient rescue saved this kid's life.
Making a difference in people's lives is why we do that, and the reason we train, because there isn't a lot of room for error.
Very busy week on Capitol Hill, and things are going to heat up again next week ahead of the Christmas holiday for many. Continuing on with our top stories, 3 more to go for you right now, everybody. This next one is about a mom creating therapeutic play products.
Pumpkin Futz is a company created by Lisa Radcliffe, who has 2 sons with adaptive needs. It was born out of necessity and now loved by many.
I actually started trying to make the everyday products that my children needed therapeutically fun. So they wanted to use them as opposed to they had to use them.
Lisa gave me a rundown of its best sellers, starting with the award-winning Pumpkin Play Space.
It's a product for all children, but it happens to also be really great for both gross and fine motor skills. It's a throwable ball at a target. You can roll and rewrap the ball. You can use the balls to play different kinds of games on the reverse side.
And how cute is this wheelchair pouch?
It's patented. We were the first people to ever design a bag for a child in a chair.
The compression vests are also popular. They give children a comforting feeling similar to a hug and can be used with these patches.
They're terrific to use as a reward system so that if your child does something that you want to reinforce, positive behavior, you can give him or her a star.
What is particularly unique about this product line is that it encourages children to be who they are.
All of the products are made in the U.S. by adults with disabilities like Shanique Ruiz, who has cerebral palsy.
Lisa and David encourage me in everything that I do to just be better than I was yesterday, to just fully be myself.
Kenna Weiner's daughters, Evie and Kit, love Pumpkin Futz.
There's this peace of mind as a parent that you want to make sure that anything you put your child in is safe. And not only is it safe, but they have a lot of fun using it. That's everything.
Yeah, for a lot of parents, that is everything. We're taking a live look now at current traffic conditions here in the Valley. This is State Route 51, or SR 51, or the 51 for short, at Highland on the north side of the Valley. Hope you all are having a fabulous Friday afternoon. Feel free to let me know where you're watching from. I'm going to show you a bunch of tours, probably a few locals alike, in Times Square, New York City. Packed Friday indeed. I don't know, I've got a love-hate relationship with crowded destinations for vacations. I mean, it's great because, you get to see a lot of life. You can people watch, see other people's habits, enjoying time with friends and family, that sort of thing. But then at the same time, you're like, I'm just trying to walk to Starbucks or a coffee shop or whatever you do. And so, can make things a little bit difficult there. Or you have to stand in long lines, crowds, and the like. Anywho, I digress. That's the second time I've said digress today, folks. It is Friday the 13th. Weird things are going on, right? All right, this next top story I have for you, it's about a woman claiming she was fired for caring for her son who was pretty ill.
To watch him ask mommy, do I have cancer? Am I going to survive? Those were some of the hardest moments of my entire life.
Cameron started chemotherapy 2 days after he was diagnosed with leukemia back in April of this year.
It's every parent's worst nightmare to find out that your child has cancer. And the type of cancer, acute myeloid leukemia, is somewhat rare in children.
Becky Clausen says she worked beside Cameron in his hospital bed in Virginia. She's worked remotely for a Salt Lake City company called the Summit Group for 13 years. Clausen took paid time off to care for Cameron. When she got back to work, her job assignment changed, and she received an email saying, I think we both know you can't perform the account manager position adequately under the new circumstances. In July, her boss called her saying it was urgent they meet up.
Went down to the hospital lobby and I met with him, and that's where he told me they were ending the business relationship.
Clausen says he flew from Utah to Virginia to fire her.
I was fired in the hospital lobby while he was upstairs fighting for his life. And he said, "Mom, I'm sorry that I got cancer because it made you lose your job."
A single mom with 4 kids, Clausen found herself fighting to care for them while Cameron fought for his life.
You would have quite the pessimistic heart to do something like this to someone else.
Clausen's attorney says if the claims are found true, the Summit Group violated multiple laws.
Others need to know that this is not right. Others need to know that employers cannot treat you this way, and employers need to know that they cannot treat employees this way.
The Summit Group put out this statement saying, "We are saddened about this situation. The allegation that we let someone go because of a family health situation is categorically untrue." They also say Clausen violated company policies before Cameron was even sick, and she was fired because of performance on job-related issues.
It infuriated me because this is not his fault.
Oh man, that story there, regardless of what happened, certainly getting a lot of people talking. Taking a live look at the White House in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Looks a little foggy, a little cold, but no snow on the ground. One more top story ready to go for you in this segment, everyone. Mike Page is going to be rejoining you in about 10 minutes or so. It's about working with hotels to crack down on human trafficking. This subject matter sensitive to some people, so I'm just giving you a heads up.
Human trafficking is alive and well on the Central and South Coast.
It can be anyone.
In the past, we've had young people, oftentimes teenage victims of human trafficking, being taken to hotels and places by men much older.
A new state law is hoping to stop that next year.
We have investigative staff and also victim witness support staff that are going to be training each one of these hotel employees about different common trends that happen, things to look for.
Under the legislation, everybody in the hospitality industry needs to get this type of training at least once every 2 years.
It's good for our community. It'll educate a segment of the population that will come in contact with potential traffickers.
We've been doing it for like a couple of years now because we just want to create awareness.
The general manager at Inn at the Pier in Pismo Beach says they haven't had any concerns here, but he says he's seen human trafficking firsthand at his last hotel.
And that's what we've experienced in New York, is that the person who rented the room was overly nice. He gave all my front desk agents tips. Rented a small room, and he has a lot of people coming in and out of it.
He says he's prepared to spot potential victims.
Knowing your guests and knowing what they're here for, discovering their purpose.
SLO County District Attorney Dan Dow says it's all about knowing the signs.
If the young person who might be the victim is kind of not looking the hotel person in the eye, they seem like they're hiding something from them.
Human trafficking.
We usually get some audio coming from this Times Square camera, but not right now. It's already pretty dark in New York City. Probably wasn't very light today, sun-wise. Probably a lot of cloud coverage because it's only 3:20 there, and look at all the lights illuminated already. Oh, you do see the 2 and the 0 there. Lots of people crowded around that, taking some pictures for the big ball drop coming up on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, right at midnight. There they go, zooming in. Hey, this is Fox News Now. Please like, share, subscribe. Let your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, everybody you know about us right here. If any news breaks. Sorry about that, everybody. I just accidentally cut my microphone. If any news breaks across the country, we'll have you covered right here. Again, Mike Page rejoining you in a few minutes. And I will see you all later on this afternoon.
10 years for them to get her medication right so she could just function. And still, a lot of the time, she lives in this groggy state where she really has no emotions. But her problem is now that she's living on disability. And I have 2 daughters in college. I don't have that extra money to also support my mother. With the current system where she can't work at all, she could probably do a few things. There probably is something that she could do, and it would probably really benefit her life and give her a social outlet. But with the current income-based welfare programs we have, she's not able to make any money, otherwise that's what she is receiving. So can you talk about the importance of...
And one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about the freedom dividend is that it applies independent of whether you work and generate some additional income. I've heard heartbreaking stories from people who are on disability who would like to work or even volunteer but are afraid to do so because if they do, then they'll lose their benefits. And that's a very negative aspect of our current disability programs and welfare programs, where if you do better, you get less. With the universal basic income, you do better, you do better. And you all have a foundation on the floor. Now, the foundation on the floor of this universal basic income, that's not enough to solve all of our problems. We have to continue doing more. One of the things I say is that it's like a foundation that you keep on trying to build a structure on top of. But it's an excellent foundation. It's a much better foundation than anything else that we have right now. And for you and your family, it sounds like your daughters are college age now, is that right? So if you can imagine you getting $1,000 a month, and each of your daughters getting $1,000 a month, then that would probably help with their school loans and some of the financial pressures you feel day to day. And then if you wanted to try and help your mom, you might have a better able to do so even independently. One of the things I love about this foundation is it gives us all economic resources to be able to enact our own values, whether that's taking care of ourselves, our family members, doing something positive in the community. But I agree with you that our current programs are very, very poorly designed, where I've met thousands of Americans who essentially just live in fear of losing their income, and then their behavior is guided by that. And that should not be what government is for. Government should not be for scaring our citizens into saying, like, hey, if you do this, all of a sudden your lifeline is going to get cut. This country should work for us. We are the owners and shareholders of this country. We can rewrite the rules so that it benefits us and our families. One thing I'll say to you in Iowa, this is a magical place, because each of you is worth like 1,000 Californians in terms of voting power. So you look around this room, this is like a football stadium of Californians. Well, really, it's like you come to Iowa, it doesn't matter how many people there are there. It's like, as long as you're Iowan. That's just a reality of our system. So what I say to folks in Iowa is if it's not working for you, it's not working. And you have the power to change it. We have to make it work for you all. You have another follow-up, sir?
I would just like to say, like you say all the time, that the freedom dividend will be a huge game changer for my entire family.
Thank you so much for sharing your story, by the way. And I agree, we absolutely have a mental health crisis in our country. But it's also an economic resource issue. And I love the freedom dividend so much. It is literally the reason why I let Andrew run for president. It is like, when he told me about it, I seriously was like, how we are such a rich country, how is this not a thing yet? And I said, okay, go out there, spread the message, but everyone will jump on this bandwagon before long, and then you can come home.
What she said was, Andrew, every candidate is going to be championing universal basic income, and then your job is done.
And is it not crazy that they all haven't picked up universal basic income as, part of their policy? It's crazy to me. But what I love about the freedom dividend is that it supercharges families, communities, and it's not just you as an individual getting $1,000 a month. It's your husband or wife or sibling, and then you as a family are in a better position to help your mother or your dad, anyone in your family that needs help. All of a sudden, we collectively, as a family, as a community, are better enabled to help them, to lend them some money to bring them to services, have access to services that aren't covered by insurance. So this is, I'm so passionate about it, and I'm so glad to be able to be standing here. I wasn't expecting to be standing up here with you, so I hope you don't mind.
I feel like one word from Evelyn is worth like 1,000 words from you. Because at this point on the trail, I must have said like, many thousands of words. So I'm just like, they can just find anything I say, like someplace else. So yeah, maybe anything you want to say, just shut me up. Like, so there was like photos were being taken, and then someone like ordered me to move, and then they apologized, and I was like, hey, I'm married. I get ordered around all the time. That's true. I mean, if you don't learn that at some point, then you don't stay married for long. Heidi, go ahead.
I have a question for Evelyn. So my son is almost 16 now, but when he was born, I was in the military, and I was far from home or anyone I knew. It was just me and my ex-husband. And my son was a very high needs baby. He had colic. It was just the two of us. It was
lots of shifts.
The hardest thing of my life was having a newborn and no one around. And my son doesn't have special needs. So I've heard Andrew say a few things about having a baby and like realizing that like, am I a bad parent? What's going on here? I'd like to hear how you felt as a new mom with and you didn't know he had special needs yet, Chris had special needs yet.
He suspected he had something.
Well,
yeah.
Evelyn picked up on the fact that
Yeah.
way before I did.
But like all kids cry.
Yeah. Well, how that was.
I can absolutely relate to you, and even though our kids didn't have colic, I went to one of those parent support meetings early on. New moms, and the subject was sleep. And I remember listening to the other moms talking, and I said to myself, I would die to be any one of you, because they would say, like, my child's waking up, every 3 hours, every 4 hours, and I was like, my child doesn't sleep. and there's no, and it's hard to go about your day when you're not getting sleep. It affects everything we do. So I think that is something that, a lot of people are very lucky. They have really, what I say, like, high-functioning babies. There are only a couple of things that babies need to do, right? Eat well and sleep well and poop well, and that's like 90% of their existence. So, our child, he had hard time eating and sleeping, and I was like, that is 80% of your job, So I hear you. That's a really tough time, and people don't tell you these things. When you're at the hospital, they send you home, there's no manual, and you're expected to kind of just wing it. And I think one of the things that I love so much about Andrew's platform is the paid family leave policy. It's so critical that we have that time and the money to be able to focus on our family early on and get the support from our family and the community. And if that was just a better built-out system, then those things will come, because you have to put the resources in place and have the expectation that moms are going to be with their babies when they're born. And then those support groups will build around them. Because right now, there's no expectation that women will have the opportunity to be with their kids. The expectation is that you have the baby and you're at work the next day, which is,
Evelyn had it very, very tough, because Christopher just seemed upset to be awake or anything, at any time. Like when we had our second son, and he woke up and didn't scream his head off, I was like, wow. And I just woke up and looked around, and I was like, oh, wow.
He didn't sleep well either, but the difference between staying up and being up and then waking up and then going back to sleep is,
But yeah, Christopher was so much of a handful, baby. You were super to take care of him.
But you know what? So worth it.
I'm in the lactation profession, but my
bless your
yeah. But I really am. What I like about your platform is about the AI and its threat to our economy, and I can't believe that you're the only candidate that's even mentioning that, and how important that is in for everybody. Because I feel like a lot of the AI has taken over jobs of the people that voted Trump in. That's what I think. But
Agreed.
Anyway, I just would like you to talk more about that, because I really, I've read your book and I've been rooting for you since May. So I'm really.
Well, thank you for that. And let's give a round of applause for helping moms and wives. That is such a stressor, and that if
something else people don't tell you.
Yeah, if the kid doesn't feed, you have trouble with that, then nothing else matters. And for the mom, I'm told that moms feel very deficient, because you're like, hey, shouldn't I be able to do this thing that seems so core and human? But many people struggle. Anyway, so thank you for that. On the artificial intelligence front, I too am shocked that this is not front and center in American life. And sometimes I think about a reality where I did not run for president. Do you think anyone would be talking about this? Wasn't that debate stage next week? None of them would be talking about the fundamental economic issues that got Donald Trump into office and are now going to take off. If you're generous, you could say it's because they don't understand those issues. Because if you have been in a bubble, let's call it Washington, D.C., for a couple of decades, and frankly were born in an era where technology was not developing as quickly as it is now. Maybe you've never even read your own emails. Maybe people read them to you. So then it's not as natural for you to be concerned about it. I would put this at the feet of our politicians, to be sure. I would put this at the feet of our media organizations and news organizations that are not covering the nature of our economic transformation in a real way. Where if you turn on cable news, why do they say Donald Trump won? Russia, racism, Facebook, emails, FBI. They don't talk about the fact that we blasted away these 4 million manufacturing jobs, 40,000 right here in Iowa. That's one reason in my mind Trump won the state by 8 points. Is that when you get rid of the jobs, then people start becoming angrier. They don't talk about the fact that if AI does get to a point where it's driving our trucks and cars for us, then that will reduce the most common job in 29 states. That there are 3.5 million truck drivers in the United States. 94% men, average age 49. One thing that most people do not understand is that AI and this technological revolution are about to impact women more than men. Because what happened was it started out in manufacturing, which is a 2/3 male field. And I just talked about trucking, which is 94% male. So you think it's getting rid of jobs for many, many high school educated men, which it hasn't. But it's about to start ripping through administrative and office environments to a very, very high degree, and 60% of those workers are women. It's about to close 30% of America's stores and malls, and while retail jobs are not, well, it's the most common job in the country, and 60% of retail workers are women. So this is not an us-them, this is not a man-woman thing, this is an everyone thing. And I've now been running for president for a couple of years. I'm convinced that DC would never have actually risen to this challenge because it's not in their interest to do so. There's no one in DC who gets paid more based upon highlighting artificial intelligence's threat to our economy and way of life. There are actually people who get paid more if we don't talk about it. Honestly. And one of the things I've said is that at this point, the feedback mechanism between DC and us is broken. They succeed whether we succeed or fail. That is the brutal truth. That is one reason why Donald Trump won. That people are waking up to that reality. We have to change that, and we have to change that as quickly as possible. before the AI leaves the lab and starts tearing apart jobs in earnest. I'm friendly with some of the most advanced technologists in our country. The more you know, the more they know, the more concerned they are. I have never had this conversation. I've been in the lab, I've been to the cutting edge, I know what we're developing, and everything's going to be fine. That's never the end of that thought. So we have to come together and say, this is not a red-blue problem, this is a human problem, and we need human solutions. And those human solutions are going to come right here in Iowa. Thank you.
Andrew, thanks for being here with us today. My question, as a financial advisor, is how are we going to pay for this?
That's a great question. I am the math guy, you know. Amazon is closing 30% of our stores and malls and absorbing $20 billion in business a year. How much did Amazon pay in federal tax last year? Zero. They have $1 trillion market cap. Jeff Bezos is worth $109 billion post-divorce, and they are paying zero in federal taxes. So the first thing you do when you say, how are we going to pay for this, is you say, wait, how does it make sense that Amazon's paying zero taxes? I would say it does not make sense. And it's going to be up to the folks here in Iowa to say it does not make sense, and we need to change that. And then if we get us, our tiny fair share of every Amazon sale, every Google search, every Facebook ad, eventually every robot truck mile and AI work unit, you get a sliver of that, you generate hundreds of billions of new revenue very, very quickly. And because you're a financial advisor, you're probably familiar with this value-added tax that other countries have adopted to make sure that the Amazons of the world don't pay zero taxes. So you look around, Sweden, Denmark, France, Germany, all have this because they figured out it's an escape-proof mechanism to get us those resources. So then you get that mechanism in place, we can put $1,000 in our hands very quickly because, and you know this as a financial advisor too, you put $1,000 in the hands of everyone in the community, the money's just going to go right back into the community, build a trickle-up economy, create more economic activity, more jobs, more businesses. We actually get back a chunk of that value. Then we get back another chunk because we're going to spend less on things like incarceration and homelessness services and emergency room healthcare that we spend $1 trillion on. And then the last part that's really joyous, one study said that if you were to alleviate gross poverty in this country, we would increase our GDP by $700 billion a year just on the basis of better health and education outcomes. Think about that. None of this takes into account the fact that you'd have increased levels of enterprise and creativity and risk-taking because people would feel like if they went out there and took a risk. I was with a literal rock star, and he said that you'd have another Beatles every year in a society where you had freedom dividend because there'd be many more people trying to be creative. And so you can imagine outsized business success coming that you can't project yet, and none of that's baked into the numbers. So anyway, that's how you pay for it. The first thing is you get our fair share from the Amazons of the world so that we can all participate in the gains of the 21st century economy. Amen. Oh, we're making the camera people's jobs. And we have one more question. Who's got the mic?
Alright, so we've spoken about healthcare a little bit, and it's quite serendipitous that you used the word the Amazons of the world because I'm a veteran, active duty veteran. I've been out for 5 years already, and the first 2 years were the most rough I've ever experienced in my life. And you're talking about some of the antipsychotic and schizophrenic drugs, and the VA's solution, and their wise wisdom, was to put me on 2 different antidepressants and an antipsychotic at the same time. Now, instead of it actually getting better and me understanding the root of the anger and the reactivity, and it just made me numb to everything. It didn't allow me to be angry, but it didn't allow me to be happy. And so where I'm getting to with the Amazon, I decided after a week, which they told me to take it for a month before you see any real results, which is beyond absurd. beyond absurd. To anybody educated, I feel that's absurd, but it's also messing with biochemistry, and I don't know a lot about it. What I'm getting to is I stopped taking those drugs, and I continued to do research because I needed to do something, because I wanted to stay here and to be able to experience the family life. And I would not be here right now if it wasn't for psilocybin, cubensis, mushrooms, and ayahuasca, and that's 100% fact. I would not be here. I didn't cry for over 4 years straight before I took psilocybin mushrooms for the first time, and I cried for 4 hours straight. And while this gentleman was sharing his story, I couldn't help but choke up because I understand, I feel that pain. And so my question is, you know, in indigenous cultures, they have shamans, and it seems like a natural proclivity towards the human experience to have these people. And the closest that we have is psychiatrists. They're too mechanical. And when they're warriors or people that experience severe trauma get back to the tribes, they would spend at least 6 months with these shamans, reintegrating them into society and teaching them how to be humans again. And so, how do we get these clinical studies to? Obviously, they're going at their own pace and they're doing their due diligence. But it's been around for so long. There's been so many people like the Beatles that we know it is impacted them in tremendous ways.
First, thank you for sharing. Thank you for your service. Yeah, you go ahead. You are not the first person who has told me about the fact that psilocybin mushrooms have enhanced their way of life and their well-being. Yesterday, I heard very passionately from someone who argued that CBD oil, not a military veteran, so that it saved his life. I'm for the total legalization of marijuana and cannabis. It shouldn't be on the federally controlled substance list. And I'm very open to legalizing psilocybin mushrooms as well. The fact is, right now, what's the most lethal drug in America? Opiates. Like, it's all these prescription opiates that are killing 8 Americans an hour. And that was, quote-unquote, legal because Purdue Pharma profited to the tune of $30 billion on the backs of our communities and our families. And we find them $635 million, which sounds like a lot until you realize it's only 2% of $30 billion. And that family is one of the richest families in the country today. So in the context of that, and you look at drugs like marijuana and mushrooms, and you say, wait a minute, what? Like, these drugs are not anywhere near as lethal. They're not as crucially addictive. So why are we criminalizing one thing and profiteering and essentially destroying lives on the other? So the reason why I smiled was I love the fact that Native populations had to spend 6 months with a shaman, and it did make me reflect, like, who is the shaman in American life today? Like, in American life today, you describe psychiatrists as being overly mechanical, and I couldn't agree more. Like, I think that our medical industrial complex is too mechanical. I think, unfortunately, how many of y'all are educators? I think our educational system is becoming unduly mechanical. I would lighten up on the SATs and the standardized tests and the rest of it. You know, we devised the SAT during World War II as a way to identify which kids not to send to the front lines. And then now we just decide to bludgeon our kids with it every year, like every year is wartime. So we need to try and humanize our economy to the extent possible and humanize solutions that work for people when they come home. If you were to show up to the VA and they had this whole range of things, instead of saying, hey, take these 2 antidepressants and an antipsychotic and then wait for months for it to numb you. Or, you know, I would love it if they said, hey, how about that? Or we could send you to the 6-month reverse boot camp with our modern-day equivalent of a shaman who's been in service and came back and now makes a living helping make veterans stronger. And guess what? You can take mushrooms as part of that 6-month reverse boot camp. Like, that would be the kind of thing I would love to sponsor at the VA as a pilot. I have a feeling it would be the most popular pilot. And the efficacy rate would be higher. And then you'd just be like, hey, it's data-driven. It turns out the modern-day shaman is more effective than the antipsychotics. And then the drug companies would be like, oh, wait a minute, we get paid less. And I'd be like, that is the point. Get lost. So thank you for sharing, and thank you for your service. And I believe this is your family. Is this right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a beautiful family. Should be on the screen.
Coming all the way to DC for joining us for the tour. Excited to get to know you all and talk a little bit more about my own values and journey.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited to have this conversation, to get this conversation on record. Thank you so much, Andrew. I love being a part of the campaign. It's great coming up here from DC. I'm originally from Ohio, so I'm kind of used to this weather. And I got a great chance to see the Hawkeyes and the Cyclones play last night. So, good game. I don't know who won. I'm not getting that. All right. But this morning, we're going to just take a few questions. I want to talk. I want to ask Andrew and Reverend Adam to share a little bit about faith and the role faith sort of plays in politics and even in the campaign. So oftentimes, faith-related questions come up along the campaign trail. So we wanted to take a time this morning to talk a little bit more intimately about how faith informs you, Andrew, or informs us even as ministers who get involved in the political arena, and to find out more about how faith may feed your vision for what you see happening in the country. So I'm going to start. I'll ask Andrew a question, and then I'll let you chime in if you'd like, Reverend Adam, and we'll just kind of go from there. Everybody okay with that? Good. So the first question will go to Andrew. Andrew, can you share a little bit about your faith journey? I've heard you talk a lot about, in some instances, having grown up in a secular household. Could you elaborate on that a little bit for me?
As you said, I did grow up in a secular household. My parents met as graduate students from Taiwan. So they met out west in California, and then I was born in upstate New York. And I thought about it. I could not remember my parents ever actually talking about their own religion growing up. And yet, as a young boy, I had this instinctive faith in something bigger than us, God, a higher power. And many of my relatives were Christian. So what we would do is sometimes for various major holidays, we would go to church and service. And so we were exposed to it, but then my parents never talked about their own faith or beliefs. You don't know this story. When I got to college, I had this massive crush on this Christian girl, and so then I wound up going to church, because I think that's what happens in many cases.
Men never go to church to meet women, never.
Yeah. I hope it's not an unusual story. And so I always had this sort of attraction to the communities of faith, and then I'm very, very fortunate to have married my wife Evelyn, who was brought up Christian, and then we started attending church together, and now we attend church regularly, and our boys are in Sunday school and are being brought up Christian, and I'm thrilled with that. Like, I see the impact it has on them, having them ask questions about God and Jesus. It's a source of real strength and joy for me and the family, though I would be the first to say that my own journey is still in progress.
Thank you. And Reverend Ed, I'm sure you as a Reverend can relate to that. And when we meet those that are on a spiritual journey, what's that like?
To meet those who are on a spiritual journey,
yeah.
We're all on some sort of spiritual journey, right. I would say. I don't even know how I even became a pastor. I went to college. I went to Luther College. I'm going to get some booze here. That's the other. This is a Lutheran institution, and one of the things that we value is education. And Martin Luther, not Martin Luther King Jr., but the fat German beer drinking Martin Luther. Yeah.
Martin Luther's a big deal too.
Yeah. He's a reformer. You know what? Yeah. Anyways, I think faith journey comes differently for us all. What has kind of brought me into this mostly is, when I was 13 years old, my dad died, and so I had bigger questions about the world. And I've always been connected with the church through family traditions. And when I went to Luther, that the intellectual piece stirred in me, and it just led me to more God questions, and I still have a lot of God questions. So it brings me a lot of joy to see people struggling and working with their faith, and those bigger than life questions, because I think that's a deep part of us and who we are.
Thank you very much. Now, Andrew, you mentioned Evelyn, who is lovely, by the way, and you've talked about her role in sort of introducing you, bringing the children and the family into the faith. But I've also heard you talk about her response when you approached her with the idea of running for the presidency of the United States. I think one of the first things she said was, what about health care? I think that was the first question.
Yeah, that was one of them.
But then after that, she said something along the lines of, she saw something in you and she realized that you almost had to do this, almost as if this was more of a mission or a call. Would you elaborate on that?
Well, certainly, if you rewind 2 years ago, there was no one knocking down Andrew Yang's door saying run for president. So let's put it that way. That the decision to run had to be very much one of service, because I was completely anonymous. My mailing list was literally just my Gmail address book. And so if you decide to take that kind of path, then you need to be driven by something much, much bigger. And Evelyn saw that immediately. I mean, she knows, we know each other very, very well, and she knows that I would never, I would never want to be away from her and the kids if it wasn't for something fundamental and important. And I think she believed in me, that we could get to this point where now I'm number 5 in the polls. I'm one of only 7 candidates to qualify for next December's debate. We do have, or not next week's debate. We do have this joke where I say to her that she'd only come out in the trail after I'd broken through to a certain level. But the truth is she had her hands full with the boys. And anytime someone thanks me for running, I say, thank my wife, because she's been sacrificing much more than I have.
Yeah, but you can talk about that sacrifice.
Yes, and one of the things I really appreciate about hearing your story is that you talk about your kids. It sounds like they're very important. And I'm also aware that your grandmother died recently. I'm just curious, what kind of impact did she have on your life, and how you formed the world, and you stirred that spirit of faith. Was she a Christian at all, or was she involved in any type of faith tradition?
My grandmother was not Christian. But I have to say, to the extent that I have this spirit of fellowship, it does come from my grandmother and my mother. My father is sort of a roughneck, in a very affectionate way, we're intending that. Like he grew up on a peanut farm in Asia with no floor, and had a relatively rugged upbringing. I was always really scared of my dad growing up, and he's not the sort of person that's writing a lot of Christmas cards, let's put it that way. And as you can imagine with different relationships, my mom picked up that slack. My mom very much was the person who'd send Christmas cards and thank you gifts and just look out for everyone. And so to the extent that I feel that spirit of fellowship, it's from my grandmother and my mother, that side of the family, for sure.
Yep, and we do. We bless your grandmother. We certainly bless your family for allowing you to make the sacrifice of running.
And people have been wishing me condolences for my grandmother's passing, and I'm obviously very sad because my mother was sad. At the same time, she was 95 years old, had 6 grandchildren, 6 great-grandchildren, was in a lot of pain down the stretch, and so her passing seems like as much of a blessing as anything else. She was surrounded by family. It was very, very touching, where the only thing she did in terms of actually getting her attention and energy up was watching me in the debates. If you can imagine watching your grandson. But so when people concern me, I have to say, like, I genuinely feel like she's in a much better place now. She's happier, healthier, and she'd lived as full a life as one could hope for.
Wonderful. So, to the campaign trail then, and the role of faith, how have you, if at all, seen faith or spirituality playing out on the campaign trail, either for you or in some of the meetings or that you've had or relationships that you've formed?
This campaign has been such a journey of fellowship. I have to say that people underestimate how human running for president or running for any political office is. How many of you have all run for political office, even locally? I sense there are always a few people in this sort of gathering. And what I tell people is that if you run for local office, that's harder than running for president in many respects, because people know exactly who you are, they know where you live, they're going to see you in the grocery store, and if you don't show up to something, they'll notice and miss you. Whereas for me, frankly, if the presidential candidate doesn't show up to something, no one notices. Like, yeah, he's someplace else. So when you run for office, it's much more, and you all know this, like people sometimes attribute some kind of vainglorious motivation to a political candidate, and you have to try, I wish you could all say to them, being like, you would have to be a really terrible human being to do this for some kind of ego-driven reasons, because it's much more ego-punishing than ego-gratifying most all the time. You know what I mean? So you end up with many periods of reflection where you're looking at yourself and you're saying, why am I doing this? But in the case of this campaign, I have felt buoyed and invigorated by other people everywhere I've gone. And that was even true when the group crowds were like, the crowds were like 4 or 5 people instead of 400 or 500. I have to say that Iowa has been responsible for this campaign's growth in such fundamental ways. This is my 23rd time in the state. I've been coming here once a month for the last 2 years, essentially. And it was an Iowa newspaper that first included me in a poll. Just even to include my name in the poll was actually a very big step.
That's a big deal.
It was. It was the Des Moines Register, and then CNN takes its cues from the Des Moines Register, and so they're like, I guess this guy's now on polls. And then other people looked and said, he's on their poll, so I guess he should be on our poll? So the sense that this campaign has been driven by the people here in Iowa, the people of this country, certainly not me, has been with us the entire time and has been fueling our success and growth.
Pastor Adam, was there anything in particular that resonated with you regarding the campaign that garnered your support?
Well, you have to understand I've been pretty apolitical my whole life. I was once a Republican, never been a Democrat, and probably the majority of my life I've been a very stubborn independent. We're close to the same age, so that's kind of the extra, rebellion type of a thing. But I have, in my work, I've been working with demography and just paying attention to all the different shifts in society, how technology has affected those shifts. And I was just listening, I was going to bed and I was listening to a Joe Rogan podcast. And a lot of people have kind of come into attention with Joe Rogan's podcast. And I said, man, this guy really thinks. And I really like the way he thinks. I like the way he thinks about the problems differently. And I like to think, I love the way he does the solution. So that led me into buying your book. I bought it on Amazon, actually. So
everyone does, man. I use the Amazon link.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's what we do, Barnes and Noble.
Yeah. So I read your book, and it sealed the deal for me. It scared the crap out of me when I read the first half of the book, and when I read the second half of the book, I just felt this overwhelming sense of hope. That there's something new and different coming. And so I gave $20 to your campaign. I said, I got to give this guy a shot. Well, $20. Yeah. I was one of, and so I gave $20 to your campaign, and that spurred somebody from your campaign. I thought he was a relative or something. Ping Yang called me, and they needed staffing housing. And,
not related.
Not related, yeah, he told me that. So I had a lot of fun with him. But we're working with this campaign just off and on with their staffers, Al and Nancy, and there's a Maggie, and this is a super fun group of people to work with. I've had a lot of fun doing this.
Glad, man. That makes me a lot of joy. I mean, this has to be a campaign of humanity and joy. Yeah. I'm so glad you've had that experience.
I like your humanity, your focus. Quite a bit, and the solutions. I've been following UBI. I had to look them up, but I read research by a guy Standing. I know you use Andy Stern quite a bit about UBI. Guy Standing makes kind of a social justice argument for UBI, and that's kind of a centerpiece of your campaign. It's not. I hear clearly what you're with UBI is that this is an essential piece to your campaign, but it's not the solution. It's per se. It's a piece of the puzzle that moves us towards a more whole country. So the guy, this guy, Guy, yeah, he's an English professor in England, and this guy, Guy. This is messing me up. But he makes the argument from a social justice standpoint. He's done research, over 30 years of research, and he's gone into villages And what this has done to the villages, and it completely took the stigma away. Some people were having bigger huts than other people huts, and there was no resentment with this. And I found that fascinating. So,
yeah, I had the privilege of sitting with Martin Luther King III after the last debate in Atlanta, and he talked about how this was his dad's vision. Imagine being able to refer to Martin Luther King as dad. And when he said that, I was like, Dad, wow. But he talked about how, from a social justice standpoint, putting economic resources in their people's hands, it fulfills the vision where everyone is loved, everyone has value, we're all responsible for each other. And so I came to it from a combination of places where I'm a numbers guy, and I looked at the numbers and I said, this is shocking and horrifying. We are going to push millions of Americans into distress, and that we're in the midst of doing so right now. But then from a values perspective, this is something that people have been fighting for decades. And I talked to Evelyn, my wife, about how could you go from Martin Luther King championing it in the 60s, it's mainstream, 1,000 economists endorse it, to it takes the far-out futurist Asian guy to try and drag it back into the mainstream 50 years later. What happened in those 50 years? And Evelyn and I concluded that what happened was that we confused economic value and human value over those 50 years and got collectively brainwashed to think of ourselves as economic inputs or economic actors, and that if you don't have economic value, you no longer have any value. And so you have a society that ends up putting the pressure on individuals and say, what's that, your factory closed? Well, that's on you, like adapt or something ridiculous. Or what, your coal mine closed? I guess we're going to try and turn you into coders. The entire thing is premised on the fact that our value is determined by what the market says it is. And that's a relatively recent invention. We did not think that 50 years ago, but we think that today.
So then that leads into my next question, which was, which of your policies in particular do you believe best resonate with communities of faith? And would you say that universal basic income certainly would be one of those, or what other?
Well, certainly alleviating poverty is something that I believe many religious communities would agree with based on Scripture. And the non-religious agree. Like, many people just look up and say, in the richest, most advanced country in the history of the world, we should eradicate poverty. We have the resources to do so. It would alleviate untold human misery. It would make us stronger, healthier, improve relationships, decrease domestic violence. So these are things that I think that we can agree on. But to me, the other thing that's getting lost is this confusion between human flourishing and economic progress. Where right now we're being guided by corporate profits and GDP measurements, even as our life expectancy has declined for the last 3 years because suicides and drug overdoses are both at record highs. Also at record highs, stress, anxiety, depression, mental illness, financial insecurity, student loans. So if you have the wrong measurements for your society, it's going to be disastrous over time, because you're going to think, and you're going to have this feeling, well, you'll see the headlines and say, well, I guess headline unemployment's low and GDP is up, but then you have this sinking feeling, like, why does it not feel like things are going great where I live in Iowa? Your feelings are right, the numbers are wrong. And what we have to do is we have to use the correct numbers so that we can all see that we're in a mental health depression, we're in a wellness depression, we're in a community depression in terms of involvement, volunteerism, engagement, civic relationships. If you had the right measurements in place, you would see that we're actually falling apart.
Good. Then what would be your, not good that we're falling apart, by the way, but what then would be your message to those who are motivated to vote or select a candidate based on their faith or based on their values? For some voters, where a person stands and what their faith is or is not is very important. So what would your message be to those potential voters?
I would say for them to search their hearts and determine what their own values are, and then support a campaign or candidate that has a vision that aligns with your values. And of course, no candidate is going to align in every single respect, and I don't think that should be necessarily the expectation or goal. But then what are like the very big things that you're concerned about, and how can we actually make progress, not at the margins or the edges, but in a way that will allow us to really look our kids in the eyes and say, we're going to leave you a country, a society, a community, a planet that we're proud of. Because unfortunately, many people feel the same way you have until recently, which makes me very grateful. Where politics is not that relevant, and it's like these arguments are happening between like these particular bounds, and people are fed up. You know, especially, I have to say, I feel your pain here in Iowa. I just turned on the TV for 15 minutes, and I saw at least 6 ads, none of them mine. But I saw at least 6 ads, and if you're a normal human being in this state, you'd be like, oh no, it's political season again. Like, I have to, wade through all of this stuff. It's really easy to get alienated by it and then not engage more deeply as to which campaign may actually solve some of the fundamental problems that you're concerned about for yourself, your family members, your community.
Excellent. So just a couple of more questions. One of the things I've been blown away by, quite honestly, is the response to the campaign and to you. Many of the supporters have shared uplifting stories about the impact that the campaign's making on them personally, spiritually, mentally. What are your thoughts about this impact? What do you attribute that to?
It has been the most uplifting experience when people come to me and say, Andrew, I was depressed, and you helped lift me out of my depression. That's so touching. My brother is a clinical psychology professor, and I believe that we have, a mental health crisis in this country, and the fact that people find this campaign so uplifting that it gives them hope. One of the things I learned for myself, and I can relate to a lot of what you were saying, maybe it's the Gen X thing, it's true. 10 years ago, the financial crisis, I felt terrible about the state of the country because we'd crashed the economy, and worse yet, no one was taking any accountability or responsibility. People are getting paid hundreds of millions of dollars, and we're just like, well, who could know? And then when the government had a choice between bailing out Wall Street and keeping Americans in their homes, what did we choose? Bailing out Wall Street, $4 trillion into the banks. Called it quantitative easing in the hopes of confusing people so we wouldn't notice. But we chose the banks over our people, and I was so disgusted by this. I said, wow, I can't believe this is what we've come to. And it struck me so hard that I quit my job, started a nonprofit, and spent 7 years building and running that nonprofit. And so those of you who work in volunteer capacities, I understand that spirit of service. And that was actually probably the toughest conversation with Evelyn, because she made me, and I was a fairly normal guy. And then I was like, hey, I'm not going to quit this job, donate some of our money to start a nonprofit, go without salary, and build this nonprofit, because I think that having our talent and energies go to Wall Street and create exotic financial instruments is a disaster and a train wreck, and I want to try and show people that we can do something more generative and positive. And so this is a very long-winded way of saying I only started to feel better about the problems when I took action. And so for the folks that felt depressed, I think that the reason why this campaign has made them feel better is because they feel like they can take action. They feel like they can do something concrete and real that will potentially solve the problems that are making them sad. And as human beings, we find that to be the biggest source of uplift. If you have a problem and someone says, hey, feel better, like, it doesn't really work that well, honestly. You know what I mean? But if you say, hey, here's like a set of steps you can take that you actually have a chance to contribute to solving the problem, then that actually does empower us and make us feel better. That's the only way I found I could feel better about the problems that are facing the country, is doing something about it.
Awesome. And Pastor Adam, humanity first is the tagline, and you mentioned that earlier. When you hear that, what did you hear? What do you hear in that?
I kind of take a little theological stint on it, seeing the Christ in others. And I guess I kind of want to build on what you were reflecting on, Andrew. You know, I after my journey of reading your book and giving $20, I joined this social media group, Yang Gang. I guess I'm a Yang Ganger now. Yeah. I ran into libertarians. I kind of considered myself somewhat of a libertarian at one time. And progressives and ex-Trump supporters, and the humanity piece is just the respect, the value that everybody has is felt in the conversations. And if somebody says something kind of off color, there's creative ways to kind of bring that into alignment, and I see that, and the creativity that has happened there's a guy, apparently there's somebody making a video game of you. I don't know if you knew that. Yeah, that's very sweet.
I was joking, saying I know which character I'm going to play.
I think I saw a tattoo on the back of their leg too.
Yeah, it just unleashed this great sense of creativity and hopefulness, and it's just been really kind of fun to watch that and see that unfold and kind of be a part of that, you know.
Yeah, it's been fun for me. You get out. I think one of the most gratifying comments I saw was, if Andrew Yang can unify the comment section of a YouTube video, he can unify the country.
There's country music songs. Yeah, country music songs, rap songs, and the creativity is just going everywhere, and it's just really neat.
It's something to see. Well, I want to wrap up then with this, Andrew, and then I'll give you a few minutes to just kind of close out if you like. You know, at the end of the day, you've mentioned it earlier, running for president is really hard. It's really hard, very taxing. What keeps you going?
It is the people I meet on the trail. It's the fact that people have invested so much of their hope for the future. When I decided to run 2 years ago, I had hopes for the campaign, but I said to myself, like, if this ends with me, the lone voice in the wilderness, 2 years from now, with a group of, two, I would be okay with that. Like, I would live with that, because I would have been true to my values. I would have fought for my country, and win or lose, you can sleep at night. But now, coming around the road and seeing that there are groups of people, we have our own fancy bus that the donors are able to put their names on the side. What invigorates me first and foremost is seeing that we actually can change the course of history for our country. And history can change very, very quickly, particularly when you're in this magical place called Iowa, where each of you has incredible outsized importance in our political system. So I'm energized by the campaign's growth and the energy and the spirit of the people, the creativity. On a very personal level, I do keep a list of things I'm grateful for on my phone, and anytime I start to drag, I just take it out, and it has like the names of my children, the fact that my parents are still alive and with us, and then some really stupid, trivial things, like my favorite pizza place, like a TV show I enjoyed and I haven't watched the end of, like just whatever, like the list of things, and you're like, oh yeah, there are all of these like great things in life that that I have to be thankful for. That's something that I found always just gives me a little bit of perspective.
Wonderful. So why don't you take a few minutes then and just close out here with the crowd. Thank you all, certainly. We have a round of applause for Andrew and for Pastor Adam.
Thank you. It's tremendous to be here today. I'm grateful. I have many Christian relatives. Now my family members are Christian. And one aspect of their faith that I have always struggled with is that when bad things happened to them, or in their community, or like a colleague was laid off or something like that, they would say something along the lines of, like God has a plan, or put your faith in God. And then there was part of me that, found out, like, oh, that's very uplifting because they have faith. But then there was part of me, this other part, that said, you should actually be angry about that and change that or fight that. But it's not enough necessarily just to like go along with it and then trust that all is God's plan. I'm angry about what's happened in our communities. And it's going to take people of faith unifying with people who have different beliefs to change the things so that we actually can feel good about ourselves, our communities, our family members, our country. This is going to be an act of sacrifice on the part of many, many people, of commitment, of time away from family, of potentially difficult conversations with friends and neighbors. I don't know if this conception is something that my family members who are Christian who seem very accepting of things would agree with me on. But this, to me, is what brought me before you here today. This is what has energized my campaign, is that it's not enough to believe we can do better. We have to fight for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Have to shoulder this burden on their own, which is why our bill is funded by creating a new fee on the e-cigarette companies who created this crisis in the first place. Make no mistake, e-cigarette companies like Juul target children, while the Food and Drug Administration has done much less than it should have done, although it did characterize this situation as an epidemic. These companies like Juul have targeted our children with dessert and fruit flavors: mango, cool cucumber, mini-sation, cotton candy, gummy bear, the list goes on and on. Devices that look like flash drives are easily hidden by these same students. They target our kids by paying popular young social media influencers to use these dangerous and addictive products. As chairman of the House Subcommittee on Economic Consumer Policy, Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy has helped shed light on all the ways that Juul worked to hook our kids on nicotine. I can't get the Senate under its current leadership to consider a hearing on this subject. Thank goodness Congressman Krishnamurthy has done that on the House side. These companies need to be held accountable. I'm going to turn this over to Congressman Krishnamurthy. Before I do, I want to especially thank Ruby Johnson, who is here. She has been with me in Washington on this issue, and her story about her discovery of her daughter's illness related to vaping was a compelling, touching story of a mother who learned almost too late what was going on with her daughter as she took her off to college. Ruby, you've been a strong advocate on this issue, and you've come to D.C. many times to take on a Herculean task of educating members of Congress. And so I want to thank you for that. Thank you, Ruby, and everyone here. Let me turn it over to Congressman Krishnamurthy.
Thank you, Senator. I also want to thank Congressman Davis for being here. This is his district. He told us some very interesting stories about how this high school has been a fabulous high school for many decades. Thank you to Janice Jackson from CPS. Thank you to Ruby Johnson as well as Trinity Wells. And thank you, Senator Durbin, for your incredible leadership on the issue of decreasing tobacco use over the decades. And I'm just honored to be here. You know, the meteoric rise in youth vaping has become a national public health crisis. In 2017, 12% of high schoolers were vaping, and roughly 3% of middle schoolers. Now, only 2 years later, almost 28% of high schoolers are vaping, and believe it or not, almost 11% of middle schoolers. Think about that. These are kids 11 to 13 years old vaping. They're already at risk for a life-addicting nicotine addiction. As a father to both a middle school student and a high school student, I'm appalled by this alarming trend. I've mentioned this before, but our high school student, who's 14, was approached more than 20 times in the first month of high school to begin vaping. Recently, I met with advocates from the Truth Initiative in my D.C. office, and one of their youth advocates told me it's more likely for her to be asked for a Juul than for a pencil. Some of you may have also heard about Piper Johnson, Ruby's daughter, who started coughing and feeling ill as her mother, Ruby, was driving her to college. Her mother took her to the hospital, and unfortunately, her daughter Piper's illness only got worse. She was diagnosed with sudden and severe lung illness due to vaping. She and her parents didn't know if Piper would make it. Fortunately, she did. But her father says that he thinks that Piper dodged a bullet. And citing Piper, they have now become incredible advocates against vaping. This deeply disturbing trend of more and more young people vaping is nothing other than an epidemic, and now we have to do something about it. Why? Because young people, when they start vaping, are doing grave damage to their health. Their brains are still developing, so exposure to nicotine stunts their brain development. It also affects their self-control, attention, and mood, and it adversely affects their memory, concentration, and learning. Now, that's why my colleagues and I have been fighting so hard to fight this epidemic. Recently, I chaired a hearing of the House Oversight Subcommittee on Economic and Consumer Policy to hear testimony from the FDA Director for the Center for Tobacco Products, and recently we launched an investigation of Juul. As a result of our investigation, and we actually had Senator Durbin as an expert witness at one of our hearings, the FDA cited our findings in determining that Juul's marketing and advertising was illegal. This prompted the FDA to send a warning letter to Juul, which then caused them to halt all of their domestic marketing and advertising. So that's a big win. However, much, much more needs to be done at this point. And that's why we're here today. We're here to announce the Providing Resources to End the Vaping Epidemic Now for Teenagers, the PREVENT Act. It creates a quarterly user fee on manufacturing companies in the vaping space, and that money will be used to fund the prevention and the social media campaigns, the peer-to-peer advocacy campaigns that are crucial for ending this epidemic. Furthermore, this bill requires reports from grantees of the funds that are being used for these different campaigns to identify obstacles in combating youth e-cigarette use, as well as effective and ineffective strategies and resources. I am confident that this bill will be effective in educating our youth, dispelling misinformation, and empowering kids to help each other understand the dangers and potential harms of vaping. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for helping to protect a whole new generation of kids from a lifelong nicotine addiction. Let me just close with this. We've seen this movie before play out in tobacco use with combustible cigarettes. We've seen this movie of addiction play out before, and it's ongoing with opioids. We don't need to see the sequel. with e-cigarettes and vaping. We must put an end to the vaping, the youth vaping epidemic now. Our kids are not for sale. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm delighted to be here this morning at Jones and to see as many students as they are present. I want to thank my colleagues for the leadership that they have both been providing on this issue. Representative Krishnamurthy in the House, and of course the minority whip in the Senate, the Honorable Senator Durbin. I also want to pay tribute for a moment to Dr. Jackson for the tremendous leadership that she is providing, not only to Jones, but to all of the public schools in the city of Chicago. I want to pay tribute to a chief advocate who is helping others to understand, and to see the leadership, the student council president, engaged and involved in a meaningful way. I grew up in an era where we were taught that an ounce of prevention is worth much more than a pound of cure. That is, if you could prevent something from happening, then you don't have to spend as much time, energy, or effort trying to correct it. I never shall forget, and it's been a few days, when I was a college student. And the most popular person on campus was the cigarette man. They used to have little sample packages of cigarettes that they passed out. And many of us started to smoke cigarettes because it was the popular thing to do. And it really took my father to convince me to stop smoking. He said, you know, there's information that says only a fool would do something that's harmful. And I think smoking cigarettes is harmful. Well, I think what we're really trying to convey, not only in terms of the prevention, but to also say to our young people, we know that sometimes it sounds faddish, sometimes it looks good, sometimes it appears to be the thing to do. But actions have consequences. And I've seen people die, quite frankly, of lung cancer. I've seen people go through many different changes. So my message this morning is simple. We're going to try to do everything that we can do to make it more difficult for these products to be available. But it's really left up to each one of the young people to know the dangers of vaping, to know that life can be as productive, you can have as much fun as you can have, but you can also live much longer if you do the thing that's helpful, beneficial. Thanks again to all of you for being here, and it's a pleasure.
Thanks, Dan. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Davis, for your remarks. He actually stole a little bit of my thunder, so I'll try to regroup. But seriously, a lot has already been said. You've heard the statistics. You've also heard the good news that as a country and society, we have been able to reduce the amount of students using tobacco. But yet, here we are today facing a new epidemic and a new threat to our students. I want to thank Senator Durbin for including me. As I said to him coming up on the elevator, it's really important for me to see this through. Oftentimes, in my role as CEO of Chicago Public Schools, there's no shortage of issues that need to be addressed, and corrected in this role, but it gives me great hope, and I feel more empowered when I know that there's support both at the federal level as well as at the state level in order to address this. I'm sure many of you heard that yesterday our Attorney General Kwame Raoul is suing Juul, one of the biggest manufacturers. We think that this is a step in the right direction, but we also know that prevention is extremely important and that schools play a critical role in doing just that. In CPS, we've already done a few things to get this started, and I'd like to share that here and hopefully elevate some of these resources. Our CPS health education curriculum has been updated to provide more information around the dangers of vaping, to ensure that our students are not led astray by some of the slick advertising that was talked about in Senator Durbin's remarks. I also want to thank the leadership of Congressman Krishnamurthy as well as Congressman Davis for uplifting this and making sure that this becomes a real issue. If this legislation is approved, this will mean additional resources that we can use in the school system in order to prevent this from becoming a threat for so many of our students. I want to thank Ms. Johnson, who's going to speak to us later today and really share her story, really for lending a voice and a face to this epidemic. As a parent, I know how difficult it is in ensuring that your children are safe, and she could have easily made sure her child was okay and went on about her business, but instead is using her voice in this platform to warn other students and parents about the dangers of vaping. I also think it's critically important that we hear from peers. We know that support and voices from the youth can really lead us in the right direction, and at this time I'd like to call Trinity Wells to the podium to talk a little bit about this from the student's perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Good afternoon. I would like to first thank Dr. Powers, Dr. Fay, Dr. Plunkett, and Mr. Mitchell for granting me with such an amazing opportunity to speak on this important topic. My name is Trinity Wells, and I'm currently a senior at Jones College Prep. Today, I will do my best to represent my peers' opinions of the legislation fostered by Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy and Senator Dick Durbin concerning the use of vaping. As many may be aware, vaping has become a prevalent issue within one of our communities. Specifically, there has been a concern with the issue of vaping among younger age groups. Whether you are mother, father, sister, brother, junior, senior, freshman, or sophomore, there might have been a time in which you have come across another person who vapes. If you have not, perhaps you will in the future. The usage of e-cigarettes among teens is becoming more widespread. I believe that the most important aspect of this concern that must be addressed is the education that many will need about the effects and ingredients included in e-cigarettes. Thus, I believe that I can speak on behalf of most, if not all of my peers, when I say that we would support the legislation that both Senator Durbin and Congressman Krishnamurthy are advocating for. Due to this legislation, education about e-cigarettes and vaping will allow people to become more informed about the general use. Though individuals may continue vaping, they will do so after knowing and understanding the risks. In the future, I'm sure that my peers and I would hope that this legislation leads to healthier living and better informed decisions. With that, I'd like to thank both Senator Durbin and Congressman Krishnamurthy for their advocating for this legislation and thinking about the health of younger generations, as well as anyone else who is here today to talk about the issue of vaping.
We've said a few words about her already, but Ruby Johnson has the best, most compelling story I've heard from a parent. Ruby, it's yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Ruby Johnson, and I'm an Illinois mom of 7 kids, ranging from an 18-year-old, almost 19-year-old college freshman, all the way down to a 5-year-old kindergartner. My husband and I are currently parents of 4 teenagers. 4 months ago, I loaded up our oldest daughter and everything to furnish her dorm room to make the drive to Colorado to begin her freshman year of college. As we set out, she was coughing and complaining of pain in her chest when she took a deep breath. Within a few hours, she began to shiver like she was running a fever. She also admitted to me that she had been vaping. What was supposed to be one of the most joyful times of her young life and an exciting rite of passage for us as a family turned into a terrifying near-death experience that involved a week-long hospital stay. Our daughter went from a healthy 18-year-old to a patient lying in a hospital bed who needed staggering amounts of oxygen and medications to treat her declining health. When we arrived in her college town, we went directly to the hospital. She was nauseous, tachycardic, coughing, running a fever, couldn't take a deep breath without intense pain, and struggled to keep her oxygen saturation up to even the mid-80s. A CT scan showed what the doctors initially called a diffuse pneumonia all over her lungs. Though appropriate antibiotics were started immediately, her condition continued to worsen, and she was transferred to the ICU in case more extreme measures to help her became necessary. With every doctor came the same question: are you a smoker? Finally, they asked, how about e-cigarettes? Her answer to that question was yes, though it wasn't until we got to the third doctor to see her that it actually seemed to be taken seriously. I'll never forget watching her cry that she literally couldn't breathe without excruciating pain as she was pumped full of dozens of medications. She couldn't even get up to walk to the bathroom without her alarm screaming because her oxygen was dipping so low. Her belly was dark purple from the nightly injections they gave her to prevent blood clots as she lay in a hospital bed. It took us days to get an accurate diagnosis. Hearing her pulmonologist say that he feared if we'd waited another 24 hours to seek medical attention, she'd have most likely been unresponsive or on a ventilator was very sobering. Our daughter ended up being one of the lucky ones. In this case,
organizations for the support of this event. The City of Jersey City, the Anti-Violence Coalition, Governor Murphy's office, the offices of Senators Menendez and Booker, and you, the concerned citizens of Jersey City. The circumstances of us gathering here today couldn't be more tragic. Nevertheless, our city's dedication to fighting hatred shines as an example for all Americans today. On the topic of examples, I want to encourage everyone here today to commit to elevating the names of the victims and not the names of the perpetrators. Deny the shooters fame, don't use their names. Let me tell you about the victims. Detective Seals served 15 years on our city's police force and worked tirelessly to get guns off the streets, saving countless lives. He was a devoted husband and loving father of 5. We remember Detective Seals. Mindy Ferenz, who was 32, was a wife and mother of 3 children. We remember Mindy Ferenz. Moshe Deutsch, who was 24, was a humanitarian and rabbinical student from Williamsburg, New York. We remember Moshe Deutsch. Douglas Miguel Rodriguez was 49, and he was a father and a husband and a hard-working man. We remember Douglas Miguel Rodriguez. Now I'd like to take a moment of silence for the victims. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce U.S. Senator from New Jersey, Bob Menendez. Got your umbrella.
Thank you, John. We join together tonight as a community in remembrance and in defiance of those who ultimately have hate in their heart. We join in remembrance of the lives that were lost, a mother, a student, immigrant, and a valorous police officer who lost his life, gave his life to service to our community and lost his life in pursuit of that service. So our hearts are broken, and so are our gun laws. And that's why I came tonight to stand with all of the anti-gun and gun violence efforts that exist with Moms Demand Action, Students Demand Action, We Are in Jersey City, and so many others. Because as we mourn, we have to make a commitment that their lives will not have been in vain. And in that regard, it is time, as our gun laws are broken, to get them right. It is time for a universal background check to exist in our nation, so that regardless of New Jersey having the strongest gun laws in the nation, it is of little value if you can purchase it at a gun show, from a private sale, by the click of a mouse, or anywhere else in the nation that has much laxer laws, and ultimately bring those guns to New Jersey. It is time to end high-capacity magazines, which are only about high-capacity killing. It is time to restore the assault weapon ban, which I voted for when I was in the House of Representatives. If we do these things, we can assure a measure of greater security for our communities. And if we commit ourselves to this effort, we can memorialize their lives in a way that will give meaning to their lives in a way that I think would exist for far, far longer in the days ahead. We need, as a nation, to not only reject hatred, to reject intolerance, to reject anti-Semitism, but we also need to reject the scourge of gun violence. And that's why I'm here tonight, to stand together with those who are speaking out and who are working to make sure that that type of violence doesn't take place in our communities again.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator, for that. Give me 1 second, sorry. So my name is Jai Patel. I'm 19 years old. I'm a Jersey City native. I'm with Students Demand Action. My heart is with the families and loved ones of those killed and wounded in Tuesday's shooting. Our community has the attention of the nation because of this horrific shooting, yet we're all too familiar with the heartbreak of gun violence happening every day in Jersey City. Just this summer, we marched down Martin Luther King Boulevard to honor the 100 lives cut short by gun violence every single day in America. Now, Martin Luther King Drive joins a list that no community wants to be on. The Unity Walk in June, this past June, was one of the strongest moments in our city's history. We marched down 6, 7 blocks of Martin Luther King Jr. all the way to Lincoln Park, together as one, as a city, to spread the voice of peace that this city greatly needs. No one should have to fear for their lives in a classroom or while shopping at their neighborhood grocery store. As we gather here today, we cannot forget how hate, armed with a gun, can quickly turn deadly. In fact, in an average year, more than 10,000 hate crimes involve a firearm, more than 28 each day. In 2017, nearly 1 out of 4 reported crimes were motivated by religious bias and anti-Semitism. Whether it's racism, homophobia, misogyny, transphobia, xenophobia, religious intolerance, or any other bias, we demand to live in a country where it is safe to be who we are and believe what we want and love who we want. We're fortunate to live in a state with lawmakers who care deeply about the nearly 500 people who are shot and killed in New Jersey each year. Our lawmakers have enacted some of the strongest gun laws in the country aimed at preventing gun violence. But even more than one shooting is too many. And until we can end all forms of gun violence, there's more work to be done. It has been months since we passed H.R. 8, the Bipartisan Background Check Act, but how many more people have to die in order for the Senate to listen to more than 90% of Americans who support background checks on all gun sales? New Jersey doing its part is not enough. New Jersey doing its part is not enough. We need states across the country to strengthen their gun laws, and we need our lawmakers in Congress to act. From 2013 to 2017, 60% of guns recovered in New Jersey came from states with no background checks required. We know what weak gun laws in states nearby New Jersey put the state at a greater risk of experiencing gun violence. And I am proud of our mayor for calling this attack exactly what it is. It is a hate crime. That is not reflective of who we are as a city and who we are as a people. Trust me when I tell you Jersey City will bounce back. But we can only do that when we're united as one and we love together. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce the Governor's Senior Advisor to Firearms, Bill Kastner.
No, I got it. Thank you. I got it. Thank you. I would just like to amplify Jai's comments. Our hearts are with Jersey City. Our hearts are with the victims. Our hearts are with our brothers and sisters in the Jewish community facing the first Sabbath after this week's horrible events. Our hearts are with the Jersey City Police Department. And our hearts are filled with sorrow. Our hearts are filled with grief. Our heads are filled with frustration. Our heads are filled with anger. And it's because of the ostriches in Washington who are failing to protect our community. It's because of the elected officials in Washington who don't have the courage of a Bob Menendez or Cory Booker or assembly members like Raj Mukherjee to stand up to the gun industry and do the right thing and protect our communities. 80% of our crime guns in New Jersey come from outside of New Jersey. 80% of our crime guns in New Jersey come from outside of New Jersey. We have among the strongest gun violence prevention laws in the entire country, but we are not an oasis. We are not an oasis, and we need Washington's help. And the only reason why in the state of New Jersey the sands have shifted, the tide has turned, and the needle has moved is because of the men and women behind me, from Moms Demand Action, from Brady, from Giffords, from Students Demand Action, the youth activist movement, Jai Patel, 19 years old, leading the fight to change our laws. That's why we're going to win. That's why we're going to win. But it's so painful to be here over something that's so unnecessary. Thank you.
Now I'd like to introduce Hudson County's lead for Moms Demand Action, Emily Jabor. And before Emily comes up, I just want, Bill, thank you so much for the work you do and Governor Murphy does to keep New Jerseyans safe. But again, like Bill said, it is not enough. New Jerseyans will continue to suffer until Congress grows a backbone and realizes that the citizens of the United States are suffering. 100 Americans die every single day from gun violence. Until that number is 0, I will keep fighting. We will keep fighting. I don't care if it's raining or it's snowing. We're going to be out here every single day until something is done. Emily, please.
Good evening.
My name is Emily Jabor, and a little over 3 years ago, I founded the Hudson County chapter of Moms Demand Action. For those who aren't familiar, Moms Demand Action is a nonpartisan grassroots organization that is committed and was founded to end gun violence in America. My heart is with the families and the loved ones of the 4 victims who lost their lives this Tuesday. I was a senior in high school when the events of Columbine High School unfolded, shattering my sense that school was a safe place. My first child was then less than a year old when the horrifying events at Sandy Hook took place, 7 years ago to the day tomorrow. I had to do something. I had to do something. It was enough. So I started organizing to fight gun violence in my home of Hudson County. And now Jersey City has the attention of the nation. While initial investigations show that the targeting of a kosher supermarket was deliberate, we also know there are parts of this city that are all too familiar with the heartbreak of gun violence on a daily basis. Moms Demand Action is proud to support the work of local organizations like the Jersey City Anti-Violence Coalition, the Hudson Partnership CMO, and Students Demand Action. Last summer, I was with the group and hundreds of others who walked through Greenville and down this very street to send the message that violence does not have a place in Jersey City. These acts of violence impact all of us. We are united in the belief that 100 people being killed every day with guns and the hundreds more who are shot and injured per day is not acceptable. No one should have to fear for their lives, whether you're a child in a classroom or a clerk working at a grocery store. Whether it's racism, homophobia, transphobia, religious intolerance, any of those biases, we demand to live in a country where we can feel safe to be who we are. In an average year, more than 10,300 hate crimes involve a firearm, more than 28 each and every day. We have to do more to disarm people who are hateful. So today we mourn and we pay our respects, but tomorrow we keep fighting, and then we keep fighting. Because the movement to end gun violence has been a long road. Please, while you are standing here, take out your phone. Text the word JOIN to 64433. Take this emotion, take everything that you are feeling today, and do more. Do something. Together, we can make that difference. Thank you.
Now I'd like to bring up Congressman Alvio Series.
No, thank you. You know, as a product of Hudson County, I can remember such a sad episode. For a county that's so diverse, to have this happen here, it's just like the mayor said. If it happened here, it happens anywhere else. They're right. We have strong laws here in New Jersey, but it doesn't do any good. Because the guns that come to New Jersey come from outside New Jersey. I am proud to say that in the 13 years I've been in Congress, my rating with the NRA is enough. Because I cannot understand how we cannot have background check. I cannot understand the loopholes that they put when you buy a gun. We just had an incident at one of our military bases. You know where he got the gun? There was a loophole in the law, and he was able to get a gun. These are the things that we have to end. And my heart goes out to the family of those that are left behind after this tragic episode. So I will continue to fight the NRA. I will be proud to carry that F with me every time I go to the floor of the Congress and vote to make sure that we bring some sort of control to what is going on with the gun issue in this country. Thank you very much.
Go ahead. I'd like to bring up Eitan Stern Weber with Moms Demand Action. My name is Eitan Stern-Weber. I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action, and I'd like to talk to you first as an activist against gun violence and as a person who calls Jersey City home. One of the hardest problems that we have when we try to better this world is something called adjusting baseline syndrome. When I was a kid, mass shootings were so rare that when we saw them on the news, we stopped what we were doing and just stared. Even trying to understand how someone could do that was horrific. But over time, we got used to it. We had to, because if we had that reaction every single time there was a mass shooting, we wouldn't be able to get out of bed in the morning. But as a result, the baseline has shifted way too far. And what's more, mass shootings are just the tip of the iceberg, accounting for less than 1% of gun deaths in America. In New Jersey alone, nearly 500 people die every year by gun. So now, we're given what seems like an impossible task. We need to push the line back. I know every person here would agree. That this should not be normal. We do not have to live like this. We do not have to die like this. Though change may seem impossible, I can tell you with all certainty, it is not. Like many of the people here today, I was there at this year's Unity Walk this summer, arm in arm with true heroes from Students Demand Action, the Jersey City Anti-Violence Coalition, Hudson Partnership CMO, Everytown, and Moms Demand Action. If you think the change we need to do is impossible, just look at the pictures and videos of that day. Look at the passion, the dedication in every single person's eyes, and there were a lot of eyes. To say fixing this problem will be hard is an understatement, but I was so proud to walk alongside these truly incredible people because when I was with them, I forgot what impossible meant. Now, I'd like to talk to you as a Jew. There's a Jewish proverb that says, if you destroy a single life, it's as if you have destroyed a world. But if you can save that life, you have saved an entire world. 4 worlds were destroyed on Tuesday. What's more, they were destroyed because of blind, senseless hatred. But Jews have often been described as having the most unlikely story of survival. We've been through pogroms, holocausts, exiles, and slavery, and we've made it through. But our job as Jews is not just to survive. Our job is tikkun olam, literally repairing the world. It's our job to go around and pick up the pieces wherever we find them and put them back together, whether that's in the scared faces of children during lockdown drills, in the aftermath of white supremacist rallies and riots, in the families who just this Tuesday had their loved ones ripped away, or in the south side of Jersey City, where gun violence is so unbelievably common and yet so underreported. Now, one thing I can say for certain is that if these shooters wanted to intimidate or oppress, they picked the wrong people. That's not just because Jews are strong. It's because throughout American history, Jews have been fighting injustice. We were there with the suffragettes at Seneca Falls. We were arm in arm with Dr. King marching on Selma. Because injustice anywhere is still injustice everywhere. So when we lose life, when we face injustice, we're even stronger because people like you show up, share the burden, and tell us we're not alone. Right now, we're entering Shabbat, the Jewish Sabbath, a time of rest. And as we do, we have to try not to focus on our righteous anger, however righteous it truly is. We need to focus on the families who just lost their loved ones. We need to focus on giving ourselves the rest we need, the rest we deserve. and restoring ourselves so that when the Sabbath is over, we have the strength to join together again with our neighbors once more and to keep putting the pieces back together. I would now like to say the Kaddish, the Jewish prayer of mourning. Please go along with me if you know it. If not, please just listen and understand that it is a message of peace, a hopeful peace for us and for our loved ones who are gone. Yitkadal v'yitkadash shemeh rabba, ve'alma divrach v'uteh b'yamlich malchuteh, b'chayachon ובيום אחרון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל בעגלה ובזמן קריב ואמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מברך לעלם ולעלמי עלמיה, יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו לעילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה תאמירן בעלמה ואמרו אמן. יהי שלמה רבה מן שמיה וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל יושבי תבל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו amen. May God, who makes peace in heaven for us, make peace for all the world, and let us say amen.
Go ahead after, but we need to. Okay, all right. Thank you.
As we enter the Sabbath, we light the Shabbat candles. There's a backup lighter over there. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech ha'olam, asher kitshanu b'mitzvotav, v'tzivanu lahadlik ner shel Shabbat. Thank you. Now we're going to have Sylvia from Operation Ceasefire, Patterson, New Jersey.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to extend our condolences. We are here from the city of Patterson, New Jersey. We are Operation Ceasefire. We have been in operation now for 13 years. And we truly extend our condolences to you. The pain that you are feeling, the mourning, the upset that has occurred in the community, that the children themselves have witnessed, that this unnecessary violence that seems to be epidemic throughout all our communities. It's something we definitely have to continue to pray, ask God for forgiveness for all around, even the ones that have committed this horrible crime, that their families even can come to a conclusion as to why their family members may have done this horrible thing. So we do pray peace upon you. We pray peace upon the Jewish community. We come in together with peace and love and blessings from Patterson. This is Reverend Staten, and he will give you further information. Have words.
Good evening. As we come from Patterson Ceasefire as the Vice President, we come together to let you know that you're not in it alone. We are comprised of many organizations that come together to help each other. Our goal is to get rid of guns, period, particularly those illegal guns that have infiltrated our state, our cities, our local communities as a whole. And as we stand in Jersey City, a place that's known for its diversity, in a same like manner, so is Patterson. And Patterson has endured its share, and when you mourn, we mourn with you. When we celebrate together. This is a battle that we have united with you, and as it's been aforementioned, that we have been activated 14 years now. And we will not let the banner trail the ground until we have gun smart safety sense and those illegal guns off the streets that are taking lives left and right. And the bullet has nobody's name on it when it comes out. But wherever it lands on senseless violence that has infiltrated our cities and our country. I continually offer our condolences to those family members and police officers that have gone on. But we stand in this battle to let you know that you're not standing in it alone. Being a fellow Marine or Marine veteran, we understand that neither rain nor weather will stop us from our appointed goal. So I want you to know that don't be deterred, that we're going to continually be here as partnership with Moms Demand Action, as well as other organizations that have joined forces with Ceasefire to bring an end to this senselessness that's going on in our communities, in our cities, and yes, even our nation. So God bless you, God keep you is our prayer.
Thank you. Peace and blessings.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to have prominent Southside activist Pam Johnson wrap up our event, and then the bagpipes are going to play a rendition of Taps in honor of Officer Seals. Thank you.
Good evening. The healing begins, but it's so hard for it to begin when the trauma is endless. In our community on the South Side, we face an enormous amount of continuous loss, an enormous amount of pain, and the undeniable feeling of emptiness. And through it all, we remain vigilant. We rally, we march, we protest, we meet with stakeholders, we hold people accountable, and we actively work within our communities to make it better. We support the Jewish community like we've done so many times in the past. We've stood side by side with the LGBTQ community. We've locked arms with the immigrant community. And we've done it all, and we will continue to do so, because that's just who we are. We stand with our brothers and sisters in solidarity, and that is something that will never change. What I hope will change is that through tragedy, we find ways to form a connection, to understand each other as people. What I hope will change is that we create a dialogue that tells the story of how much we are more alike rather than how different we are. What I hope will change is the will of everyone to join us to protect the lives of everyone in Jersey City. What I hope will change is that when the cameras disappear, you all reappear with a renewed spirit to fight for a safer Jersey City for all the people in Jersey City. Thank you.
All right, everyone, thank you so much for coming out. The press, everyone here, thank you guys again so much for standing in solidarity with us. There is going to be a vigil at the actual site of the shooting organized by the Anti-Violence Coalition. Pam Johnson's here. That's going to be at 6:30. So please make your way on over there if you have time. She's put a lot of work organizing that event, and the community, again, is still healing. Thank you so much for coming out. All right, have a good night.
They're not Iowans.
Well, maybe. Okay, but also just be facing the wrong way, so the two person gotta like sneak attack.
Remember that guy?
Who?
The abortion protester in Iowa?
Oh.
Well, up to you, Joe Biden. About that all the time.
You guys.
He chased us in a van. Plus.
Hi, this is Blair. I'm down in San Antonio with Great. Yep. All right, thank you. They're going to be loud. Hi, this is Road. Mark. Hi. I come in on 6 down in San Antonio. Five. 269. All right. Oh, you don't? Okay, well, Jen said it was coming down. Yep, Jen said it was coming down to your way. Yep, we'll go. Alright, bye. No, I'm not going to go down to the right there. No, the politically, you know, one.
He's also looking at
need cups?
Yeah, I'm already up.
Though, depending on where you are, some of the Joe Biden supporters are like, oh no.
Hi, stranger.
Oh, did I text you wrong?
The Joe Biden Yeah, appreciate that. My conference told me that you're going to clear me when we're done with me.
Shit. Actually, can I take a picture of this? Again. But you guys don't use the Sony 200, right?
Yes, but remember the clip here fit your camera as well. So it's just based on the clip, which I think you can get for anything.
Channel 1 is going to be the national. Picking up, you're hearing it. I call it engineering, but they didn't answer.
them, and maybe they'll be more likely to
For my costume?
Phil wants to know. Goes in.
That kind of lighter. That's important.
And like, here's the thing. It's like it's not like necessarily the rich that's expensive. It's like living across. Oh yeah. It's the She's very different kind of buddy. Yeah, so I mean that's kind of like
As soon as I left, I heard the shit. I was like, of course it's coming out right now.
Big difference.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and welcome the Reverend Dr. Ed Maney to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us say this pledge together, united. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now, please welcome the Honorable Larry Romo.
Everybody get their cell phone out. Hello, everyone. I'm Larry Romo with the Joe Biden for President campaign. When I served in the Obama administration, I had the opportunity to meet Vice President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden at the Vice President's home, and he left quite an impression. To know his heart and his work is to know a man of integrity with the experience needed to lead during a critical time in our country's history. We know that today. We're so excited, all of you that came out today to see Joe. Right now, we're building a grassroots team of supporters right here in our community to keep the momentum going after today. And we cannot do this without you. So please take out your cell phones again and text T-X to 30330, 30330. Again, text to T-X to 30330. Now, you'll be the first to know about how you can start getting involved with the campaign. We appreciate your support and look forward to seeing you. May God bless Texas, the United States of America.
Whoa there, cameraman or woman in San Antonio, Texas, La Villita. How do I know they're in La Villita? Well, I used to live in San Antonio, Texas for 2.5 years. I've officially been back in Phoenix, the Valley, home sweet home, for 2 years now. Doesn't mean I don't miss San Antonio. Great city if you've never been, everyone. Lots of culture, delicious food, sights and sounds, especially the Riverwalk during the holidays. Oh man, I used to live in a part of town called Southtown, just south of downtown, hence the name. And I was literally on the Riverwalk. Oh, matter of fact, I know that gentleman right there in the gray shirt. I was literally on the Riverwalk every single day, whether I was walking, I call it jogging. I'm never fast enough to call it running, or biking, because when you go either really north or really south on the Riverwalk, it's actually really naturey, not touristy, and you can do all those activities. Lots of fun times there. We are waiting for Joe Biden to come out here in just moments. Hope you all are having a fabulous Friday afternoon or evening, depending on where you're watching from. We are coming up on 4 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. I believe they're an hour ahead, 5 o'clock in San Antonio, Texas, and we shall see. But I'll take you back there, folks, when it looks like the event gets underway. Our Arizona Department of Traffic, ADOT for short, Arizona Department of Transportation. Oh my goodness, it's Friday. I promise I can talk, everybody. This camera is doing a twisty twirl as well. It's just going in a circle, 360 and around, just kind of showing you a panoramic view. The 101 at Southern. I'm not quite sure what this camera is doing, folks. It's like the second I came up to the sets, things started going all right. How about, okay, New York. Here we go. It's raining there. And that ADOT camera has finally calmed down, showing traffic conditions out here in the valley. It's rush hour on a Friday. Again, hope you all are having a great day, great end to your week. Feel free to let me know where you're watching from and what you're doing this weekend. More news now is just moments away. All right, everyone, I'm going to give you a friendly reminder of what not to do. When you get in a fender bender, which appears is the case here at the Loop 101 in Southern, believe this is actually in Tempe, it might still be Mesa there. When you get in a fender bender, if all of the vehicles, it looks like 2, maybe 3 are involved here, if all of them are operable, that means they can be moved, they can drive. Please, please get them out of the lanes of traffic. That way it doesn't make a hazard, it doesn't tie up the expressway, the freeway, the interstate, however you refer to it where you live. By the way, that's a good question. What do you guys call it where you live? But please, if you're an offender bender, if all the vehicles are mobile, they can be moved, they get them out of the way so everybody can get by and get home and get to their Friday evening activities or any day of the week. It really doesn't matter. If they are operable, if they can be moved, please, please, please do so. Again, hope you all are having a great evening. It looks like we do have that Joe Biden live picture back in San Antonio, Texas. So officially more than an hour away. If any other news breaks across the country, we'll have you covered.
boost efforts to form an inclusive national unity government in order to achieve. Good afternoon and happy Friday the 13th to one and all. In Madrid this morning, the Secretary General appealed to countries to send a message of ambition to the world, align their climate objectives to science, and commit to stronger climate action. In a tweet, he added that a spirit of compromise is necessary for a successful conclusion to regulations related to the implementation of the Paris Agreement. He also congratulated the European Union for its announcement committing to reach carbon neutrality by 2050 and said this example of climate action needs to be followed worldwide. The Secretary General is currently still meeting with various parties of the conference, which is expected to conclude this evening. I was asked yesterday about the latest developments in Bolivia. I can say that we welcome the agreement announced today by the political parties in the Plurinational Legislative Assembly on legislation aimed at guaranteeing the full exercise of constitutional rights. The implementation of this law should pave the way for a further normalization of the situation in the country and the holding of transparent, inclusive, and credible elections. The Secretary General calls upon all political and social actors to remain committed to seek a peaceful solution to the crisis that has affected the country through constructive dialogue. In a report on Chile published today, the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights says that during the recent mass protests and state of emergency, the police failed to adhere to international human rights norms and standards relating to management of assemblies and the use of force. The report was produced by a UN human rights team which spent the first 3 weeks researching the situation across 7 regions of Chile. It details extensive allegations, including specific examples of torture, ill-treatment, rape, and other forms of sexual violence by the police against people held in detention, many of whom appear to have been detained arbitrarily. The full report is available online. The Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights today said that it is concerned that India's new Citizenship Amendment Act 2019 is fundamentally discriminatory in nature. The Human Rights Office said that the amended law would appear to undermine India's obligations under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the Convention for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, to which India is a state party, which prohibit discrimination based on racial, ethnic, or religious grounds. The Human Rights Office said that it understands the new law will be reviewed by the Supreme Court of India, and it expressed the hope that the Supreme Court will consider carefully the compatibility of the law with India's international human rights obligations. Yesterday, with support from the International Organization for Migration, 183 refugees originating from Sudan and the Central African Republic left Chad and flew to France, where they will be resettled. The refugees had been living in camps in Chad's eastern and southern regions, as well as in the capital, in N'Djamena. The country hosts nearly 438,000 refugees, who mainly originate from the Central African Republic, Nigeria, and Sudan, and live in camps in the eastern and southern parts of the country. The charter marks the last operation in a 2-year program, which has resettled over 1,700 refugees from Chad to France. And in other news linked to migration, IOM released its most recent numbers of Mediterranean migrant arrivals. As of the 11th of December, nearly 105,000 migrants and refugees have entered Europe by sea. This represents roughly a 6% decrease from the nearly 111,000 people who arrived during the same period last year. Most of the migrants, about 80% of them, have landed in Greece and Spain, while Italy, Malta, and Cyprus received the rest of the migrants. Arrivals to Greece are running approximately 93% ahead of 2018's totals from this time. Arrivals to Spain are more than 55% lower. Deaths recorded on the 3 main Mediterranean sea routes through the 11th of December stand at 1,246 individuals, or about 56% of the 2,219 deaths confirmed during the same period in 2018. On South Sudan, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi, is calling on all parties to boost efforts to form an inclusive national unity government in order to achieve permanent peace. Despite the signing of the peace agreement last year, the situation remains critical, with millions of South Sudanese displaced and in need of safety and humanitarian assistance. South Sudan is Africa's largest humanitarian and refugee crisis, with over 2 million of its people seeking safety in neighboring countries. On Afghanistan, the UN Refugee Agency is also appealing for intensified support for displaced Afghans and their host communities ahead of the first ever Global Refugee Forum in Geneva next week. As we enter the 5th decade of Afghan displacement, some 4.6 million Afghans remain uprooted globally, including some 2.7 million registered as refugees and another 2 million displaced inside Afghanistan. And the UN Chamber Music Society of the Staff Recreation Council, in association with Edge of Arabia, will hold a concert in celebration of World Arabic Language Day next Wednesday, the 18th of December. Founded in 2016, the Chamber Music Society is dedicated to promoting the UN goals at large through the universal language of music. Its performance will be at 8 p.m. next Wednesday at the Weil Recital Hall at Carnegie Hall, and you're all welcome to attend. That is it for me. Are there any questions? Yes, Edie.
Thank you, Farhan. On the Secretary General's participation or attendance at COP25, there are reports of serious differences going into the last day of negotiations today, and I wonder how active a role the Secretary General is playing in trying to get the disparate sides to reach an agreement.
Yes, the Secretary General has been in touch with the various parties, including the presidency of COP25, and he is meeting with and has been meeting with different groups over the course of his stay in Madrid. He's made very clear the need to step up ambition, and what he's trying to do is make sure that all parties are aware of their need to have an ambitious and concrete agreement at the end of the day. Of course, a lot of the negotiating needs to be done by the parties themselves, and we understand that and respect that. But he is trying to make sure that they all are aware that the time has come, that we need to get to an agreement now, and that it needs to be solid. And he'll keep up with the process as the evening unfolds. Yes, Betul.
Thanks, Farhan. The Security Council will be voting for the renewal of the cross-border humanitarian assistance into Syria, and there is now a proposal, fifth border crossing. I was wondering if the UN has any position on the new proposal, adding another cross-border for the humanitarian assistance into Syria.
Well, we'll leave this as a matter for the members of the Security Council themselves to discuss and to agree on. From our point of view, we have emphasized very clearly and repeatedly the importance of a flow of cross-border traffic. So this is a vital way of making sure that we can maintain levels of humanitarian assistance in Syria. And so whatever agreement they can come up with that can help protect and preserve the accomplishments that have been provided through cross-border traffic will be appreciated. Yes, Mr. Sato.
Thank you, Farhan. Today, the renewal of mandate of UNRWA adopted at the General Assembly, subsequent to the committee last month. But still that the UNRWA is facing some issue of lack of the budget and also governance. So is there any comment from the Secretary General to today's the adoption of the UNRWA mandate?
Yes, we, of course, are encouraged by any of the support that the member states have been providing to the UN Relief and Works Agency. We want to make sure that UNRWA continues both to be supported in its mandate and fully funded in its operations. As you know, in recent years, we've had to struggle a bit to make sure that UNRWA can meet its commitments to ensure the quality of the assistance it provides, including education, health, and other services for Palestine refugees throughout the region. And as a result, we do need continued strong funding from the member states, and we're thankful for the support we've received that has allowed UNRWA to carry out its activities over these recent years. Yes, Abdul Hamid.
Thank you, Farhan. Israel recently decided to build a new settlement enclave in the heart of the Palestinian city of Hebron. Other than the traditional position of the UN about the illegality of settlements, anything to comment on this act? Because it's a challenge to about 350,000 Palestinians living in the city of Hebron.
Well,
I have been very proud to endorse Joe Biden along with many other Texas elected officials because we know the many challenges that face this state and the kind of leader we need to overcome them here in Texas and across the nation. We need someone with compassion and understanding, someone that knows you don't put kids in cages, you don't separate them, someone who knows when to fight and when to work a compromise. Joe Biden is that leader. He fought tooth and nail to pass Obamacare. He worked across the aisle to pass the Recovery Act so that we could avert the greatest depression the United States had seen. Joe won't just win the White House, though. With him at the top of the ticket, he's going to help us take over the Texas House of Representatives. When we do that, we can assure ourselves that we will no longer be talking about walls at the border. We will no longer be talking about bathroom bills. We will no longer be talking about stupid ideological partisan things that separate us. We're going to be working for a greater America, one that takes care of each and one of us, all of our families. But Joe needs our help. He needs each and one of us, our family, our friends, everyone. Are you with me? Then please stop and make sure you volunteer. And friends, I'm proud to introduce to you my friend and the next President of the United States, Joe Biden!
By the way, well, thank you. I am Jill Biden's husband, and I'm delighted to be here. I want to start off by acknowledging I love Executive Vice Presidents. Linda, you've done a great deal for the working men and women, and I just want you to know, I know how to pronounce the word union. Union. And Senator Jose, you're my kind of guy. I was telling the senator a little bit earlier. He reminds me of my son, who was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware and a decorated Army veteran. Spent a year in Iraq and a lot of time in Bosnia. But my son started an effort and organized, I think it's fair to say, nationally, efforts to see to it that we started a lookout for abused children. And the work that you've done on cyberbullying, the work you've done to take care, and I really mean it, Senator, it's been a big deal. It's been a big, big deal. It's one of the reasons why I've admired you from the beginning. So thank you for all you've done. And thank you. And Congress Vela is here as well. He was foolish enough to endorse me. I don't know where he is. Oh, sir, reporting as ordered, sir. Thank you. One of the great leaders in our Congress, for real. Look, folks, I want to thank you all for coming today. It's great to be back in Texas. You're going to be seeing a whole lot of me between now and next November, God willing. Because if I have the honor of winning this nomination, I'm going to compete here in Texas to win Texas. To win Texas. Look, we all know the challenges ahead of us are fundamentally different than anything we faced before. No matter how young or old you are, your first vote, or you've been voting a long time, literally the core values that make us who we are, our standing in the world, our very democracy, is at risk under this administration. And few cities in America understand what it takes to secure those values than San Antonio, Military City, USA. My wife Jill and I came down here many, many times to go to Brooke Army Medical Center to deal with our wounded warriors. I carry with me in my pocket every day my schedule. And every single day, the staff checks for the last 12 years. There's a black box I have here, and it lists the daily troop update. Exactly, not generally, exactly how many fallen angels have fallen in Afghanistan and Iraq. Yesterday, it was 6,900. Today, it's 6,901. Every single one, those fallen angels was left behind a community. Every one deserves to be remembered. It's not about generalities. It's about individuals. We have wounded in Iraq and Afghanistan. As of today, 52,962, not over 52,000, 962. Because every one of them we owe a debt of gratitude to. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not even counting, as the Congressman knows, 300,000 have come home with post-traumatic stress. We have an obligation as long as they live to care for them. I met some Vietnam veterans up top. Thank you for your service. But what's happened is every single veteran that was wounded in Vietnam and passed away, 6 out of 10 of those same wounds are living because of the golden hour, we call it. But here's what it means. It means we have about a $9 billion commitment, because they're going to live on average 35 years. I believe we only have one sacred obligation. We have many, but one sacred obligation. And I've been criticized for saying this for the past 35 years. And that's to prepare those and equip them, men and women we send to war, to defend our nation. Care for them and their families while they're gone, and care for them and their families when they come home. Our veterans deserve timely, world-class health care and comprehensive mental support, health support. They deserve a serious approach to ending veterans' homelessness, and they deserve a leg up when it comes to educational opportunities and economic opportunities. Most of all, they deserve leaders like the Congressman, the Senator, and others, leaders who fight for them as forcefully and as honorably as they have fought for us. And folks, I never thought I'd say this. I've served with 8 presidents. Donald Trump can't comprehend that level of service and sacrifice of our veterans. No, I'm not joking. At what their families have given for us. When my son was in Iraq for a year, my wife is a teacher, and every morning we'd get up and I'd walk into this large, we lived in a big old house, a large bathroom, and she'd be standing there drinking her coffee after having set her hair and mouthing a prayer every single solitary morning. And those of you who in fact have had spouses, children, parents who have served in combat, you know, you dread the concern every single day. You think about it 10 times a day. There's a famous expression by an English poet. He said, "They also serve who only stand and wait." So thank all of you spouses parents, for what you've done as well to support the veterans. You know, America can overcome 4 years of Donald Trump's chaos and corruption, but if elected, re-elected, if we're ever and fundamentally change the character of who we are as a nation, we can't let this happen. This election is about the soul of our nation, and Donald Trump has poisoned our soul. He fans the flames of hate groups, white supremacists here at home. Coming down the escalator when he announced in Trump Towers, he said he was doing it before he hit the ground floor. You remember what he said? He said, "I'm going to take on those rapist Mexicans." And then he claimed, no, there's never been a president. Never been a president. Oh, it is a lie.
And it was your son in the Ukraine.
You recall, he very well. Look, this man represents. Just 1 second. This man represents Donald Trump very well. He's just like Donald Trump. So, folks, look. Claiming there's an invasion of America. Hey, man. Thank you. Thank you. He's a great American. A great American. All right, here we go. But here's the deal. Remember, no, let him go. Don't, just let him go. This is not a Trump rally. This is a real rally. As my mother would say, God bless me. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. All right. You're all staying a long time, but here's the deal. You know, claiming, remember in 18 he claimed to try to save the skin of the party. He claimed there was an invasion of Latinos coming across the border, going to invade and pollute America. Well, guess what? Guess what? It's not. The words presidents say matter. It wasn't too long after that, a guy down in El Paso walks into a parking lot and guns down a lot of innocent people, and he says, "I'm doing it to prevent the invasion of Texas by Hispanics." Folks, Donald Trump isn't just dead wrong. He doesn't know who we are as a country. We're a nation of immigrants. People who came here from every country on earth. An endless source of courage and optimism. Look what Trump is doing to us. He's waged an unrelenting assault on our values and our history. And what he's doing is shaming the nation. You know, when a father and a baby daughter seeking the shores drowns, when children are locked away in cages, overcrowded detention centers, the government tries to keep them indefinitely. When Trump uses family separation as a weapon against desperate mothers, fathers, their children who seek safety and a better life. When he threatens massive raids to break up families, many of them have been here for years and years, targets people at hospitals and schools. When children die in custody due to a lack of adequate care, it's morally wrong. It's un-American. And I promise you, it will stop when I am President of the United States. As president, I'll reverse the damage this man has done. I'll restore the progress Trump has cruelly undone. by taking a different look at how we do this. I just released a comprehensive plan on immigration. I will not bore you with, I don't hope it wouldn't bore you, but I will not spend the time because it will take a long time. But look, we have to create a comprehensive plan to create a fair and just immigration system that enhances our economy, safeguards our security, reflects the American character, the highest values of our nation. In my first 100 days, I'll reverse Trump's cruel and counterproductive policies that separate families and children, period. I will restore our historic commitment as a nation that welcomes asylum seekers and refugees. Welcomes, that's who we have been. I'll surge humanitarian resources at the border, support migrants waiting for their asylum claims to be assessed, and support organizations that help provide for their needs while they're waiting. We'll end for-profit detention centers. We'll channel the border security, make smart investments that actually work, not build a wall that wastes millions of taxpayers' dollars. Look, I'll end prolonged detention. I'll invest in a management program, enable migrants to live with dignity and safety while they await their hearing, so they can go to a doctor if they need it, enroll their kids in school if need be. I'll protect dreamers and their families. They are here. And making sure, I love the way he talks about them. I can imagine, 5 years old, no, Mom, leave me here. It's a violation across the border. Give me a break. What do they think is going on? And I also want to make sure these dreamers are eligible for student aid so they can contribute more to the economy. Pell Grants, community college. I'll work to end the raids and make sure no one's afraid to go to their job or see a doctor or go to their school or worship wherever they decide to worship. I really mean it. We are bigger and stronger than this. And think about this. I didn't think I'd ever see this, but I promise you, I'll protect the men and women who risk their lives in military service. I'll preserve family unification as a foundation for the immigration system, because immigration is all about families. That's how we all got here, with notable exceptions. And finally, I'll address the root causes of migration by assisting Central American companies to achieve peace, stability, and the rule of law. People come not because they want to leave what they're used to, because there's no opportunity. They're being abused. They're not safe. They're in a situation where their government's corrupt. Folks, here's the deal, and I'll end that Muslim ban, by the way. Guaranteed. But look, we're going to invest $4 billion over the next 4 years to help those economies that are in deep trouble and not detaining thousands of asylum seekers, folks, in overcrowded detention centers. My God, I wonder how my Irish great-great-grandparents would have gotten here when my great-great-grandfather got on a coffin ship in the Irish Sea, having to leave his family behind and wondering if he'd ever make it. These are people who've come. You have come here. You're people that are resilient. You're people who are optimistic. You're people who know how to get up and fight back. Look, our approach to the issues like immigration has to reflect our values, as well as our laws and our Constitution. When I talk about the soul of the nation, I'm talking about restoring the backbone of the country. Wall Street didn't build this country. Middle-class workers built this country. People given half a chance built this country. And I'm determined to give the middle class a shot again. A real shot. This time, rebuild the middle class and bring everybody along. Everybody. Folks, the middle class is getting clobbered. And when they do, the poor have no way up. And guess what? All of it goes to the top. Look, that's the central promise of America. That anyone can succeed regardless who they are, where they came from, where they started off in life. Just given a shot. My dad used to have an expression. He said, Joey, I don't expect the government to give anything except a chance. Just a chance. If we ever lose that notion, we lose the soul of America. And I promise you, it's not going to happen on my watch. And finally, when I talk about the soul of the nation, I'm talking about our values, what America stands for: freedom, decency, honesty, democracy, decency, human rights, We stand with our allies and we stand up against dictators. We keep our word. Because we'll be less safe in the world, and the world will be less safe if we don't once again step up and lead the world. Because if we don't, a vacuum's created and the bad guys fill it. You know, I learned something in the last 2 months. Vladimir Putin doesn't want me to be president. Because he knows I know him. I looked him in the eye. I've met with him many times. I believe with every fiber of my being we'll beat Donald Trump because of who he's embraced. I just read 2 weeks ago that the guys out in the street and Trump, they love sending love letters to Kim Jong-un, a thug. Well, the official news agency of North Korea announced, I guess it was about 10 days ago, Joe Biden is a rabid dog and should be beaten to death with a stick. I'm very proud of that. And guess what? Then Trump sent him a love letter. And by the way, have you ever seen a time when a sitting president, about 9 months before a primary even begins, the first caucus, is spending $10 to $15 million on air telling lies about me because he wants to pick who the nominee is? I wonder why he doesn't want me to be the nominee. Folks, with your help, I'll beat him and beat him like a drum. Look, but when we do, when Trump is defeated, we will, in fact, the next president, whoever he or she is, will inherit a divided nation and a world in disarray. There'll be no time for on-the-job training. You have to be able to stand on January the 21st after inauguration, 2021, and command the world stage, where our allies know you know them and you'll be with them, and our enemies know you know them as well. When the president speaks, the world will know, once again, that we keep our word. We honor our commitments. And our adversaries will know. We will once again lead the free world in democracy and stand with them. And lastly, folks, we're going to need a president who can unify the nation at home. Believe it or not, and they're all good candidates I'm running with, a couple of the candidates out there attacking me and the very idea that I say we can unite the country. They seem to think America's so divided it can never be united again. Well, let's get something straight. That's not what I think. And that's not what the country thinks either. Last time I checked, this was called the United States of America. And anyone who starts off saying we can't bring America together is just throwing in the towel. They're saying everything Donald Trump has been saying, the divider-in-chief. They're saying he's already won, but they're wrong. I'm running to unite this country. The next president has to bring America together again. And I'm going to say something that, in fact, is the only way to do that is to deal with the progressive, durable change we're trying to make happen, from health care to climate change to education, across the board, immigration. Look, it's important to have plans. And I'm proud of my immigration plan, my health care plan, my climate plan, my education plan, how to strengthen unions, rural America, etc. I'm proud of it. But the fight ahead of us is not about just whether to have plans. It's about repairing the soul. And who is it going to be to take on and get these things passed? We need someone with proven ability to bring people together and do the hard work of getting legislation passed. I've done that. I've done that before. Finding Republican votes for the Recovery Act, the Obamacare, helping keep us from falling into a Great Depression. I'm the only guy that's taken on and beaten the NRA twice Twice. Passed the Brady bill requiring background checks on assault weapons. I beat the NRA, and together we will beat them again. Folks, more than anything, and this is not hyperbole, I mean this from the bottom of my heart, more than anything, I believe in the promise of this nation. I'm more optimistic today than I was elected when I was a 29-year-old kid to the United States Senate. I mean this sincerely. We just have to remember who we are. This is the United States of America. There's nothing we cannot do if we do it together. Folks, we have the greatest research universities in all the world, more than all the rest of the world combined. Our workers are 3 times as productive as workers in Asia. We are in a position where the wealthiest nation on earth, and will remain that if we invest in our people. If you give me the honor of being the nominee for this party, I promise you, there's nothing we cannot do. Nothing we cannot do. Folks, we're in a situation where we got to remember, as I said, who we are. This is the United States of America, so get up and let's take it back now. Thank you. Your love lifted me higher.
All right, everyone, that's Joe Biden wrapping up in San Antonio, Texas, the venue where the stage is set, La Vita. It's a little neighborhood right there in San Antonio, Texas. I'm going to finish out that United Nations daily press briefing that I was showing you. There's only about less than 5 minutes left. And then we'll go to some other campaign events. Democrats definitely hitting the campaign trail hard tonight, the road to 2020.
Of course, all settlement activity is unhelpful to the process that's on the ground, and especially towards the prospects of a two-state solution. We want to make sure that any settlement activity is forestalled in order to allow the peace process to move forward. And in a place like Hebron, it is particularly crucial given the population there.
But there is no peace process anyhow. I mean, why there is no clear position from Ladinov about this decision recently taken by Israel?
Mr. Mladenov has been very clear about where he stands on the question of settlements, and he has expressed it both in what he says on the ground and in his regular briefings to the Security Council. And as you know, I believe he will have another one of those briefings in the coming week or so. The bottom line is we want to make sure that we can bring the parties together, and any steps like this are unhelpful to those efforts. Yes, Carla.
Thank you, Farhan. According to the New York Times, I think it was last week, there are 112,000 homeless students in New York, and I believe last week there was a sleep-in. A lot of people were sleeping on the streets in Times Square to protest this. Has the UN anything to say about the violation of human rights within New York City? I mean, it's like an unoccupied city.
Well, this is not an issue for us to comment on beyond, of course, our normal concern about the basic living conditions for people around the world. Homelessness is one of the issues, ultimately, that is covered in the Sustainable Development Goals. We want to make sure that all people are given their full rights, which include the rights to health, to be able to eat and to maintain a decent lifestyle, and to have housing. As you know, the UN has a body, UN Habitat, that pushes for access to housing for all the peoples around the world, and we encourage support for the work that Habitat does.
But the situation is getting worse here, not better. I mean, in California, in
Yes, and I understand that, Carla, but this is also a global situation and a global crisis which needs to be handled globally, and Habitat in particular is in the lead among the UN system in trying to make sure that there's adequate housing for all. Yes, please.
Thanks, Farhan. Apparently, China and the U.S. has reached the phase 1 of the trade agreement just now. And does the SG has any comment on this?
Well, we don't have any confirmation of this just yet. We're aware of the latest media reports. What we can say is, of course, we would welcome any step forward in the bilateral cooperation between those two extremely important states. Yes, Sylvia.
Thank you, Farham. Just a quick question on the concert at Carnegie Hall next week. Where can we get the tickets? It's just
I believe the Staff Recreation Council, which is based here at UN headquarters, would be able to provide if need be. But I'm sure that there must be a way to get tickets from Carnegie Hall. Yes.
Yeah, it's been alleged that the Human Rights Office in Geneva continues to give names of human rights defenders to China upon request from the Chinese mission. I did bring this up before, but there's no clarity on the issue. As far as you know, is this still going on?
I believe that the Human Rights Office in Geneva has denied these reports, but I would suggest you take the question up with them.
Which I have, but it's been ignored for about 2 weeks, so that's why I'm asking you.
I will encourage them to get back to you. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Million Americans are either uninsured or underinsured. And truly it is terribly wrong that we have a fossil fuel industry that receives hundreds of billions of dollars in subsidies and tax breaks while they produce a product which is destroying this planet. So tonight, I'm here to ask you, to beg you, not just for me, but for yourselves. You must be involved in the political process. And I know in some circles that's not a cool thing to do. But tell your friends the next time they're moaning about making $9 an hour, or that they're worried about the student debt that they're going to carry, or they're worried about racism or sexism, or they're worried about climate change. You tell them that Bernie Sanders said, you are sick and tired of listening to them moan and groan. That if they want to do something about those problems, they're going to have to get involved in the political process, and they're going to have to stand up for economic justice, social justice, racial justice, and environmental justice. And when millions of people begin that process of standing up and telling the corporate elite and the 1% that they can't have it all, when that happens, we're not only going to defeat Donald Trump, the most dangerous president in modern American history, we're going to begin the process of transforming this country. Thank you all very much.
All right, everyone. So Bernie Sanders' remarks very quick here at the New Hampshire Young Democrats event in Manchester. But the event is still going on live, so I'm going to take you there now on Fox News Now.
I have known Elizabeth for a decade. She calls it like she sees it. She listens, she learns, and then she acts. The reason her plans are so deep and so structural is because they are written by, with, and for the people. She knows that the people closest to the pain so often have the best solutions. So whether it's her commitment to take on the epidemic of Black maternal mortality, or to center the LGBT community, or to follow the lead of activists on the best way to transform our broken criminal legal system, Senator Warren takes the lessons she learns from listening to community and applies them to every single fight that she takes on. That's why her plan to cancel student debt and make public college free also closes the Black-white wealth gap. It's why her housing plan addresses the despicable legacy of redlining. At a time when low-income folks are rationing insulin because their coverage doesn't cut it, we need Elizabeth Warren in the White House to make Medicare for All law of the land. And at a time when bullets are tearing through the flesh of our neighbors, decimating and ripping apart our communities and leaving residual trauma in its wake for generations, because Republicans are too cowardly to break from the NRA, we need Elizabeth Warren in the White House to fight for real gun reform. I said it was an honor to be in this room with you on this night, at this moment, to bear witness to community, to bear witness to your strength, to bear witness to your hope. I'm counting on all of those things. I'm counting on all of you. This is a fight for the soul of our democracy, and we can't afford to be modest in our aspiration. The stakes are higher than they've ever been before. There are lives hanging in the balance, so we simply cannot afford to dream small or to accept business as usual. These unprecedented times demand and call for unprecedented organizing, unprecedented mobilizing, unprecedented legislating. We need to dream big and fight hard. We need change, and we need it now. Big structural change can't wait. We need a champion in the White House who listens, who learns, and fights like hell for the one she loves. We need a president who will fight as hard for you as she fights for her own family. I'm here tonight asking you to commit to join alongside us in the fight for economic justice, of racial justice, of reproductive justice, of climate justice, of gender justice, of immigrant justice, of housing justice. Now is not the time to be modest in our aspirations or to go it alone. New Hampshire young Democrats, the future of our democracy is resting in your hands. Now is the time to remind ourselves of the work with a capital W that is real and to get to it. Together, we are powerful beyond measure. Congratulations to all of our honorees this evening. And now I'm so very proud to present the Young Elected of the Year Award to Representative Samantha Fox. After a disappointing and short-sighted vote by the legislature to deny paid family leave insurance, Sam announced her candidacy for state representative and immediately got to work putting her campaign together. She won her primary and then went on to flip a long-held Republican seat in the general election in one of the more competitive districts in the state. As a freshman legislator, she was selected to be on the leadership team for the newly formed Young Dem Caucus and has been an outspoken advocate for the need for increased diversity and representation in the State House. She continues to work on elevating the voices of young people while identifying and removing barriers for young people to serve. Sam is a first-term state representative representing the town of Bow, and it is my honor to present this award to her now.
To introduce our next award winners, the Grassroots Pioneers, our badass state organizing director, Molly Byron.
Hi, everyone. My name is Molly Byron. I'm the state organizing director with the New Hampshire Young Democrats. And I have, I have the pleasure of working with students every day across the state. And tonight, I have the honor of introducing 10 of those students who I believe are outstanding. 10 distinguished grassroots pioneers. There you all are. 10 distinguished grassroots pioneers who are emerging leaders in New Hampshire politics. And these grassroots pioneers are not negotiating on our nation's and our generation's greatest shared issue. From Maggie and Alinka organizing statewide youth climate strikes, to Kyle and Bobby writing their own climate resolution for the New Hampshire legislature with the high school Democrats, these students, they're paving the way by taking the power into their own hands and taking responsibility to fight for a livable future for all. Grassroots pioneer Ariana may have spent sleepless nights making sure that her campus chapter was defending student voting rights this semester. And as a result, the Dartmouth Democrats delivered over 500 petitions to the New Hampshire Secretary of State, collected in just under 3 weeks. So it's very clear, despite our opponents' best efforts, the students here in New Hampshire will dominate the student vote and voter turnout in 2020. And these grassroots pioneers, they've also found their way in long and sometimes painful hours of election season. From Olivia, serving as staging location director for Mayor Joyce Craig's historic re-election, to Pablo and Hadley learning the ropes of smiling, dialing, and finding meaning out of knocking doors in the rain. And finally, these grassroots pioneers understand that we can't do this alone and that our time will pass. Lily and Christina, they're taking charge, identifying gaps across the state for high school Democrats for chapter expansion, activating students before they're even able to vote, and creating lifelong progressive activists. It is no understatement to say that these students are personally responsible for building a foundation for the New Hampshire Democratic Party of the future. From climate change to voting rights to expanding our base to elections, these grassroots pioneers are truly role models to all of us in this room today, and we owe them a great deal of thanks. So it is my honor to introduce to you the 2020 Grassroots Pioneers, Lily Cody, Christina Menke, Kyle Duffy, Bobby Hess, Pablo Sevilla, Olivia Texera, Alinka Drondo.
All right. How many people are here tonight? Look around you. I'm going to say 120. If I was Trumpian, I'd be like 400. It was the biggest crowd anyone's ever seen. So let's say there are 120 of us here tonight. That's still the equivalent of 3 football stadiums of Californians. That's the power you all have. I'm probably not the first presidential candidate that you've seen. Hold up fingers and say like how many presidential candidates you've seen in this cycle. So this would be 5, that'd be 10. You could flash it. He's at 17, 5, 1. This man likes me. I like him then. 7, 1, 20. Wow. You really got up there. 2. Now, why are all these presidential candidates coming and asking you for their support? It's because they also have done the math, and they know that you are 1,000 times more powerful than the average Californian in terms of voting power. You actually can control the future of this country and turn it on a dime. That's why I love campaigning here. You all have the future of the country in your hands because this is one of the only places where democracy actually still functions. Most of the rest of the country looks up and they see the government pipes clogged with millions of dollars of lobbyist cash, and they despair. They say, my vote can do nothing about the pipes. Americans are smart. They're right. Their votes pretty much can do nothing. But yours can. That is the magic of Iowa. If enough of you get together and say we're going to flush the pipes and we're going to rewrite the rules of the 21st century economy to work for us, then it happens. That's why it's so wonderful to be here. We said before that Amazon, this trillion-dollar tech company, is paying 0 in taxes. I'm going to suggest that most of you think that's a terrible idea that they pay 0 taxes. And you, because you're among the most powerful people in the country, actually can change it. You must change it. It is up to you to save the rest of the country from the progressive depletion of your communities by the mega corporations that are sucking us all dry. It's true. And when you first heard about me in the campaign from a friend or on a podcast, you probably heard about me as the guy who wants to give everyone $1,000 a month, right? Yeah. And the first time you heard that, I've been called the Asian Oprah, which I really appreciate. That's a really great compliment. You get 1,000. You get 1,000. We actually have been giving $1,000 a month to about 14 families around the country, including 2 here in Iowa. And so when you see that in real life, you're like, wow, they like it. It makes them stronger, healthier, less stressed out. And then you realize, of course they like it. Of course it helps. I had the privilege of sitting down with Martin Luther King III in Atlanta after the last debate. And he said to me that this is what his father was fighting for when he was assassinated in 1968. This is not Andrew Yang's idea. This is Thomas Paine's idea from the founding of the country. He said everyone should get a citizen's dividend. This is Martin Luther King's idea, saying we need a guaranteed minimum income for all Americans. And though he obviously was fighting for African Americans, he said this applies to all Americans. He wasn't saying that this guaranteed minimum income was for any one group or another. He said we need to do it for everyone. One state actually passed a dividend where now everyone in that state gets between $1,000 and $2,000 a year, no questions asked. And what state is that? Alaska. Alaska. And how does Alaska pay for it? Oil. And what is the oil of the 21st century? Data. Data, technology, software. What is something else? Marijuana. Yeah, marijuana's not wrong. I want to legalize marijuana 100% and say it should be legal throughout the country. So this dividend that Alaska's had in effect for almost 40 years, you move there, you get the dividend the next year. It's not that hard. It's per individual. So if you had a family of 4, you'd get $8,000 the following year. And Alaskans love it. It's decreased income inequality, it's improved children's health, it's created hundreds of jobs, and it was passed by a Republican governor. His argument was this: who would you rather get the oil money, the government who's just going to mess it up somehow, or you? And the Alaskan people said, us please, and he said, I thought you'd say that, and then they passed it, and now everyone's been loving it. We're in the same boat with technology money today. A study came out that said that our data is now worth more than oil. How many of you saw that study somewhere out there? How many have access to a Netflix password? Anyway, there's a documentary on there called The Great Hack. It includes that study. Did we all get data checks in the mail last month? Nope. No. This is similar to the questions like, who voted for the $4 trillion bailout? It's like, none of us. Like, who got their data check? None of us. Who did get the data check? Facebook, Amazon, Google, all the mega tech companies that are profiting off of our data to the tune of billions and tens of billions of dollars. Do you see the game, Iowa? Do you see how it works? And the conversations that we're having tonight in this room, you probably never heard before out of any politician because they've been bought and paid for, honestly. Like, you know who has the most power by the conversations that are not had. It's true. Yeah. Like, that's real power. Just keep anyone from talking about it. I stand before you. We raised $10 million last quarter in increments of only $30 each. So my fans are almost as cheap as Bernie's. But there are a lot of them. And this is all grassroots funded, people powered. We've got a bus out front with the names of supporters on it. Zero corporate PAC money. This is people rising up, trying to solve our own problems and rewrite the rules. After I'm president and you get this $1,000 a month, how would you spend it in real life? Bills, yeah.
Pay off bills, insurance premiums.
Insurance premiums, unfortunately.
College debt.
Start your own business, college debt. How much of it would stay right here in Iowa, the $1,000 a month? A lot of it. Not all of it. A little bit of it would float up to the cloud. You might get your own Netflix password instead of borrowing. But most of it would stay right here in your community. It would go to local businesses, to daycare, to car repairs you've been putting off, to Little League signups, to religious organizations, to civic groups. This is the trickle-up economy. From our people, our families, and our communities up. This would make us stronger, healthier, less stressed out, improve our relationships, give us a chance to spend more time with our kids, and give us a chance to actually fix some of the problems that we're leaving for our kids. How many of y'all are parents like me and Evelyn? If you're a parent, then you had this thought at some point. Our kids are not all right because we're leaving them a future that is much darker than the lives we led as their parents. And it's hard to talk about because you're a parent, you want what's best for your kid. It might be hard for you to say that to your child. If you're a young person in this country, you have this sinking feeling that you are being left a total mess. You are. We are leaving you a total mess, and we owe you better. The challenge is, how can we actually solve these problems and be able to look our kids in the eyes and say, we cleaned it up, that we actually are proud of the country we're leaving for you, that your prospects will be as good or better than ours. If you were born in the 1940s in the United States of America, there's a 93% chance that you did better than your parents. That's the American dream. I mean, the 93, that's really high. You're born in the 1990s, you're down to a 50-50 shot. And guess which way it's going? Below 50. That's why, as parents, we feel bad for our kids. And that's why if you're a young person, you have that sinking feeling. It's not our imagination. It's correct. It's real. We're being sold a bill of goods by the corporations and government that keep telling us everything's great. And then you think, if things are not great for me and my family and my community, I must be making a mistake somehow. Because stock market prices are at record highs, GDP is at record highs, headline unemployment is supposed to be great. You know what else are at record highs in the United States of America right now? Suicide. Stress, anxiety, mental illness, student loan debt, depression, suicides, and drug overdoses. It has gotten so bad that America's life expectancy has declined for 3 years in a row. Do you know the last time America's life expectancy declined for 3 years in a row? The Spanish flu of 1918, a global pandemic that killed millions. That's how far back you have to go. It is unusual for life expectancy to decline once in a developed country. It ordinarily just goes up. But then in our case, it went down, and then down, and then down again. Anyone want to bet what it's going to do in year 4? Down. Again, this is why there's such a divide between the messages we're getting and our lived experience day to day. When Donald Trump was running for president, he said the headline unemployment rate was fake news. Y'all remember that? Oh, yeah. And then he became president, all of a sudden it's real. He was right the first time. It was fake news. It's still fake today. The headline unemployment rate ignores you if you drop out of the workforce. It ignores the fact that people are working 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. It ignores the fact that the majority of new jobs are temp gig or contract jobs that don't have benefits. It ignores the fact that if you're fortunate enough to graduate from college, you have record levels of student loan debt, and there's a 44% chance that you're doing a job that doesn't require a college degree anyway. None of that shows up in the headline unemployment rate. As your president, it will be my joy to actually unify how we are doing and the measurements for our country. So what do I mean by that? You have these garbage GDP, stock market price, and headline unemployment rate measurements. What would be a measurement that would actually tell you how you and your community are doing in real life? It's interesting, right? I'm going to let you play president for a minute. Because, in point of fact, you all are going to play president, truthfully. That's, again, the wonder of Iowa. You only get to choose.
Passwords. Number of Netflix passwords.
Number of Netflix passwords. You only need one, that's right. Justin.
Everyone gets their own.
Average yearly income.
Yeah, income and affordability. Yeah. If I said that went up in Waterloo, you'd be great. How about mental health and freedom from substance abuse?
Yeah.
How about clean air and clean water?
Yeah.
How about childhood success rates? How about wellness and life expectancy? Or a proportion of elderly who can retire in quality circumstances? These are the real measurements for how we're doing, and as your president, I will actually take our GDP measurement and say, look, 100 years old, really out of date, kind of useless, leading us off a cliff, and modernize it to include life expectancy, affordability, mental health, and freedom from substance abuse. And I'll report to you how we're doing by the real numbers every year at the State of the Union. This is the new vision, a new way forward that we need to make happen as quickly as possible. But it will not happen unless you all make it happen. Donald Trump became our president in 2016 in large part because he got some of the problems right. He was right about a lot of the suffering that is in our communities. He said he was going to make America great again, and then what did Hillary Clinton say in response? America's already great. You remember that? It has been a long 3 years, Iowa. She was wrong to say America's already great. She should have acknowledged the depth and severity and reality of the problems that we're experiencing as Americans. Donald Trump's solutions were he was going to build a wall, he was going to turn the clock back, he was going to bring the old jobs back. These were not the right solutions. No. You all know that we have to turn the clock forward. We have to accelerate our economy and society as quickly as possible. And we have to evolve in the way we think about ourselves and our work and our value. And I'm the ideal candidate for that job because the opposite of Donald Trump is an Asian man who likes math. Math is an acronym. What does it stand for, Iowa?
Make America think harder.
Make America think harder. That's right. That is your job. That is how you're going to lead us in a new way forward. Lead the rest of the country. Let them all know it's not left, it's not right, it's forward. And that is where you're going to lead us. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Ask a question. I'm very happy to.
We're doing questions this time? All right.
Thank you all so much. Yes, I'm going to moderate a few questions, but I have the first one since I have the microphone. And my question to you is, on your first day or your first few months, what are your strategies for decreasing the disparities in education, employment, and criminal justice? And how soon will you start that?
Thank you. I would start on day one. And here is the vision that you all will make come to pass. Andrew Yang becomes president and it gets inaugurated in January 2021. Why will I have won? On the promise of a dividend for all Americans so we can all participate in economic progress. And $1,000 a month means much more to people who have less initially. This is what happened in Alaska, where it decreased income inequality, because if you put $12,000 a year into someone's hands and they're currently making $12,000 a year, that's a 100% increase. And so you decrease income inequality and wealth disparities immediately by the numbers. And I want you all to imagine what the picture will look like. The Democrats will be so thrilled to have beaten Donald Trump. They'll still be jumping up and down. They'll be like, we did it. We took a chance on I'm the new guy, and it worked. And they'll be thrilled to put economic resources into the hands of children and families to make us stronger and start making progress on these inequalities. But then the Republicans will look at it and say, wait a minute, how do I feel about the dividend? And you'll see that this is a bipartisan idea. Conservatives don't hate economic resources in citizens' hands. They hate a giant bureaucracy making everyone's decisions. This is one reason why Alaska, a deep red state, passed the dividend. So after we get the dividend passed, starting on day one, we'll put money into your hands, and this will help ease the inequalities as quickly as possible. I also want to make a comment on education. How many? Raise your hand again if you're a parent, and then raise your hand too if you're an educator. We need to do much more for our schools and our teachers. We need to pay teachers more. We need to lighten up on the SAT and these other standardized tests that are terrible measurements of human worth. But if you're a parent or an educator, you know that 2/3 of our kids' educational outcomes are determined outside of the school. That's parental time spent with the child, words read to them when they're young, stress levels in the household, income. And so we put our teachers in impossible positions where we say, educate our child, but you can only control about 1/3 of the outcome. And the teachers know this. And so if we put money directly into the families and homes, we will give our kids a better chance to learn and our teachers a much better chance to teach.
Is it easier if I come to you?
Come up, yes.
Sure.
And then I think, sir, you had one question, right? Well, you should go man more than one. So.
Do you want to go first?
You've got it. Just take it.
Okay, Mr. Ng. Good seeing you again. We talked earlier about how Donald Trump got elected. One of the elephants in the room is the religious right. The religious right fueled that rise to power, and then in return, Donald Trump opened the door to the White House and is basically giving them a free pass to do whatever they want. Earlier today, you talked about your secular upbringing. Doesn't mean you're anti-religious. It just means that you grew up in a household that wasn't religious. How do you reconcile that if you're president with a religious right that's been empowered, emboldened, and basically has never had checks and balances? What would you do as president to stop their attack on reproductive rights, LGBT rights, trans even existing? How would you take that on?
Thanks for the question. Was it Justin?
Yeah.
Thanks for the question. I was lucky enough to get Evelyn to go out with me in the first place, and then eventually marry me. And Evelyn's devout Christian, and so we're raising our boys in the church. And I've now seen the impact that that's had on my family, and it gives us a lot of joy and strength every day. When I talk to evangelical Christians about their experience, many of them have real reservations about Donald Trump, where they feel like they've made a deal with a president that may or may not embody their values. And many Christians I speak to feel like religion has been politicized in very unfortunate ways. That is what we have to appeal to. I heard earlier today someone say that that they thought that Jesus would have loved universal basic income because it was all about helping the least among us. That could be a message that would actually be very, very powerful and resonant with certain religious communities. To me, it's a false choice to say it's like an either or, where you have this group of evangelical Christians that have a particular agenda. I am for women's reproductive rights, as an example, but people have come to me and said everyone having economic resources in their hands is the most pro-life policy anyone is talking about, because how many children are not being brought into the world because the families don't think that they can provide for them. So one of the reasons why we are so polarized right now is that people fall into this false choice where it's like an either or. We have to try and bring people together and let them know that the problems we're trying to solve apply to all of our communities and all of our families.
Yes. We're okay.
How are we going to beat the lobbyists?
Many of you people come through here, and follow the money. The money is the lobbyists. The lobbyists have the power. How do you deal with that?
Agreed. I love this question. it so much. Lay it on me. You know how much money we've gotten from corporate lobbyists here in this campaign? 0%. And I joke all the time that corporations would never have sent the anonymous Asian guy to do their bidding because it would have been a really dumb plan. Be like, hey, let's send the person no one's ever heard of. I'm a parent, I'm a citizen, I'm a patriot. I have no agenda but to do what's right for the American people. So the question is, how do you break? Oh, you're going to give me the power. That's why that's Iowa. But here's how we break the stranglehold. And this is something that everyone will get behind. Right now, the lobbyists control our government. You look up, they bought and sold the legislators. They can offer fancy jobs when you leave Congress. They're dangling the money. And if you are a politician, you look up and you have the people on one side, and then you have the money on the other. So how do you change it? What you do is you bring the money and the people together. Right now, what percentage of Americans donate to political campaigns?
12%.
Less than 5. No one donates to political campaigns. It's one reason why the legislators all just gravitate towards the money. So here's how we change it. As president, I will champion a democracy dollars bill that puts $100 in the hands of every voter that you can only give to candidates or campaigns. Use it or lose it. If you don't use it, it disappears. You do use it, then it goes to that candidate or campaign.
Executive order?
Sorry?
Executive order?
You can do this from the executive branch. You prefer to have congressional buy-in because you end up with vouchers and the rest of it. So what percentage of Americans would give to political candidates and campaigns if it was essentially free? You had $100 that the government gave you to give. The 5% would shoot up to what? 50, 60, 65%? Not 100% because people are still lazy, you know. But you get it up to 50, 60%. And if you get it up to 50, 60%, sir, you wash out the lobbyist cash by a factor of 4 to 1. And then if I'm a legislator and I have a choice, the 10,000 Iowans on this side, they all give me their 100 democracy dollars. That's $1 million. And then the lobbyist comes and says, I'm going to wave 100,000 at you. You'd be like, I don't want to go against the people because the money and the people are then united. And we don't need to worry about trying to get all the corporate money out, though I want to get all the corporate money out. But this allows us to wash it out and structurally change the incentives. The sell to politicians will be, don't you hate calling rich people and asking them for money? Isn't it soul-sucking? Wouldn't you rather hang out with your family? I don't know if that's going to work. But if it doesn't work, what I'm championing is 12-year term limits to get them out of Washington, D.C. Because the job is to go to D.C., solve the problems, and get out. And if you want to hang out in D.C. and like a spider and try and hoard resources, then that's wrong. That's not what you're there to do. The democracy dollars is bipartisan because, again, this is something that all of us can get behind. It's very difficult to say, look, we'd much rather keep this out of the hands of the people. It's a very, very effective way to actually reclaim our government. It's going to take a lot of work, sir. I'm not going to dissemble, but as your president, I believe I can get this done.
You think those guys are going to vote themselves out?
Well, here's the wonder of it, too. So I'm for a lot of things that would be structurally helpful. I'm for restoring earmarks to Congress because you can't actually make deals unless you can actually trade favors. And right now, they can't pass laws because no one can trade a favor. So if you were to go to Congress and say, hey, guys, let's pass this democracy dollars bill, and then they'll be like, oh, wait, this might be bad for me. Then say, how about we have it kick in at a particular point when you guys are all about on the exit door, and then they'll be like, oh, this won't hurt me. I mean, we can make it happen as long as we align their self-interest with the people. It's funny, you're laughing, but this is what it would take.
Thank you. Let's get right here. Let me get the young lady, and then I'll come back to you.
Sorry. Just wanted to ask what sustainable agriculture means to you, because I had looked at your page and went on to the sustainability because as a mother it's become increasingly important to me. You mentioned clean air and water, and I just came from Texas and we have some of the worst water quality. It's pretty terrible because of oil, but also agricultural runoff from all the pesticides and fungicides that we put into our soil, and then it goes into our water. And I just wanted to ask what sustainable agriculture means to you.
Sustainable agriculture means the world to me, in part because we've got two little guys that are a little bit older than yours. It's a guy, right? Little guy? Yeah. And what's happening with our water and air is tied to what's going wrong with our environment writ large. If you pollute, if you're, let's say, an oil company in Texas, and you say, hey, I'm going to make the water less clean, how much of a price do you pay right now if you're that company?
Nothing.
Nothing. There's not a price on that. So what we have to do is we have to put a price on pollution. We have to put a price on anything that makes our environment less healthy for your kids and mine. These companies only respond to one language, and that's dollars and cents. That's the bottom line. We can stand out there every day and say, do the right thing. We know it wouldn't matter. That's the oil companies, the drug companies, the giant agribusiness businesses. They don't care about us. All they care about is their revenue and profits. So what you do is you say, look, if you do the wrong thing here in terms of emissions or pollution, then we're actually going to build it into your cost of doing business. And that's the only way that we can actually make it so that your kids and mine grow up in a country where we can still feel like the water and air are clean. And sustainable agriculture is such a key part of the puzzle, because it's the part of the puzzle, because we have to be able to feed ourselves in a way that doesn't despoil the planet.
May I add to that? So you're talking about disincentives for pollution in waterways. What about incentives like expanding on CRP and other practices that encourage landowners to put native vegetation on their land to provide ecosystem services for pollinators for fruits and vegetables that we eat every day?
You are 100% right. I talked about one side of the equation. The other side is equally important, which is positive incentives towards more sustainable practices. Thank you.
One more question.
Only one? That's terrible. Vicky, pick the best questioner.
No pressure.
No pressure. I don't know how you do that.
No pressure. So I'm going to come to the back of the room. How about that? And I'm just going to put the mic back here.
Thank you for coming to Waterloo. My question is about the other sources of income for most of our Americans, and that is minimum wage and Social Security. Now, these things don't get adjusted with inflation or the cost of living. And my question for you is to would you make sure that minimum wage and Social Security go up in a way that truly reflect the increases in expenditures and not this kind of outdated CPI model?
Thank you for the question. I've got parents who are in their 70s, and I remember as they got closer to the end of their working lives, they became very, very cost conscious. And I was trying to figure out why it was, and I realized that they knew exactly how much money they were going to get on fixed income. They knew their working lives were ending, and so it wasn't going to grow. There was no like, oh, I'm going to get a raise next year, there's no I'm going to go out and do these things. It became like, here's the income level, and it was stable and predictable, and then the costs continue to creep up. And the three costs that are killing us are healthcare, housing, and education/childcare. Like, those are the three killers. So I understood then, it's like, wow, living on a fixed income that doesn't adjust for your cost of living is a great way to turn people into very, very stressed out people. You know? And like, as a young person, at first I was like, why are you so stressed? Why are you so stressed? And then like, it finally took me a little while. I was like, oh, I get why. I understand. So we should 100% be increasing Social Security benefits with the true cost of living. This $1,000 a month dividend would stack on top of Social Security, so it would be the biggest effective increase in Social Security in our nation's history. And where the minimum wage is concerned, Americans should not be working full-time and be poor. So we have to keep that from being the case, whether that's increasing the minimum wage or my preferred way, as you can tell, is just putting money directly into your hands. Because if we put money directly into your hands, it's an effective raise, not just for people who are out there working day to day, but also for people like my wife, who's at home with our two boys, or all the nurturers and caregivers and the volunteers and the people that are doing things that make our community stronger, that right now the market doesn't even value at anything. You know, it's like, if you were to say, hey, give the stay-at-home mom a raise, that's what we can do. And right now, I would argue that what Evelyn's doing is as important or more important than a hedge fund manager or a software engineer or whatnot, and her work is not being valued appropriately. So we have to make sure that people aren't working full-time and struggling, whether that's inside the home or in a place of business. We can take a page from the Germans. Thank you, Iowa. We're going to make history together in 2020. It's up to you. I know you are going to bring the country in a new direction.
opioids, something that has hit this state so very hard, who knowingly, that's what the lawsuit is about now by the state attorneys generals, who knowingly was selling a product that was addicting tens and tens and tens of thousands of Americans and killing people all over this country. We will hold the pharmaceutical industry accountable. But it is not just the pharmaceutical industry that acts with incredible greed and irresponsibility. Think outside of the box and take a look at the fossil fuel industry. Think about it. What the fossil fuel industry has known for decades, that's what their scientists have told them, is that the product that they are producing is causing climate change and is in fact day after day helping to destroy our planet. And what the fossil fuel industry did is, instead of, when they learned the truth, told the American people the truth, what they did is spend millions of dollars trying to obfuscate that issue, and they lied to the American people. So tonight, I say to the fossil fuel industry, your short-term profits are not more important than the future of this planet. And let me tell you, the more I study this issue, the more nervous I become. Because what the scientists are telling us today is that they have underestimated the severity and the degree to which climate change is ravaging our country and the entire planet. And what they are saying, these are the people who know the issue the best, is that we have a handful of years, fewer than 10 years, to get our act together, or else the damage that will take place in our country and the world will be irreparable. Irreparable, unable to be dealt with. What we are talking about now are the polar ice caps melting at a far more rapid speed than was anticipated. The ocean warming faster than we had thought. The result is that the seas all over the world are rising at a faster rate than was anticipated, meaning by the end of the century, in the United States, major cities, Miami, Charleston, South Carolina, New York City, could be significantly underwater, not to mention low-level countries like Bangladesh and Vietnam with hundreds of millions of people. And Greece, all right, I'm going to get to Greece in a second. All right. So you're looking at sea levels rising, impacting people all over the world. You are looking at more drought. What you are seeing right now today is Australia is on fire. You are seeing the horrible damage being done in California. Unbelievable. The number of fires, people without, hundreds of thousands of people going without electricity at any given moment. And what the scientists are telling us, that situation will only get worse. You're seeing major cities like Cape Town, South Africa, a few days away from when people turn on the faucet, there will be no water there at all. You are seeing, as our oceans warm up and become more acidic, the dying off of many species of fish. And hundreds of millions of people all over the world rely on fish for their protein, but those fish will not be there. What you're looking at, more and more extreme weather disturbances, which is what happened in Venice, Italy, one of the most beautiful cities in the world, underwater. You're looking at Houston, Texas, hit with unprecedented torrential rainfall and massive flooding. What you are also looking at, according to the United Nations, and Ilhan mentioned this, is that we are looking at hundreds of millions of people who will be climate refugees. That means they are living in parts of the world where there will not be any drinking water, will there not be any land to grow their crops. They're going to move. And when millions of people migrate, you have very high levels of international tension and the potential for war. And on it goes. You're looking at increased disease. Malaria thrives in hot weather, and we're seeing the spread of malaria to new regions of the world. So we got a real crisis here. And that is why during this campaign I listened to the scientists. Wasn't my idea. I failed physics in college. But I did listen to the scientists, and we brought forth the most comprehensive climate change legislation ever introduced by any candidate for federal office. And that legislation, which Ilhan strongly supports in the House, as do many others, is based on the principles of the Green New Deal. And what that program is about is transforming our energy system as quickly as humanly possible away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energies like wind, solar, geothermal. And anyone like Trump who tells people that climate change isn't real or it's a hoax, they are doing, it is hard, and I really can't quite figure it out. I can't quite understand why people are willing to threaten the well-being of their children and grandchildren and future generations in order to prop up the profits of the fossil fuel industry. I really, literally cannot understand that. All right? Under our administration, that is going to end. Just want to very briefly touch on a couple of other issues that I know that you are thinking about. And that is, number one, we have got to fundamentally reform a broken and racist criminal justice system. We are going to invest in our young people in jobs and education, not more jails and incarceration. We are going to end private prisons and detention centers. And we are going to end the horribly destructive so-called war on drugs. We are going to make marijuana legal in every state in this country. We're going to expunge the records of those arrested for possession of marijuana. And we're going to do our best to make sure that those people who profit off the legal sale of marijuana are not a handful of major corporations, but the people who have suffered the most under the war on drugs. And I know that everyone here shares the pain that I feel when we turn on the television and we learn that there's been another mass shooting somewhere in America. And I have 3 grandchildren in this state who undergo, as all the kids do, I guess, drills in order to be prepared for some horrible event. All I can tell you about that issue is that our gun policy will not be determined by the NRA, it'll be determined by the American people. And that means we're going to have universal and expanded background checks. Means we're going to do away with the gun show loophole. We're going to do away with the straw man provision that allows people to legally buy guns and then sell them to criminals. And we're also going to do what the American people now want us to do. That is to end the sale and distribution of assault weapons in this country. And under our administration, we will bring about comprehensive immigration reform and a path towards citizenship for the 11 million undocumented. And on my first day in office, I will issue executive orders ending all of the racist executive orders that Trump has promulgated on immigration. And we will, on that first day, reestablish legal protection for the 1.8 million young people and their parents eligible for the DACA program. As a United States Senator, I am obliged to listen to many speeches on the floor of the Senate. Pretty painful experience, but that's what I'm paid to do.
That's going to do it for us right here on Fox News Now. Me, Mike, and Christy, yes, the News Now host trio, together again on Monday. We'll see you then, everyone. Have a fabulous weekend.
The government off the backs of the American people. You ever heard that mantra? Well, all I say to those so-called conservatives, if you believe in getting the government off the backs of the American people, then understand that it is women who have a right to control their own bodies, not the government. And my promise to you is that I will never nominate anybody to the U.S. Supreme Court who is not 100% pro Roe v. Wade. So let me end by going back to the beginning of my remarks. And that is, we are in an unprecedented and dangerous moment, not only in American history, but in world history. And in this small state, as you all know, New Hampshire plays an outsized role in terms of the primary